At the beginning of the story, we are taken to a snowy mountain. We see an injured man resting in a cave. A man called this person a fool. He asked him if he believed that he will be able to escape the inescapable encirclement. The man asked the injured person to tell him where the ancient relic is hidden. The injured man smiled when he heard this. He called the man in front of him an idiot. He asked him if he would give up the location if he was in the same position as him. The injured man appears to have lost both of his arms. His arms were lying next to him and his sword was on the ground. The man's partner was annoyed to hear his response. He called him an arrogant bastard. He wanted to attack our protagonist. The man stopped him. He told him that they need to contact the main squad first. The man took out a magic stone and informed the squad that they have gotten the Northern Phantom. He asked them to confirm their coordinates. The main squad confirmed their coordinates. They told him that they will be there soon. The man told our boy that he is quite persistent. He never expected him to still be alive even after his arms got cut off. He asked the Northern Phantom to tell him the reason why he is after the same relic as the Emperor. His partner said that the Northern Phantom does not have any reason. He said that he is probably trying to annoy them. He told the man that they suffered for many days because of the Northern Phantom. He said that they need to have some fun with him before the main squad arrives. He wanted to pay our boy back for the hardship he made them go through. The man placed his hand on his sword. He asked the Northern Phantom to brace himself. He promised him that they won't stop until he desperately begs them for mercy. His partner said that they need to decide on who will start first. The men decided to flip a coin. The partner said that he is going first if it is heads. While they were looking at the coin, the Northern Phantom picked his arm up with his teeth. He moved it close to his elbow. His arm began to repair itself. He told himself that he will not let things end without him doing anything. The Northern Phantom is the first failed awakener of the Draker household. His real name is Zeke Draker. Because he was born into the Great Dragon Slayer household with a body that can't use aura, he failed to awaken. This should have been impossible for a knight. He was treated like trash and chased out of his household. This is why he did everything he could to become stronger. The moment his arm got healed, he stood up and charged at the men at the same time. The coin just landed in the partner's hand. When he opened his hand, he saw that it was on heads. He was happy to see this. While he was smiling, Zeke beheaded him. Someone once told our boy that if all he pursues is strength, he will have nothing in the end. Zeke believed that this was some bullshit only said by the strong. He knew that those who are weak will be trampled on by the strong and what belongs to them will be stolen. This was the truth of this world. The man was shocked to see that Zeke killed his partner. He quickly took out his sword. The Northern Phantom turned around and charged at him. He destroyed his sword with a single strike and cut him down. The moment he did this, he sensed someone's presence. He used his right hand to pick up his other arm. He moved it close to his elbow and began to heal it. When he saw the men from the main squad, he told himself that he won't be able to escape. The men were shocked to see how Zeke was attaching his arm back together. They realized that he was an irregular. They were grossed out by him. One of them said that Zeke will still die if they cut off his head. The moment he said this, they charged at him. They surrounded the Northern Phantom and attacked him from every angle. By the time the fight was over, Zeke had multiple swords sticking out of him. Fortunately, he managed to eliminate every single person from the main squad. Our boy spat out some blood. He realized that he was going to die soon. Even though he couldn't take his revenge, he still managed to steal something the Emperor was after. He believed that this was an achievement. He put his hand into his clothes and took out a small sculpture of a dragon. With a smile on his face, Zeke said sorry to someone known as Alicia. While he was smiling, blood from his head dropped on the sculpture's head. The moment this happened, the sculpture released a bright golden light. A huge golden dragon appeared behind Zeke. Someone was underneath this dragon. The person stood behind our boy. A status window appeared and said that the soul of the Elder Dragon has been engraved upon the will of the one who persists. It said that an urgent measure has been activated. It asked Zeke if he agrees. Our boy believed that he was hearing random noise now that he was about to die. The system asked him again if he agrees. Zeke asked the system to keep quiet. He asked it to do as it pleases. The system took this as Zeke agreeing to its measures. It said that an irreversible promised power is being activated. It said that a countdown will begin now. The system began to count down from 5. This was the last thing Zeke remembered before he woke up in the body of a little boy. He wondered if he went back in time. He took a look at a mirror. He could not believe that he had returned to his younger body. he could still vividly feel the sensation of the sword stuck on his body. Zeke fell on the bed. He noticed that the place looked familiar. He quickly realized that he was in the cradle. The cradle is the Draker Household Training Institution. The Draker family is the Dragon Slayer family. It is one of the top 3 great transcendent households. Tarakan Draker was the hero who saved the continent by killing the evil dragon Bahamut in the war 1,000 years ago. His descendants founded the current Draker household. Perhaps it was because they were descendants of the Dragon Slayer. But all the descendants of the Draker bloodline had the blessing of aura. They were able to easily awaken their high-level aura. They became knights. All of them were able to do this except Zeke. While he was resting, the administration system told him that it was restarting. Zeke quickly stood up. He wondered if he was hearing things. The system said that his soul has been confirmed. It said that his soul has been 100% aligned. It said that the soul of the chosen awakener has received the will of the elder dragon and has completely merged. Zeke was shocked to hear this. The system told him that he has the authority to a part of it. It welcomed our boy and activated the status window. It showed him several windows. Zeke was surprised to see the magic video-like things. He wondered if an artifact got activated. The system opened the status window and displayed Zeke's information to him. It showed him a low-rank administrator status window. It displayed his name. It showed his class, which was healer. His class was rare. The title he had was the one who received the blessing of the ancient dragon. He had class skills, normal skills, and draconian skill. Our boy noticed that he could push his hand through the status window and he could also navigate through it in the same manner. He wondered about what class skills were. The class skills he possessed were healing, composed mind, vigor recovery, and heightened senses. While looking at his class skills, Zeke remembered something that his master told him. His master once said that people of the ancient world categorized themselves into classes depending on what they were good at. Each class would train in specialized techniques known as skills. He told Zeke that his skill will be known as healing since his class is healer. After he awakened, his master trained him to the point that he was on the verge of death. According to his status window, Zeke is already a healer. He decided to test it out. He wanted to see if the status window was telling the truth. In his past life, Zeke became a healer when he was in his 20s right after his ether hall was unlocked. Zeke carefully circulated an energy around his body. He was happy to see that his ether hall is already unlocked. Thanks to this, he was able to understand his situation. Even though his trained body no longer exists, he returned to the past with his skills and memories. Compared to who he was before his regression, Zeke was in a much advantageous position. In order to make use of the system, he needed to find out about the things at his disposal. Before he could carefully assess his status window, someone knocked on his door. The person referred to him as Master Zeke. He asked him if he can step in. Our boy began to panic. The man outside asked him to stop acting like he isn't inside. Zeke did not know what to do. He had not yet finished reading the status window. He wondered about how he was going to turn it off. The man opened the door and stepped into our boy's room. Zeke tried to ask him to wait. The man who appears to be his butler asked him about why he is not prepared. He asked him about what he has been doing. This man is Zeke's exclusive servant. His name is Decker. Zeke moved his hand around his status window. He noticed that Decker could not see his status window. He asked him about what he is supposed to prepare for. With a scary look on his face, Decker asked his master if he is really asking him this question. Zeke began to tremble when he saw the look on the man's face. He remembered that he was quite scared of Decker when he was young. Although he had the mind of a 32-year-old, he could still feel the fear that was engraved into his body. While he was trembling, the system activated a class skill known as Composed Mind. He quickly stopped shaking. He was surprised to see that his nervousness disappeared in an instant. Composed Mind allows the mental state of the user to not be shaken regardless of the situation. Zeke did not expect this to be a skill. He found it convenient that it activates automatically. Decker told his master that he has repeatedly said that the event is important. He noticed that Zeke wasn't looking at him. He asked him if he is listening. Our boy assured him that he is. He told him that he must be talking about the evaluation test. The test is known as Pancration. Our boy seemed to have a bad memory of this event. All Drakers go through a training system called the Cradle starting from when they are 7 years old. For 5 years, they go through strict basic training. The instructors evaluate the incoming students each year through competitions of swordsmanship as well as combat of Pancration without rules. The opponents are chosen by the instructor, but there are occasions where the students choose who they want to fight. Both combatants must consent to the fight. Because there are no rules, there are people who come out of the fight with injuries. In some cases, some don't make it out alive. Because this competition is what chooses the class the students are placed into within the academy, the children have no choice but to fight with all they have. The scene shifts, and we see the students gathered at the training ground. Their instructor was speaking to them. He told them that this is the last part of their evaluation. The man is the head instructor. His name is Mark. Mark told them that they will start right away. He asked them to prepare themselves. The students accepted his order. While Zeke was standing in line, the other students spoke about the humiliation he faced last year. They wondered why Zeke would come there after facing such a terrible humiliation. They said that they would have ran away if they were him. The students questioned if our boy was really from the direct bloodline of the family. Zeke could not believe that they were openly speaking about him. A boy known as Aaron was asked to get on the stage. He and his opponent took a stance. Mark swung his hand and asked them to start the fight. Aaron charged at the boy. The boy saw Aaron's hand coming towards his face. He believed that he could dodge it. While he was distracted, Aaron used his leg to hit him on his chin. The boy fell to the ground. Zeke was not surprised to see how the boy lost. He believed that it was expected because the boy did not get into a proper defense position. Since the boy known as Gata was unable to fight again, the instructor announced that Aaron won the fight. Zeke could not believe that he was terrified of this stupid match when he was younger. The students were nothing to him. He yawned because he found the match boring. On the other side of the arena, a student watched our boy. With an evil smile on his face, the boy cracked his knuckles. The scene shifts and we see Zeke and his opponent on the stage. His opponent was the boy that was cracking his knuckles. The boy's name is Leon. The instructor asked the two of them if they are ready. They both said that they are. Zeke did not like the fact that his opponent was Leon. With a smile on his face, Leon asked our boy about why he is back. He asked him if he didn't get enough of his attention last year. Zeke remembered how he begged for his life from Leon when he was younger. The boy beat him up badly. He had to beg him to spare him. Our boy was not surprised to see that Leon was his opponent. The boy is always his opponent every year. He knew that Leon must have pulled some strings from behind the scenes. Our boy knew that his household would tell him that he needs to be able to overcome such dirty tricks in order to be a true dragon slayer. Zeke found this to be bullshit. He could not believe that this piece of shit was his cousin. In his past life, the 4 siblings of the direct bloodline never had the chance to meet. However, there were more than a dozen cousins who were more than willing to bully him. Leon commended Zeke for coming back out after getting beat up. He told him that he is really brave. He asked him if he did not learn his lesson because he is so inferior. The system activated the composed mind skill to calm our boy. He realized that it had been a while since he last heard his cousin's stupid insults. With a serious look on his face, he told Leon that he won't be nice if he calls him inferior again. Leon placed his hand on his head. He asked Zeke about what he is going to do. He called him an inferior piece of shit. The moment he said this, Zeke gave him a punch on his face. The attack pushed him back. When our boy punched his cousin, Critical Strike was activated. The skill inflicts critical damage on the enemy. It may be countered if the attack failed to hit the person. Leon screamed out in pain. Zeke took a look at his hand. He only wanted to knock Leon out. He did not expect a skill to be activated when he punched in his normal style. The instructor asked Zeke about what he is doing. He quickly ran to check on Leon. He told our boy that he attacked before he asked them to start. Zeke told Mark that no one says ready, set, and go on the battlefield. With a smile on his face, he said that the person who hits first has the advantage. Mark became nervous. He noticed that he could sense bloodlust from Zeke. Leon told the instructor that he is fine. He pushed himself up and asked Mark to begin the fight. With a look of anger on his face, he said that he will kill the inferior piece of shit. Zeke smiled when he heard this. He told his cousin that he is too stupid to learn his lesson. The instructor swung his hand and asked them to start. Leon quickly charged at our boy. When he got close to him, Zeke attacked him with multiple punches. Leon was able to block it by putting his guard up. He noticed that Zeke's punches did not have a lot of power to them. He was scared because of the punch our boy gave him earlier. He could not believe that Zeke's fist didn't hurt at all. He was certain that our boy was not a threat to him as long as his guard was up. The only thing he was cautious of was Zeke's left hand counter. When Zeke swung his left hand at his cousin, he dodged it by going low. He could not believe that our boy would use such an obvious attack. He grabbed his leg and tried to push him down. He called him an inferior piece of shit and asked him to die. Before he could push Zeke down, he felt some pain in his head. He quickly moved back. The instructor was shocked to see what just happened. He could not believe that a 12-year-old had this level of combat sense. The moment Leon dodged Zeke's counter and tried to take him down, Mark assumed that Leon was going to win. However, Zeke punched Leon's chin and got out of his grasp. It was Leon's fault that he let his guard down thinking that he had our boy. However, Zeke was different. He was still composed despite the fact that his counter failed. The concentration and precision needed to inflict such exact and effective damage is crazy. Mark wondered if this is the same Zeke that he knows. Leon was trembling. He had not recovered from the damage. He knew that he needed to create some distance between himself and our boy. Before he could move, Zeke closed the gap between themselves. He hit him in his leg. Leon was shocked to feel the pain in his leg. He wondered about how Zeke was so strong when his body is so small. He charged at him out of anger. Our boy realized that he was able to control his strength when he hit Leon in his leg. When Leon's fist got close to his face, another class skill got activated. The skill is known as heightened senses. It heightens his senses temporarily. Zeke saw his cousin's hand moving in slow motion. The feeling of the skill felt familiar to him. Since he had gotten used to controlling ether, our boy decided to end the fight. He covered his arms with the energy and grabbed Leon's hand. He slammed the bastard on the ground with a large amount of force. The instructor was shocked to see this. A skill known as precise stab got activated. The skill allows Zeke to stab the weak point of the enemy for critical damage. Zeke used his elbow to hit Leon's rib. He got on top of him and covered his hand with ether. He grabbed his neck and told him that even an idiot like him will be able to learn his lesson. The moment he said this, he began to punch Leon on his face. The boy begged him to stop, but Zeke did not listen. He continued beating him up. The instructor and the other students were shocked to see this. After beating him to his satisfaction, he stood up. Leon's body was covered in his own blood. Zeke told the bastard that this is what happens when he messes with him. After beating the shit out of his cousin, Zeke felt that his head was clear now that he had let out some sweat. He turned to the students and told them that he can now recognize them. He asked them to stop eyeballing him. He asked them to come to the stage if they have something to say. A boy with red hair stood up and called out to Zeke. He told him that he will choose him as his Pancration opponent. He said that he has something to say. This boy is Jakin Vardek. He is also Zeke's cousin. Our boy told him that he accepts his challenge. He told him that the fight will be too boring if it is only him. He asked someone known as Liam Stone to join Jakin. Liam is Jakin's servant. The boy was annoyed to see that Zeke asked his servant to join him. With a smile on his face, our boy told Jakin that it is now a fair fight. Jakin asked him if he just insulted him. With a bright smile on his face, Zeke called him a dumbass and told him that he did. Jakin was enraged by our boy's words. He promised to beat him to death. He and Liam went to the stage. The instructor asked Zeke to not do anything until he asked them to start. Our boy asked him not to worry about it. Zeke smiled when he saw Liam. He found it interesting to see the mercenary king again. In his past life, Liam joined the cradle and the academy as Jakin's servant. But because he was a distant relative, he was left behind in education. He begged to join the higher education of the academy known as Valhalla. He eventually ended up joining the Knight Order of a small nation called Baranon. Once Baranon fell, Liam became a mercenary. In those chaotic times, people flocked to the strong. With his long tenure as a mercenary, he became a Red Knight and started his own stone mercenaries. He united the three largest mercenary groups and was soon called the Mercenary King. As the Empire hired the stone mercenaries, Liam entered the Continental Wars. Our boy and the Northerners faced Liam as a foe. Zeke smiled when he thought of this. He realized that their relationship can be different in this life. The moment he thought of this, Mark asked them to begin. Jakin quickly charged at our boy. He attacked him when he got close to him. To the idiot's surprise, Zeke caught his fist. With a scary look on his face, he reminded the boy that he asked him to fight with Liam. Jakin took his hand back. He told Zeke that he will not play along with his cheap tricks. He quickly used his leg to attack our boy. He felt a large amount of pain in his leg. He quickly moved back. Zeke covered his elbow with ether and used it to block the attack. He advised his cousin to look properly before attacking. The pain in his leg was quite much. He wanted to take a look at it. The moment he looked at his leg, Zeke charged at him. He asked him if he is looking away. Jakin quickly put his arms up to block the attack. Immediately he did this. Zeke told him that he is too scared. He hit his injured leg when he said this. He told Jakin that he couldn't even predict this feint. He told him that this is the reason he asked them to fight together. He moved to his side and gave him a heavy punch on his ribs. Jakin spat out some blood. With a smile on his face, Zeke told the idiot that he is not enough alone. Jakin called out to Liam. He asked him to kill our boy. Liam took out a cloth and wrapped it around his arm. Zeke could not believe that this huge boy was also 12 years old like them. The most annoying thing about fighting Liam is his insane reach. Zeke knew that he won't be able to do anything if he lets Liam attack first. He realized that he needed to take the lead. He quickly charged at him. He launched several punches at him, but the boy managed to block them with his arm. A skill known as Slash got activated. It launches a barrage of attacks at the enemy. It allows Zeke to interfere with their sight. Our boy's attacks got faster. It was leaving after images everywhere. The other students were shocked to see this. They did not know what they were looking at. Even Mark was shocked. He knew that the students would be curious because they have never seen anything like this before. The technique Zeke was using was the Northern Fist fighting technique from the Midlands, a place where swords dominate. He wondered about how Zeke knew this technique. While he was attacking Liam, he began to breathe heavily. He realized that his body was really bad when he was younger. He could not believe that he was already tired from using this simple technique. Aside from this, Liam's monstrous physique was also a problem for him. He did not attack, neither did he dodge. He was simply taking it all in with his guard up. Zeke remembered that Liam was more aggressive in his time as a mercenary. Unfortunately for Zeke, his body was reaching its limit. He clenched his fist and gathered a large amount of ether. He wondered about how strong Liam's body is. He decided to take him down through his guard. He charged at Liam. To his surprise, the boy dodged his attack this time. He could not believe that Liam actually dodged the attack even though he can't see ether. Zeke realized that everyone in this place has some insane level of sense. Liam grabbed his hand and raised him up. He wanted to slam him on the ground. Before he could slam his body, Zeke hit him on his head and broke free from his hold. While he was above him, his heightened senses activated. He grabbed Liam's hand and moved to the ground. He locked his hand down and put his leg on his neck to choke him out. Zeke believed that no one can last without oxygen in their brain. While he was choking him, Liam began to attack fiercely. He punched him in his ribs. Zeke spat out some blood. He did not expect Liam to be this crazy. He decided to see who will come out on top. He held on to Liam. The boy did not give up. He continued to punch our boy. Apart from a single student, the rest felt disturbed by the sight they were seeing. Even Mark was nervous. Eventually, Liam's body gave out and our boy won the fight. The girl who was happy to see them fighting said that she expected this much from Zeke. With a smile on her face, she said that it will be worth it to take our boy down. The scene shifts and we are taken to Zeke's room. Decker was in the room with him. He heard that his master was greatly injured. He asked him if he is all right. Zeke assured him that he is fine. Decker asked his master to forgive him for his rude behavior. He told him that he wants to check his pulse. Zeke knew that his servant wanted to check if he had awakened his aura. He asked Decker to wait a bit. He put his shirt on and stretched out his hand. Decker grabbed his master's hand and pushed a blue energy into his body. Zeke was shocked to feel his energy. He did not expect Decker to be a blue knight. In order to check if someone has awakened, people take a look at their dantian. However, Decker was really thorough with the process. He was checking every part of Zeke's body. Imbuing someone else with aura is already quite difficult, yet Decker was able to precisely control his aura. Our boy was certain that he had to be a blue knight. Not all knights are the same. They are classified in accordance to their martial prowess and aura manipulation proficiency. The white swordsman is the novice level. Most children before the blessing rite are white swordsmen. Yellow swordsman is the level where a person has awakened aura and opened their dantian. All students of the cradle become yellow swordsmen after the blessing rite. Once they have learned to freely control aura, they receive the title of knight. The next level is purple knight. At this level, a person can reinforce their sword with aura. Blue knight is the next level. At this level, a person can manifest an aura blade. The realm for those who have transcended their limits. The realm which the mercenary king was in and the realm which our boy reached before his regression is known as Red Knight. There is another realm above this. It is the realm of Black Knights. There are very few monsters on the continent that are at this level. Zeke wondered why someone who is skilled enough to become a commander was babysitting him. Our boy knew that Decker won't be able to sense his ether. This is something only 2 people in the entire world can use. Decker let go of his master. He asked him if he is hiding anything from him. Zeke asked him if something is wrong. He asked him if he is also hiding something from him. Decker did not know what to say. Our boy told him that he was simply joking. Decker asked his master about the reason why he suddenly changed. Zeke told him that he is asking the wrong question. With a scary look on his face, he told his servant that he should be asking him why he changed now. He assured him that many more things will change from now on. He said that things are simply going to be in their rightful place. He told the man that he simply needs to follow him. Decker bowed his head and told his master that he understands. He revealed to him that he has already prepared the training room he asked for. Zeke told the man that he likes the fact that he is always fast. Decker told his master that he will see him later. Our boy stepped out of the room and asked the man to rest. Zeke realized that he needed to keep Decker close in case he was ordered to keep an eye on him. He wanted to get some information out of the man. The problem our boy had was that he did not know who ordered Decker to keep an eye on him. He was certain that it was not someone from his mother's family. He believed that it must be one of his siblings. When Zeke arrived at the training room, he took a look around. He was surprised to see how big a personal training room is. He said that his household really lives up to its name. He decided to check out the system before he starts training. The system presented his information to him. Zeke noticed that his slash skill is now at the proficient stage. He wondered if his skills go up the more he uses it. He remembered that the skill was naturally activated based on his actions. He wondered if he already had the skill before his regression. He wondered if another skill will be added if he learns something new. He was also curious about the difference between skill and class skill. He knew that the two of them were activated in the same way. He noticed that the draconian skill was locked. The system told him that he is unable to view the skill. It told him that he needs 10 points to unlock it. When he tapped on karma points, the system informed him that he can earn karma points by killing monsters. He currently had 0 karma point. Zeke remembered that there are a large amount of monsters in dungeons. Unfortunately, he has to be on the level of a purple knight before he can get into a dungeon. Zeke was more curious as to why he regressed to the past and what the system is. The skills and the class made him realize that his current situation is related to the ancient relic. However, he had very little information about the relic. Our boy decided to not think too much about it. He picked up a sword and said that he is willing to use anything to become stronger, whether it is the system or a Draker. There are 2 known powers in this world, the aura of the knights and the mana of the mages. Knights reinforce their aura in their dantian, while mages handle their mana through circles. The 2 powers are on opposite ends of the spectrum. If you awaken one, you cannot awaken the other. Unfortunately for Zeke, he was not able to awaken neither his dantian nor his circle. He was abandoned by his household. He met his master during his vagabond days. His master taught him a lot of things, but the most useful thing he taught him was healing in the Ether Hall. Through the Ether Hall, which his master developed, Zeke was able to handle the energy of nature, which is known as ether. Zeke and his master are the only ether users in the world. After training for 2 hours, our boy's hands were covered with blood. He felt like he was going to collapse. He decided to end his training for the day. The moment he thought of this, his class skills, which are known as healing and vigor recovery, activated. Zeke's body was healed. His hands stopped bleeding. Healing is a rare skill that our boy did not even know existed until he met his master. If he were to use this skill in front of people, they would treat him as an irregular. This is why he was unable to use it during his fight against Liam. He had to quickly return to his room in order to heal himself. Since he had recovered, Zeke decided to keep training. In the evening, we see our boy covered in sweat. He realized that it was already dinner time. He took a look at the training room. He had destroyed the ground with his sword slashes. He wondered about what he was going to tell Decker. A week later, we are taken to the Cradle's cafeteria. We see the students talking about how Zeke has become a completely different person. Some of them could not believe that the loser had changed. They wondered if he dabbled in black magic. One of them said that he hopes Zeke humbles the other strong students. In another part of the cafeteria, we see a large amount of food on a table. This part was quite fancy. We see the crazy girl from before eating steak. The girl is known as Raina Torrent. A boy known as Owen Zimmons advised Leon to eat even if he doesn't have an appetite. He told him that he needs his energy for the swordsmanship duel. Leon asked Owen if he is trying to piss him off. Owen told him that he was just trying to be nice. He told him that his inferiority complex is really bad. Leon slammed his hand on the table. He asked him to repeat what he said. When he hit the table, he made Raina drop her steak. The girl glared at him. The boy became nervous when he saw the look on her face. Jakin asked the group about what they're going to do. Although he didn't mention Zeke's name, they all knew that he was talking about our boy. Owen said that the Pancration was impressive even though it was savage. He told them that Zeke will be terrible at swordsmanship. With a smile on his face, he asked his friends about what Zeke will do when he can barely hold up a sword. Leon agreed with Owen. He remembered that Zeke was so weak that he had to get a customized sword because the basic ones were too heavy for him. He said that it doesn't make sense that he lost to an inferior piece of shit. Jakin and his other friends were already tired of the idiot's inferiority complex. Leon told his friends that Zeke won against him in Pancration by luck. With a serious look on her face, Reyna asked him if he believed such nonsense. Leon became quiet. Reyna stood up and told the boys that they do not have the right to be knights in the Draker household if they believe in trash like that. She walked away after saying this. A sword duel is different from a Pancration. Real swords are used in the duel. It is the cause of most of the incidents within the cradle. It is also where the difference between the students' skills is most glaringly shown. A month after the final exam, the blessing rite will begin. The blessing rite is the event where the Drakers awaken their aura. The head instructor called out to Zeke and asked him to step up. Our boy went on the stage with a huge sword. The other students were shocked to see the ridiculously large sword. They wondered if Zeke believed that he would be stronger with a bigger sword. Someone called out to Zeke. When he opened his eyes, he saw Reyna walking to the stage. With a serious look on her face, Reyna told him that she chooses him as her opponent. Zeke pointed his sword at her and told her that he accepts her challenge. Reyna noticed that our boy was easily moving a claymore. Now that she was standing in front of him, the girl could tell that this is not the Zeke who couldn't hold a sword properly that she knew. She wondered if his aura was more intimidating because he grew taller. Reyna grit her teeth to get control of her thoughts. She told herself that she cannot be intimidated by Zeke before the duel begins. She decided to act confident. She took a stance and pointed her sword at Zeke. Our boy knew that he simply had to fight in the same way he always has. However, it was quite nerve-wracking for him to be fighting the Lightning Knight. Reyna Turin is also known as the Lightning Knight. She is one of the knights who made a name for herself during the Continental Wars. She was also noted to be one of the greatest of the next generation of Drakers. This is because she was the one who awakened her aura even before she went through the blessing rite. Zeke realized that Reyna must have already awakened her aura at this point. However, she didn't use her aura in the cradle. She said that she wanted to improve her fundamentals. Mark swung his hand and asked the two of them to start. Reyna quickly charged at our boy. Zeke managed to block her first attack. Reyna got pushed to the side. She disappeared and reappeared behind our boy. She thrust her sword at him. Zeke managed to block the attack, but it pushed him back. He was surprised to see that Reyna was much better than he expected. Reyna charged at him again. She attacked him with a lot more strength. Leon cheered for her from the side. He asked her to kill Zeke in one strike. Jakin called Leon an idiot. He asked him if it looks as if Reyna is toying with Zeke. Our boy was easily directing her attacks. Even though it was narrow, Reyna could still sense the gaps in Zeke's defense. However, no matter how hard she tries to take advantage of the gaps, Zeke's sword always blocks her. It was as if Zeke was applauding her for her attempts. Immediately, he blocks her attack. Another gap opens up. It was almost as if Reyna was in a training duel that was meant to teach her a lesson. Zeke blocked her attack again and pushed her back. The girl began to breathe heavily. Our boy looked like he was disappointed. He could not believe that this was how the Lightning Knight fought when she was in the cradle. Her swordsmanship was honest. Zeke expected this from someone who was obsessed with their fundamentals. It was this fundamentals that were holding her back. Zeke took a low stance. He decided to help the girl break out of her shell. Reyna was surprised to see his extremely low stance. She believed that Zeke intends to close the gap in one go. She knew that her speed was nothing to scoff at. She decided to face Zeke head-on. Before she could take a stance, Zeke appeared in front of her. He made a huge swing. Reyna managed to dodge the attack. His sword hit the ground and destroyed it, since there was some distance between them. Reyna believed that it was possible for her to react to Zeke's moves. Our boy raised his sword and swung it at her. The attack missed her body. Reyna's eyes followed the movement of his sword. The moment she looked at the sword, some rocks got thrown into her eyes. Zeke was able to raise the rocks when he lifted his sword from the ground. Reyna quickly used her hand to clean her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she saw Zeke in front of her. Our boy swung his sword at her neck. The girl quickly realized that she was done for. Somehow, she managed to knock Zeke's sword out of his hand. The cadets were happy to see that Reyna won. They said that the girl won even though she did not use aura. The head instructor knew that the cadets were wrong. As Zeke's attack closed in on Reyna, she used the faintest amount of aura. It was an amount that was barely noticeable. Mark couldn't believe that the girl who promised to never use aura until she got into the academy was forced to use it. Zeke forced her hand. Reina was feeling bad for what she did. While she was thinking, Zeke appeared in front of her with his fist. He asked her about what she is doing. He told her that the fight isn't over. He gave Reina a heavy punch in her throat. The girl fell to her knees and spat out some blood. Leon was annoyed to see this. He said that they won't stand for such cheap tricks in a duel. The other cadets agreed with him. They said that Reina won the duel. They pointed their fingers at Zeke and told him that he doesn't have what it takes to become a knight. They asked him if he has no shame. Our boy did not care about what they were saying. While Reina was struggling to get up, Zeke asked her if she wants to continue. Reina realized that she hasn't lost yet. She understood that Zeke only struck her because she let her guard down. The girl realized that Zeke would have killed her if he was using a dagger when he attacked her. She told him that it is her loss. The other 3 boys were annoyed to hear what she said. The head instructor announced that Zeke won the fight. The cadets could not believe that someone who used to be called a human scum a few days ago achieved victory against one of the most talented children among the famed houses. In the next scene, we are taken to a ruined town. We see the town burning and the castle ruined. Some soldiers were dumping the corpses into a large hole. They had dumped several bodies into the hole. Inside the castle, we see a man wearing glasses talking to a red-haired man. He asked the red-haired man, whose name is Abel, about how he can drink tea in this situation. The man told Abel that the bastard known as Zeke defeated Reina. Abel placed his tea on the table and told the man that he is always serious. He stood up and asked the man about the amount of time they have before the blessing rite. The man told him that they have until the next full moon. Abel said that this is the right moment to pay the family a visit. The man was shocked to hear this. He asked Abel if he is really going there by himself. Abel placed his hand on his sword. He said that the situation has piqued his interest. With a smile on his face, Abel said that he is interested in knowing the kind of awakening their youngest is going to go through. Although Zeke's victory left the entire cradle in shock, he simply returned to the training room and resumed practice. A month later, we are taken to the day of the blessing rite. Zeke was in his training room. He used a cloth to clean his sweat. He wondered about how he became a red knight in his previous life with this terrible body. He opened his status window to see the state of his skills. Zeke noticed that once his mastery surpasses the expert level, the skill ranks up and resets. Our boy managed to raise the mastery of his swift steps. This was a skill he gained during the duel. While he was looking at his status window, Zeke asked Decker about what he wants. The man was at the entrance. He informed Zeke that they will be leaving in 2 hours. Our boy told him that he will join him soon. He asked him to get everything prepared. In the next scene, we see the students in carriages. They were all going to the same place. While he was inside the carriage, Zeke realized that it had been a while since he was at the main estate. The estate belongs to the Draker family, and it is situated in the Duchy of Troy. Although the family's main residence is located in the heart of the continent at the Four Seasons Fortress in the Midland, the blessing rite must be held at the main estate where the legend of the Dragon Slayer began. The main estate is known as the Dragon's Nest Lair. The cadets gathered inside the building. While looking around, Zeke realized something. All the onlookers were famous people that you hear about from the Continental newsletter. Our boy knew that his family must have also sent some informants to keep an eye on him. Zeke did not really care about what their intentions were. He knew that they would ignore him once they see him fail his awakening. The moment he thought of this, he saw something shocking. He was quite angry to see that a certain bastard came to the blessing rite. The person he was looking at greeted the other people around him. The person was asked about why he came to the blessing rite. He was asked if someone in the class caught his eye. The man said that he is there for other reasons. With a smile on his face, he said that his adorable youngest brother is in this class. This man is the second son of the Draker family. His name is Abel Draker. He is also known as the Lion Blade. Zeke glared at his elder brother. He referred to him as the Butchering Knight. He quickly turned his head away. He knew that there was nothing he could currently do to Abel. Zeke knew that Abel would have never come to see him during the blessing rite in his past life. He wondered if his actions changed the future. Our boy clenched his fist. He realized that this might be his chance to achieve something. The head instructor announced that they will now begin the blessing rite. He asked the cadet known as Aaron to step out. The boy moved close to a huge bowl containing some glowing water. Behind the bowl was a large knight statue. Aaron placed his hand into the water. He reached out to a pin in the water. He allowed the pin to prick him. The moment his blood got mixed with the water, the water released some energy that flowed into Aaron's hand. The energy moved into the boy's body and began to circulate inside him. Through the blessing rite, every member of the Draker bloodline awakens their sealed aura when it is time for them to graduate from the cradle at 12 years old. Compared to ordinary knights who awaken at the age of 20, this method was incredibly fast. After Aaron left, another cadet was called to awaken his aura. Among the cadets, there are a few rare cases where someone awakens something else along with their aura. They awaken a trait of the Dragon Slayer known as mana inhibition. They will become at least as strong as Yellow Knights. There are even some who rival Red and Black Knights. These cadets undergo a pure blood awakening. Everyone in the building wondered why the mana lamps went out. They noticed that the statue's sword was releasing a red bright light. It turns out that Reyna had undergone a pure blood awakening. Mark asked someone to bring the gloves for him. Those with mana inhibition will require special gloves made by their family, or else they won't be able to live a normal life. When one is able to prove that they are of pure blood descent, they are conferred the Draker name. They are also provided with the unimaginable support of the family and countless benefits. After Reyna's awakening, the nobles became excited when they saw who was next. They wondered about how the person would awaken. One of them said that it will be a pure blood awakening since the person beat Reyna. The person they were talking about was Zeke. Our boy smiled when he saw the statue. He never expected that he would be standing in front of the statue again. The last time was horrible for him. Even though the blessing rite was the only thing that pushed him through the cradle, he failed to awaken and was subjected to mockery. However, things were different in this life. Not only can he heal, but he can also manipulate ether. On top of this, he didn't give up and surrender. He stood up for himself with his own will. Because of the things he had done in this life, Zeke hoped that the bronze statue would take care of him. When he put his hand into the water, the statue began to shake. Zeke became excited. Unfortunately for him, the statue stopped moving. Everyone was shocked to see this. It had never happened before. Abel also wondered about what was happening. Zeke became angry. He realized that he should have never expected things to change. He became too confident thanks to his brother. The onlookers could not believe that Zeke failed to awaken. They did not believe that such a thing was possible. They said that the blood of the family head was not enough to remove the cursed blood in Zeke. One of them said that our boy must have won against Reyna with a trick. They called Zeke an embarrassment to the family. Zeke gave someone the cloth he used to clean his hand. He said that this people don't change. Our boy told himself that the awakening doesn't matter. There were plenty of ways to get stronger other than awakenings. The moment he thought of this, the system sent him an apology. It told him that a message got delayed due to an error during processing. Zeke did not understand what the system was talking about. The system explained to him that necessary information has been found missing from the identification terminal during class identification. It said that class information has been input using its authority. Our boy wondered about what the system meant when it said that information has been found missing. The system informed him that the class information input is complete. It told him that the terminal has identified his talent as a healer. It said that his class has been unlocked. Zeke obtained a rare class. He quickly turned around. He saw the statue release a red light. Everyone was surprised to see that Zeke had a pure blood awakening. The system appeared in front of Zeke again. It told him that the terminal has made a connection. It said that the ancient dragon's blessing within his soul has been activated. The sword of the statue released a bright golden light that shined upon Zeke. The system told our boy that the talent of kin has been activated. It said that the awakened talents are been combined. Due to the combination of rare talents, a new class was created for Zeke. Our boy was surprised to hear that a new class was created for him. It was a unique class. The class is known as Immortal. The nobles did not know what was happening. They had never seen a golden light before. They did not know if they were to call this a pure blood awakening. Zeke was not surprised to see that they had some doubts. He knew that this doubts will work against him if he says anything. One of them said that the mana lamp was fine. He asked if the statue is broken. While the nobles were talking among themselves, Abel clapped his hands. He asked them about why they are all acting so serious. He told them that they got 2 pure blood awakening in one batch. He said that this is something to celebrate. The nobles became nervous when they heard this. They all smiled and said that Abel is correct. They said that it is a blessing for them. Abel ordered someone to get some gloves for their newest member. When Zeke wore the gloves, he noticed that it was quite hefty. When he moved away from the statue, another person was asked to step out. Abel smiled as he watched his brother walk away. Although Zeke was already aware of his brother's intentions, he felt terrible receiving help from Abel. After all the cadets had awakened, Mark announced that the blessing rite has come to an end. He said that a celebration party will be held soon. He asked them to enjoy it. Zeke did not care about the party. He wondered if there was a training room somewhere in the building. On his way out, someone called out to him. Our boy was shocked to hear the person's voice. He did not expect the person to approach him. The person turned out to be Abel. The Lion Blade asked his younger brother about where he is going to when the party is about to begin. He stretched out his hand and congratulated Zeke on his pure blood awakening. Our boy did not expect him to go for a handshake. He knew that his hostility for Abel will show if he refuses. He decided to play along. When he raised his hand, he remembered something that happened in his past life. Zeke stopped moving his hand. Abel was surprised to see this. Our boy put his hand down. With an odd smile on his face, Abel told his little brother that this is awkward, even if it was for saving face. Zeke was not willing to shake his scum brother. Abel told him that it is fine. He said that he will settle for seeing his face. He tapped Zeke on his shoulder and told him that he will see him again, with a look of anger on his face. Zeke said that he will see him too. At the party, the nobles rejoiced at the fact that they experienced two pure blood awakening. One of them said that Zeke's golden light was quite shocking. This is because this is the first time it was happening. They wondered about where Zeke was. The scene shifts and we are taken to our boy's room. He took off his gloves and jacket. He was relieved to be inside the room. He felt suffocated in the hall. Zeke took a look around. He wondered about why he was fine. All pure bloods have the ability of mana inhibition. It is the ability that proves that a person is in opposition of the dragon, which is the source of mana. However, because most machines use mana as their fuel, a pure blood requires the use of the house's gloves. Zeke knew that he should have been experiencing some problems the moment he took off the gloves. This means that he was not a pure blood. He opened his status window. It was much different from before. He got the ability of mana reflection and not mana inhibition. He sat down to check his skills. Mana reflection allows him to create a distortion field to nullify nearby mana. Because the mana lamps were fine, Zeke believed that the skill was not a passive one. Our boy also noticed that he was a rare healer before the rite. Now he is a unique immortal. All the graduates had regular awakenings with blue aura. Only Reyna had a red pure blood awakening. Zeke's awakening was red at first, then it later turned gold. Our boy wondered about what it meant. He remembered that the system said that the classification terminal lost critical information. He wondered if the bronze statue was the classification terminal. As soon as the system put in the information, the halted bronze statue began to emit a red light. When he remembered this, Zeke understood what happened. He realized that the bronze statue does not determine whether or not a person is awakened. It determines the user's class. Red is for rare class and gold is for unique. Zeke remembered that the bronze statue is an ancient relic used even before the time of the founder of the family. The concept of class does not exist anymore, so the statue was only used to check if one has awakened or not. The family has mislabeled the red light shown as a sign of pure blood awakening instead of rare class. Zeke could not believe that no family had ever realized this. He noticed that he had also acquired some karma points. He got 100 karma points. He decided to use 10 points to view his draconian skills. The system told him that he can now browse through his list of skills. His draconian skills were all at level 1. He got a skill called Dragon Eyes. The skill allows him to view detailed information of an individual after careful observation. He needed 20 points to unlock this skill. He received a skill called Might of the Dragon. The skill allows him to make his enemies surrender with his aura. He needs 30 points to unlock this skill. The third skill he received was Devour. It allows him to eat and digest a lot. It will cost Zeke 50 points to unlock this skill. Zeke understood the abilities of Dragon Eyes and Might of the Dragon, but he did not understand why he would need a skill like Devour. He decided to get something that is obviously good. He did not want to take a chance. He unlocked the Dragon Eyes and the Might of the Dragon. He believed that the Might of the Dragon was too dangerous to use here. He decided to activate the Dragon Eyes. His eyes turned gold. They looked like that of a dragon. He looked around to see what would happen. He expected to get more details from his surroundings, but nothing happened. He stood up and opened the door that led to the balcony. When he stood on the balcony, he saw something amazing. The statue in the center of the garden looked like it was right in front of him. He realized that this skill will be very useful to him. When he closed the door of the balcony, the system asked him if he wants a detailed information of the object. Zeke was surprised to hear this. Multiple windows appeared in front of him. The system told him about where the items around him were made. His carpet was made from the Room Empire and his drawer was made from the Merc Empire. While he was looking around, Zeke became tired. He quickly sat down. While breathing heavily, he wondered if all draconian skills are like this. He couldn't use them for a long time. While he was breathing heavily, the system activated his healing factor and vigor recovery. Zeke was surprised to see this. He never intended on using the skills. When he opened his status window, he noticed that all his class skills have changed into passive skills and their levels have increased by 1. His healing factor allows his body to automatically repair itself. Zeke smiled when he saw this description. The skill was too broken. Healing may seem like an overpowered skill, but it is not something Zeke can constantly use and its effects are limited. However, healing factor is infinite. Our boy decided to test out the skill. He grabbed a table knife. He used it to cut himself. The moment he did this, his healing factor got activated. When he cleaned the blood on his arm, he saw that his hand looked normal. Zeke remembered that it takes 5 years to finish the academy. With a smile on his face, he said that he will finish within 2 years. Draker Academy is the greatest knight academy on the continent. It is a place that any aspiring knight would give an arm and a leg to enroll in. The academy is located in the Duchy of Troy. It teems with life each time a new semester rolls around. At the academy, we see several students looking at Zeke. Our boy remembered that higher-ranked students in this place are no different from adults. All of them have been trained to perfection. Zeke noticed that the students from the great families have already established their authority. He believed that his family was rotten to the core. Among the countless branch families supporting the transcendent Draker family, there are 3 families that have the largest amount of influence. These families are the great families. The Turin of Strength, which is Reyna's family, is the first one. Zimmons of Wisdom is the second family, and the Vardek of Gold is the third family. Zeke decided to ignore the great families. He believed that he had nothing to do with them. He went to his dormitory. Our boy was given a high-class dormitory in the Platinum Mansion. Zeke was given a dormitory in this place because he is a pure blood. The Platinum Mansion is a dormitory furnished with a training hall, a library, and various kinds of facilities. It is only open to the highest-ranked students. Even those from the cradle can't easily get inside. Pureblood awakeners like Zeke and Reyna are given the special privilege of a floor master. They are given an entire floor at the top of the building. These floors are known as the Platinum Floors. When Zeke went into the building, a maid welcomed him. She told him that she has been expecting him. The maid told him that she will escort him to his assigned floor. When our boy arrived at his floor, a large amount of servants greeted him. Zeke felt like this was too much. He believed that no student deserved this kind of treatment, even if they are purebloods. An older servant informed him that Decker is waiting for him in his room. When Zeke stepped into his room, Decker bowed his head and greeted him. Our boy asked the man to tell him what happened. Decker told his master that he has something to deliver to him. He presented Zeke with a box. When our boy opened the box, he found some gloves inside. They were new gloves given to him for his mana inhibition. Zeke said that the new gloves are quite different from the temporary gloves. Decker was happy to hear that his master liked the gloves. Zeke picked up his sword. He told his servant that he wants to get a new sword. He asked the man about what he thinks. Decker said that it is an excellent decision. He explained to his master that the Duchy of Troy is close to the Giant's Mountain. It is abundant with good quality iron and excellent craftsmen. People even say that the first weapon of an academy alumni is always a Trojan. Decker assured his master that he will find a decent craftsman. Zeke asked him not to worry about it. He said that he already has someone in mind. He wrote the person's name in a paper. With a smile on his face, he told Decker that he will meet the person himself. He asked the man to set up an appointment for him. He stretched out his hand and gave the man the paper. Decker quickly opened the paper. He saw the name of Galleon Halberd. He said that he has never heard of this name before. He assured Zeke that he will contact the person immediately. He reminded our boy that classes are starting tomorrow. He asked him to review the relevant documents beforehand. Zeke told him that he will do it. While he was reading the documents, Zeke realized that he has a lot of freedom to develop his draconian skills because the Platinum Floor is completely isolated. The moment he thought of this, someone knocked on his door. He asked the person to step in. A maid informed Zeke that Reyna has sent him a dinner invitation. Our boy found this odd. He asked the maid to take him there. When Zeke arrived at the top of the building, he saw something weird. He saw members of Reyna's gang standing behind her. The girl was sitting. Our boy wondered about why they were acting like the Southern Cartel. Raina welcomed him to her floor. She apologized to Zeke for the crowd. She said that her family's people are rather peculiar. Our boy sat down. He asked her not to worry about it. Raina said that they can discuss their business after their meal. Zeke noticed that the lightning knight was fully utilizing her lower abdomen to control her aura. He realized that she was getting close to becoming a purple knight. He wondered why her swordsmanship was stuck in a rut. He believed that this was a waste of her potential. After they were done eating, Zeke could only laugh in a nervous manner. He always knew that he was a big eater, but Raina was beyond his expectations. The girl basically devoured her food. Since they were done eating, Raina suggested that they get down to business. She asked Zeke to accept the Turin family's support. Our boy reminded the girl that they are both pure-blood awakeners. Raina believed that Zeke had a misunderstanding about pure-blood awakeners. She explained to him that although they receive a lot of privileges, they don't receive any help when it comes to their growth. The centuries of academic and practical know-how accumulated in the academy and a personal instructor to effectively raise your abilities are things necessary to grow. A person who doesn't have any of this will fall behind regardless of how well off they are. This is why support families are necessary. Even Abel, who is a pure-blood awakener like them, received support from his maternal family, which is the Zimmons. Thanks to their support, Abel became the youngest person to attain the title of White Knight. He is also a Black Knight. Raina told our boy that the patriarch of her family told her that he is not receiving any support from his maternal family. She said that the patriarch did not tell her the reason for this. She decided to give Zeke another chance. She asked him to accept her family's support. Zeke quickly declined her request. Raina was shocked to hear this. She asked our boy for his reason. She told him that it will be good for him to receive her family's support. Our boy stood up. He told her that he does not need any other things than the benefits he is receiving as a pure-blood awakener. He walked towards the exit. He placed his hand on a tree. He told Raina that he will give her a piece of advice to thank her for the meal. He told her that her sword has too much strength behind it. Raina did not understand what Zeke was saying. He told her that she is too conscious of the men who were behind her earlier. Zeke used his hand to shake the tree. It let out a lot of leaves. He explained to Raina that her greatest strength is the fluidity that arises from having a flexible body. He advised her to not receive attacks head-on and to not crush her opponents with her strength. He told her that fluidity will allow her to cast her opponent's attack aside and land a single delicate strike. Zeke gently controlled the leaves with his movements. He told her that she will be able to grow several times stronger if she follows his advice. Raina was surprised to hear this. After saying this, Zeke walked towards the exit. He thanked her for the meal. Raina slammed her hand on the table. She was annoyed to hear the advice Zeke gave her. The Turin family is the herald of strength. Raina believed that she was simply following her family's tradition. She told herself that she was not being conscious of others. The moment she said this, she realized that Zeke was right. Because she has always been obsessed with becoming a person fitting of the Turin name, she unintentionally projected her logic into her sword. She could not believe that Zeke saw right through her. Raina picked up a leaf that landed on her table. She remembered that everyone praised her as a genius when she was younger. Nobody advised her. Raina wondered about who our boy truly was. In the next scene, we see Zeke stretching his body. He realized that all his changed class skills have insane performances. He could not believe that he was fine even after training all night. Zeke was fine because of his class skill known as infinite stamina. Any fatigue will be offset quickly by an infinite amount of stamina. The skill is a passive skill. In his past life, Zeke saw the academy as hell itself. But now that he is a pure-blood awakener, this place is like heaven to him. Although money and power wasn't everything, they were still nice to have. While our boy was walking, someone called out to him. The person turned out to be Owen. The boy asked him if he is also part of the special class. Owen Zimmons is the third son of the Zimmons family. Plans and schemes are the specialty of this family. Owen used others to bully Zeke and cunningly maintained his own image. The boy told Zeke that he invited him for dinner last night, but he didn't reply. He asked our boy if he did not receive his invitation letter. Zeke wondered why Owen was trying to act friendly. With a smile on his face, our boy told him that he must be referring to the letter he saw on his desk. Owen asked him about why he did not reply. Zeke told the boy that he is funny. With a serious look on his face, he asked Owen to tell him why he needs to reply to every single letter. A huge boy stepped out. He told Zeke that he is being rude even though his master is showing him kindness. Zeke asked the boy for his identity. The huge idiot laughed. He could not believe that Zeke didn't know him. He said that those from the cradle aren't worth much. Our boy immediately understood that he was talking to an idiot. He turned around and told the boy that he understands he is trying to look good in front of his master. He asked him to remember who he is talking to. Before Zeke could leave, the idiot attacked him. Zeke managed to block the attack with his hand. The attack pushed him back. From the attack he received, Zeke realized that the high-ranking students are capable of basic aura manipulation. The huge idiot introduced himself as Durbin Roswell. He is also known as Durbin the Mighty Tree. He told Zeke that he will be teaching him some manners in place of his master. Our boy smiled when he heard the idiot's name. He could not believe that a cadet who isn't a knight has a pseudonym. He charged at Durbin. He called him a joke. Zeke gave the idiot a heavy punch on his stomach when he got close to him. He spat out some blood. The attack sent him flying. He got slammed to the ground and lost consciousness. Zeke asked the other students if they want to go next. He asked Owen to pick someone. Owen moved close to our boy. He told him that he likes to bask in his own glory. Zeke called the boy a joke. Draker Academy is largely split into two classes. There is the normal class where people are taught that they can overcome their lack of talent with efforts. Due to this, they follow a strict regimen from early morning to late night. The other class is the special class. Students of this class can choose their subjects freely outside of basic subjects. Even within the academy, the place where the greatest elites gather is the special class. Due to this, Zeke had some expectations for the class. To his surprise, most of the people in the class are just the alumni of the Cradle. Our boy believed that this was actually the Cradle class, not the special class. The instructor in the class asked the students to keep quiet. He told them that someone special has come to encourage the freshmen of the special class. He said that the person was the commander-in-chief during the Eastern Empire War 20 years ago, and he is also the hero that stopped the Empire's invasion with his resourcefulness. The students became excited when they heard this. An old man stepped into the class. The instructor asked the students to welcome Dean Howard Draker. With a smile on his face, the man greeted the students. This man is the dean of the academy. He is also a war hero. People worship him as a war hero and a tactical genius. But the truth was that the information he leaked to the enemy for his own survival just happened to throw the enemy into chaos. Howard was simply a traitor that got lucky. Zeke was aware of this fact. He remembered that Howard was the main perpetrator that got him kicked out of the academy. Our boy lost the only place where he could belong and ended up wandering around the Duchy of Troy. He eventually got captured by slave traders and got sold off to the Southern Cartel. Zeke promised to pay Howard back for what he did. After the dean left, the instructor asked them to take his words to their hearts. He told them that they will begin basic classes immediately. He asked them to take their swords and head to the arena. At the special class indoor arena, we see the students on a line. Zeke couldn't believe that the special class still has to learn the basics of dragon slaying. Due to the fact that he couldn't use aura in his past life, he spent 2 years learning what would have taken the average person 3 months to learn. Zeke hoped that the class would be easy. A blond man welcomed the cadets. He introduced himself as Andre Draker. He told them that he will be teaching them the dragon slaying basics. The cadets were surprised to see that someone so young was their instructor. Andre is also known as the Rose Knight. Even though he was not a pure-blood awakener, he graduated early from the academy and he graduated from Valhalla as the valedictorian. He is a once-in-a-century genius that was awarded the Draker name. Zeke was surprised to see that even the special class instructors were on a different level. He remembered that Andre was famous for his inflexible personality. With a scary look on his face, Andre asked the students to keep quiet. He told them that he will start the class now. He asked everyone to draw their swords. The cadets immediately obeyed his order. When Zeke was about to take his sword out, Andre saw him. He asked him about what his sword is. Our boy took out his huge sword and freely swung it around. He told Andre that this is the sword he is using. Andre asked our boy to come to the stage. He asked Zeke if he is not aware of the fact that he must pick a sword that suits his body. Zeke already knew that Andre would complain. He purposely made sure to stand out when drawing his sword. With a smile on his face, our boy told his instructor that he can beat him with his sword. Zeke believed that it will be faster for him to show Andre his skills. Andre was surprised to see that a cadet would challenge his authority. He glared at Zeke to instill fear in him. The class skill known as Indomitable Mental Defense got activated. It prevented Zeke from feeling any fear. Andre told our boy that he understands if he wants to learn with his body. Zeke was happy to see that he bit his bait. Andre took out his sword. He told our boy that if his blade manages to touch his body, he will be exempted from the punishment for his rudeness. He told him that he will also be exempted from the Dragon Slaying Basics class. Andre assured Zeke that he won't use aura on a cadet. Our boy was happy to hear about class exemption. He was certain that he could beat Andre since he knows his weakness. But he couldn't do anything reckless because Abel was keeping an eye on him. Zeke knew that it will be dangerous for him to garner attention the same way he did in the cradle. He decided to just graze Andre's clothes and lose. He picked up his sword and took a stance. He charged at Andre's neck at a crazy speed. The instructor easily blocked the attack. Zeke was not surprised to see this. He already knew that a blue knight will be strong. He realized that this fight wasn't going to be as easy as he wanted. He began to attack Andre more fiercely. He attacked him from different angles. The instructor still managed to block the attacks. The other cadets were surprised to see the level which an official Draker Knight was at. They could not believe that Zeke has not managed to touch him even after 30 minutes. Andre made a huge swing that pushed Zeke back. The moment he did this, his hand began to shake. He was shocked to see the ridiculous amount of stamina that Zeke had. Even though he was suppressing his aura, he did not think that it would be possible for him to be losing to a cadet. While breathing heavily, Andre said that the existence of pure blood awakeners is unfair. Zeke was not surprised to see that Andre still had the same poor stamina. He knew that the instructor was at a bigger disadvantage because he was suppressing his aura. The Draker aura cultivation method is known for its peculiarity. A person must activate their aura during training, during daily tasks, and even when eating and sleeping. A person must maintain it as if they are breathing. In other words, Andre is basically holding his breath. Zeke charged at him. The instructor managed to block his attacks. He pushed him back. Although our boy planned on losing, it didn't feel right for him to lose this way. He charged at Andre again. He decided to force him into using his aura. Andre still blocked his attack. Zeke realized that creating situations that can be easily handled is useless. He knew that he needed something that will make Andre unconsciously use aura. He needed to create an extreme situation. The instructor pushed him back again. Before his legs could touch the ground, he charged at Andre again with a crazy speed. The instructor was shocked to see how fast Zeke was. He quickly realized that he was using swift steps. Our boy ran around his instructor. He wanted to confuse him. Andre couldn't believe that a cadet knew how to use swift steps. While he was trying to follow our boy's steps, he appeared behind him like a grim reaper that wanted to take his life. His critical strike got activated. The moment it got activated, Andre sensed his presence. He quickly turned around. Unfortunately for him, it was too late. The sword was about to cut him. Andre quickly took a step back in a skillful manner. He raised his sword. He decided to use the dragon-slaying arts. He used the first verse of Chapter 1. The skill is known as Sky Slice. Zeke smiled when he saw this. He quickly raised his sword to block the attack. Andre's attack pushed him back. Aside from Reyna, the other members of the three great families were happy to see what happened. Although he managed to block the attack, his sword got broken. The pain was more than he expected. Our boy still had a smile on his face. His healing factor got activated. Zeke threw away his sword. He decided to collapse now. Andre put his sword away. People from the infirmary quickly went to check on Zeke. With a look of anger on his face, Andre announced that our boy no longer needs to attend his class again. He asked the cadets if there is anyone among them who also wishes to be exempted. The cadets kept quiet. They knew that they were screwed if they raised their hands up. With a scary look on his face, Andre told them that he will assume that no one wants to leave. At the infirmary, we see Zeke resting on the bed. He commended himself on his performance. Although he didn't graze Andre's clothes, he got him to use aura and acknowledge his abilities. Our boy considered the situation a win-win because Andre got disciplined and he obtained free time. While resting, he remembered Andre's last attack. The technique is the most basic move of the dragon-slaying arts. However, because the technique was used by a blue knight, the force was ridiculously powerful. Although Andre was powerful, Zeke was still certain that he could beat a blue knight, especially since he had limitless stamina and healing. Even though he was already strong, Zeke did not believe that it was enough for him to live freely. He wanted unrestrained power to live a life where he was not restricted. He wanted the power that won't let him submit to anyone. While he was thinking, someone holding a bottle of liquor asked him if he is Arthur's youngest son. Our boy was shocked to see the man. He did not know who he was. With a smile on his face, the man told him that he has the same eyes as his father. He called Zeke's father an arrogant bastard. Zeke could not believe that he wasn't able to sense the man's presence despite the strong stench of booze. He could not believe that someone had the guts to call his father, who is the current patriarch of the Drakers, an arrogant bastard. He asked the man for his identity. The man asked him about how he did something. Zeke asked him about what he is talking about. The man chugged a large amount of booze. He asked our boy to stop feigning ignorance. He reminded him that he was inflicted with an internal wound. With a smile on his face, he asked Zeke to tell him how he instantly got healed. Zeke was surprised to hear that the man has found out about his healing factor. The moment he thought of this, his indomitable mental defense got activated. Our boy became calm. He realized that it was impossible for anyone to know about healing in the academy. He grabbed his bedsheet. He told the man that he does not know what he is talking about. The man could not believe that Zeke was still keeping up with his charade. He swung his hand at our boy. Zeke managed to react and dodge the attack. The man's hand cut through the pillow and the bed. Our boy assumed that the man was an assassin. He quickly threw the bedsheet at him. It covered the man's face. The man said that our boy has some tricks. Zeke grabbed his sword. He quickly activated his swift steps, his precise stab, and his critical strike. He charged at the man. His instincts were telling him that he will die if he does not kill the man now. To his surprise, the man stopped his sword with his hand. He commended our boy on his ability to adapt to the situation. He pushed Zeke's sword down. Our boy could not even move it. With a smile on his face, he told Zeke that he fights like a mercenary. Our boy was shocked to hear this. He wondered about who the man was. He quickly stepped back when he heard this. He wondered about why the man called him a mercenary. He wondered if the man knew something about his past life. The man played with Zeke's sword. He found it odd that a Draker abandoned his sword and stepped back. He threw Zeke's sword back to him. He told him that he is better suited to be a mercenary than a knight. Our boy caught the sword. Zeke felt something that he only felt from his master. He became certain after having a brief fight with the man. Our boy felt the overwhelming gap between their abilities. It was to the point where this man could kill him anytime he wanted. Zeke was certain that this man was at least a red knight. The man realized that our boy was using a claymore from the basic supply of the cradle. He told Zeke that he is talented. He asked him about why he is using such a weapon. The moment the man asked his question, someone opened the door. The person seemed to have been searching for the man. The person turned out to be Andre. Zeke wondered why the instructor came there. Andre referred to the man as garden keeper Dexter. Our boy was surprised to hear that the man was a garden keeper. The man referred to Andre as a leech-like bastard. He asked him about how he knew he was there. Andre told him that he saw him at the training ground. The man was annoyed to hear this. He realized that Andre is quick-witted. Andre asked Zeke to leave since he is done getting his treatment. Our boy quickly went to the door. Before he left, the man asked him to visit the Academy Western Greenhouse if he has some time. He told him that he will teach him something useful. Zeke declined the offer and stepped out of the room. The man was annoyed to hear this. He told our boy that he has the same personality as his father. Our boy closed the door. He could not believe that the man was pretending to be a garden keeper, someone who has the rank to call the current patriarch by his name. Zeke remembered that this man is the one who only had one disciple throughout his life. Andre was his disciple. This man is Duke Draker. He is also known as the Gale Knight. He is one of the Black Knights who have the martial power to go against a whole kingdom alone. Duke was quite the talk of the town in the past. He suddenly disappeared one day. Zeke could not believe that Duke was living a secluded life at the academy. He realized that this must be the reason why Andre came to the academy. Our boy remembered hearing a rumor that Duke obtained Black Knight status simply because he likes the color black. Right now, Duke is showing some interest in Zeke, however. Our boy was not interested in receiving light teaching due to a simple interest. He wanted to learn Duke's secret move. He promised to change the man's interest into tenacity. In the next scene, we are taken to a classroom. We see an instructor explaining things to the cadets. This man is the Academy's magic theory professor. His name is Fannin. Fannin asked the cadets if they know the next step to what he is teaching them. None of them replied. They were all bored. Fannin decided to just explain it himself. Before he could say anything, Zeke told him that the person will take damage due to resistance. He told the man that he does not understand the mana transfer energy law he mentioned earlier. Fannin was extremely happy to see that a cadet was listening to him. Zeke wondered about why he was staring at him. He called out to his professor. Fannin apologized to him. He told him that this is the first time he is getting a question. He quickly began to explain. When the class was over, the cadets quickly stood up. They did not understand why they were learning magic theory at a night academy. Zeke noticed that the lecture was quite easy to understand. He realized that his professor was not an ordinary mage. Before he could leave the class, someone called out to him. Zeke turned around and asked Fanon if something is wrong. While breathing heavily, the man said that everything is fine. He explained to our boy that this is the first proper class he has had in a while thanks to him. He asked Zeke to come to his research lab if he is ever curious about anything. He revealed to our boy that he is a Delphoa Magic University Scholarship alumnus. He assured him that he knows a lot of things. Zeke was surprised to hear this. He knew that the man wasn't an ordinary mage, but he did not think that he will be an alumnus from Delphoa, the nation where magic originated from. He told the man that he understands. Fanon waved to our boy as they left the classroom. Zeke gently smiled at him. He believed that it would be good for him to get closer to a mage. Mages who are good at math are usually flexible thinkers. Our boy believed that this mages are better suited as colleagues than stuffy knights. He decided to test Fanon to see if he will be useful. The moment he stepped out of the building, he saw something odd. He saw Duke resting on a bench in front of the building. Our boy did not expect the man to be so impatient. It has only been a week since they saw each other. Duke asked Zeke if he is done with class. Our boy asked him about why he came. The man asked him to tell him why he did not come to the greenhouse. He believed that our boy must have understood what he meant when he told him that he will teach him some useful things. Zeke told Duke that he is not interested. Duke was shocked to hear this. He asked our boy to tell him why he is not interested. Zeke told the man that he is well aware that he is incredibly talented. He told him that he is busy with individual training. Duke told him that personal training is truly important. The moment he said this, he appeared behind our boy. He asked him if this is the answer he wanted to hear. Before Zeke could react, Duke used his hand to knock him out. In the next scene, we see Zeke wake up next to a tree. He could not believe that Duke knocked him out. He realized that 1 week was a lot of time to the man. When he looked around, he realized that he was at the western greenhouse. He saw Duke next to him. He was pouring some water on the plants in front of him. Zeke asked the man if he abducted him. Duke told him that he is correct. With a smile on his face, he told our boy that he is a bit interested in him. Zeke was surprised to see that the man was no longer hiding it. He realized that this man was very impatient. He quickly activated his swift steps and began to run. He believed that it was not yet time for him to learn anything from the man. Before he could get far, Duke appeared in front of him. Our boy was surprised to see this. He quickly changed his direction. Before he could get anywhere, Duke appeared in front of him again. Zeke had to stop moving. He understood that the man only saw him as a joke. He realized that he needed to light a fire within him. He asked him to tell him why he is interested in him. Duke reminded him that he asked him about how he was able to heal his injuries instantly. Zeke was surprised to hear this. He smiled when he heard the man's answer. He could not believe that this was what bothered him. He asked Duke to make him give him an answer if he is curious. Duke thought about our boy's answer. He disappeared in front of him. Zeke was shocked to see this. He took a look around. He wondered about where Duke was. While he was looking around, a sword flew towards him. When the sword got close to his head, our boy managed to dodge it. He caught the sword hilt. He asked Duke about what he is doing. The man reminded Zeke that he asked him to make him answer. He told our boy that this is too easy for him. He suggested a bet. He told him that he will grant him any wish if he grazes his clothes. Zeke was surprised to see that both the master and the disciple bet the same way. With a scary look on his face, Duke told our boy that he has to reveal everything that he is hiding if he gives up on the duel. After fighting Zeke for a while, Duke began to wonder if our boy is really a child. They had already fought for 3 hours, and yet Zeke did not seem tired. Duke noticed that Zeke's stamina and wounds are being healed endlessly. Our boy stood up from the ground. He tried to hold himself up. His healing factor and his infinite stamina got activated. He got a hold of himself. He realized that he won't be able to win the bet even if they fight all day. Our boy remembered the skill known as Might of the Dragon. He did not use the skill because it seemed dangerous. He believed that the skill would be perfect against a Black Knight. He took a stance and covered his body with ether. He was completely locked in. With a scary look on his face, he told Duke that they can continue. The Gale Knight was happy to see the look on Zeke's face. He told him that this is how things should be. Our boy gathered his ether in his legs. He activated his swift steps and charged at Duke at a ridiculous speed. He appeared in front of the Gale Knight with his sword close to his neck. Duke smiled when he saw this. He realized that our boy was repeating the same attack pattern. Duke believed that although Zeke was fast, he was not as talented as Andre and Reyna. The one thing he found unique about Zeke was his spite. Our boy's spite surpassed tenacity. He decided to use a bit of aura to make the fight interesting. Before he could use the aura, Zeke activated the might of the dragon. Duke felt the pressure of a dragon coming from Zeke. The pressure made him panic. He quickly destroyed Zeke's sword with his hand. He did not understand what was going on. Our boy quickly blocked his vision by hitting his sword on the ground to create dust. Because everywhere was covered in dust, Duke assumed that it will also be difficult for Zeke to find him. The moment he thought of this, our boy jumped out of the dust. He came out behind Duke. He activated his dragon eyes and swung his broken sword at the man. Zeke felt his sword pass through the man. Duke disappeared in front of our boy. He created a large amount of dust from his movement. Zeke quickly realized that this was Duke's secret move. He could not believe that the man caused a gust from a simple dash. He realized that this is why the man is called the Gale Knight. Immediately he thought of this. Duke appeared behind him. Our boy quickly turned around when he sensed his presence. When he turned, Duke appeared in front of him. He clenched his fist and covered it with aura. He told Zeke that they can call the duel a draw. The moment he said this, he gave our boy a heavy punch. Zeke spat out some blood. The punch sent him flying. Due to the excessive usage of his skills, his fatigue surpassed the acceptable limit. The system decided to forcefully shut down his consciousness for his own safety. Before he lost consciousness, Duke said some things to him. When our boy woke up, he found himself in his room. He wondered if Duke brought him there. He laughed when he thought about the fact that he almost won. Although he lost, he wasn't annoyed because he fought against a Black Knight. Zeke knew that he had done everything that he can do with his current abilities. He tried to get Duke to let down his guard by repeating the same attack 100 times over. At the decisive moment, he used the might of the dragon. He even used the dragon eyes, but it wasn't enough. Zeke was certain that the skill Duke used at the end was his secret move. Although he got knocked out for using the draconian skills too excessively, he was able to see Duke's secret move. He witnessed the nonsensical high-speed movement arts which Duke used with his extremely trained body. Zeke realized that this secret move must have been what allowed Andre, who has a weak stamina, to rise to the position of a Red Knight. Our boy felt bad that he lost the opportunity to learn the secret move, but he believed that the fight was worth it. He remembered how the might of the dragon had the pressure that made a Black Knight hesitate. He was certain that most small fries would submit the moment they are exposed to the skill. While he was thinking, a status window appeared above him. It told him that he has an unopened message. When he opened the message, he saw that the Swift Steps has changed into a rank C skill known as High Speed Movement. The system told him that his soul has developed due to the demonstration of strong will. Along with the development of his soul, his system functions got activated. The system told him that it is possible to activate the next function using karma points. Our boy was surprised to see this. The mini-map function got opened. The geographical terrain features can be seen through the form of a map. Zeke needed 20 points to unlock this function. Another function known as inventory got activated. It allows Zeke to save as many items as it can accommodate. Our boy needed 20 points to unlock this function. The last function he activated is the Elementra level quest book. This function involves tutorials and missions for the effective development of low-ranking administrators. Our boy needed 45 points to unlock this function. He had 40 karma points left. He decided to unlock inventory. The system explained to him that any item he selects will be stored inside the inventory. When retrieving items stored inside the inventory, Zeke needs to think of the name or shape of the item. The inventory got displayed in front of him. The system explained to him that the amount of space an item takes in the inventory is dependent on its weight and size. It told him that he can use karma points to increase the size of his inventory if he wants a larger storage space. Our boy grabbed his sword. He remembered that he can activate his skills just by thinking of them. He believed that putting an item in the inventory would be the same way. He raised his sword and asked the system to save it. The moment he thought of this, the claymore disappeared from his hand. Zeke was surprised to see this. He noticed that the claymore took 2 out of the 28 boxes. He now understood what the system meant when it said that the space the item takes is dependent on the weight and size of it. He decided to retrieve it by thinking about its name. The claymore quickly reappeared in his hand. Zeke thought that this was just like a subspace storage, but it turned out to be better. He remembered that the subspace artifact was quite expensive, but it was difficult to find an item stored inside it. He remembered that he can even increase the inventory space with karma points. Zeke could not believe that this overpowered functions belonged to the low-rank administrator. He wondered about what will happen when he reaches a higher rank. Since the points were quite valuable, Zeke realized that he cannot use them recklessly. He believed that he needed to change his plans. While he was thinking, someone knocked on his door. The person asked him if he can step in. Zeke immediately knew that Decker was at the door. He asked the man to come in. Decker revealed to him that he has a message for him. He stretched out a paper to our boy. He said that it came from garden keeper Dexter. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He smiled when he read the message. Duke asked him to come again if he wants to challenge him. Zeke was happy to see that the fight wasn't a complete failure. He remembered that Duke said that the fight is a draw. Our boy was happy to see that he still had the opportunity to learn from the man. The moment he thought of this, Decker told him that he has one more thing to tell him. He revealed to his master that he found the blacksmith he was looking for. Our boy became excited when he heard this. He asked the servant about when the appointment is. Decker told his master that there is a problem. He said that the blacksmith refused the appointment. Zeke was shocked to hear this. He asked Decker for the reason. Decker revealed to his master that the blacksmith doesn't make weapons anymore. In the next scene, we see Zeke arrive at a shop called Papner's Breath. Our boy found the name to be too grand for a workshop. He stepped into the workshop and asked if anyone is inside. The Sword of Radiance, known as Graham, is the masterpiece that Galleon forged. He gave it to Zeke as payment for saving his life. He is a man who deserves to be called the blacksmith of the soul. It was said that he can read the souls of the users before making their weapons. He lived up to his name by creating a sword that possessed the ability that Zeke needed the most. The sword had the ability to replace ether with aura. Galleon was the greatest blacksmith in the continent. When Zeke stepped into the forge, he saw a man drinking a bottle of wine. He did not expect to see Galleon in this state. Galleon was surprised to see a kid in his workshop. He asked Zeke to get out. Although Galleon has always been someone who has a moody temperament, it has never been this extreme. Our boy wondered about what happened to Galleon before he met him. Zeke picked up a bucket of water and poured it on the man. He threw the bucket on the floor. With a smile on his face, Zeke asked him if he is awake now. He told him that he wants to know the reason why he rejected his commission. Galleon quickly noticed Zeke's gloves. He realized that he is a Draker. He quickly slammed his head on his table. He begged our boy to forgive him for his discourtesy. He told him that he is not taking any commission at the moment. He said that a bastard cannot create what someone wants when he can't even create what he wants for himself. Zeke never expected Galleon to have a stage in life where he also doubted himself. He remembered that Galleon was already the greatest blacksmith in the continent before he met him. Galleon never told him about the life he lived. He realized that the blacksmith never shared his embarrassing past with him. Our boy was not ready to wait 10 years for Galleon to come around. The blacksmith was already having a serious mental breakdown. Zeke called out to him. The man quickly put himself together. He apologized to him for his disgraceful behavior. Our boy asked him not to worry about it. He told him that he wants to see some of his failures. Galleon told him that it is at the back. Zeke decided to guide the man back to the right path. The scene shifts, and we see them at the back of the building. Galleon apologized to Zeke for making everywhere clustered. Our boy assured him that it is fine. He told him that it actually looks charming. He moved forward and picked up one of the swords. Galleon asked him to be careful. He told him that the swords are still very sharp, even if they are failures. Zeke picked the swords and threw them aside. He could tell that none of these swords were failures. Each of them are of similar quality to the things he forged when he was named the greatest blacksmith on the continent. He activated his dragon eyes and took another look at the swords. He asked Galleon if there is a problem with his brazier. The man was shocked to hear this. He asked our boy about how he knew. Zeke reminded him that he asked him a question. He asked him if he utilizes his own style of smelting. Galleon was shocked to hear this. Our boy said that the man has mixed several metals to create a lighter and exquisite material. Unfortunately, the durability of the items is poor. The moment he said this, Zeke used one of the swords to hit another sword. The two swords broke. He told the blacksmith that things like this happened because the impurities weren't properly eliminated during the heat treatment process. Galleon could not believe what he was hearing. He did not expect Zeke to make an accurate analysis of everything. He did not think that our boy would be able to immediately recognize his smelting method. He even analyzed the major flaw and its cause. Galleon realized that the person in front of him is different. He clenched his fist and called out to our boy. He told him that he has something to show him. He took Zeke back inside. He asked him to take a look at something. The moment he said this, he spread a large blueprint of something on the table. Zeke immediately recognized what he was looking at. He knew that this was Galleon's secret blueprint that will be revealed years later. It is the blueprint of a magic brazier. In the past, Galleon showed our boy his brazier. He said that there is no point in hiding something from his savior. He explained to Zeke that it is a brazier where the temperature can be freely adjusted with magic. In the present, our boy told the man that his smelting method will work perfectly with the brazier. Galleon was happy that Zeke was able to understand his idea. Our boy asked him about why he is not making it when he has the blueprint. Galleon explained to him that the most important part of the brazier is the mana energy laws. However, the Magic Tower's commission fee is 10,000 gold. Zeke was shocked to hear this. The monthly expenses of a normal family is 10 gold. 10,000 was a ridiculous amount. Our boy realized that it must have taken Galleon 10 years to gather the money. He said that the price is too absurd. Galleon told him that this is why he wanted to show him, because he is a Draker and a pure blood. He promised Zeke that he will accept any commission from him for free and without any conditions for as long as he lives if he makes the brazier for him. This was a tricky situation for Zeke. It would have been possible if he were the family's guardian knight. Unfortunately, it is impossible for him to get 10,000 gold even if he is a pure blood. However, our boy could not give up on the Sword of Radiance. While thinking, Zeke got an idea. He remembered that the issue is related to mana energy laws. He rolled up the blueprint and told Galleon that he accepts his request. The man was surprised to hear this. Zeke explained to him that he will ask for a favor from a mage he knows. He told Galleon that he will let him know when he gets an answer. He advised the man to stop drinking. The moment he said this, he saw Galleon holding his leg. With tears in his eyes, the blacksmith thanked our boy. He promised to serve him for the rest of his life as his savior. Zeke asked him to let go. He assured him that he will contact him once it is complete. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the professorial research buildings. We see Zeke walking somewhere. He wondered why the Magic Tower's commission fee were so high. The structure of the brazier itself was quite simple. Our boy was on his way to meet Fanon. He remembered that the instructor's major is the design of mana energy laws. While thinking, our boy hears a sound. He turned to the side. He noticed that the noise was coming from an alley. When he went to check it out, he saw a boy getting beat up in the alley. The boy was begging his bully to forgive him. The bully turned out to be Leon. Leon asked the boy to repeat what he said. He saw the boy as Zeke. The poor boy referred to him as Sir Leon Conrad. He apologized to him for putting his lowly hands on him. The bastard referred to the boy as Zeke and told him that he said it well. He slammed his head on the ground with his leg. He told him that he will give him the opportunity to clean up the land that he messed up. The poor boy had no choice but to thank him. Our boy felt sick when he saw this. He decided to leave. Leon continued to beat the boy up. He told him that his existence is an hindrance. He said that Zeke is also an hindrance. He could not accept the fact that Zeke got a golden light during his awakening. He did not like the fact that he had a pure blood awakening that was better than others. He kicked the boy repeatedly and asked him not to mess with him. The idiot believed that his loss against Zeke could not be helped because our boy attacked him before the fight started. He referred to Zeke as a stupid bastard and wondered about how he became a pure blood awakener. He said that it was all luck. While he was beating the boy up, someone called him Freckles. Leon quickly recognized the voice. He stopped hitting the boy. With a smile on his face, Zeke asked his cousin if he has found someone to replace him. With a horrifying look on his face, he told the boys that he will give them 3 seconds to plant their heads in the ground. Leon told our boy that his arrogance has gone through the roof ever since he went through his pure blood awakening. Zeke asked him to shut up. With a scary look on his face, he asked him to get down. The boy became nervous. He felt an unknown pressure. He remembered how Zeke used to crawl between his legs a few months ago. Now he is the one who is scared. This made Leon angry. He called our boy an inferior bastard. He could not believe that he was telling him what to do. He ordered his friends to attack Zeke. The boys were happy to hear this. They quickly charged at him. Zeke asked the boys not to blame him for what is about to happen. The moment he said this, one of them stretched out his hand to punch him. Our boy easily dodged the punch. The boy was annoyed to see this. Zeke gave him a heavy punch that slammed him to the ground and knocked him out. He quickly moved close to the next person and gave him a punch in his chin. One of them tried to attack him from above. Zeke grabbed the idiot and threw him on the person that was about to attack him from behind. He charged at the next person and used his knee to hit him in his face. He went low and punched the boy that he threw. The poor bastard spat out a lot of blood. While he was down, Zeke used his leg to hit the person close to him in his chin. Leon was shocked to see what happened. He could not believe that our boy managed to beat up everyone in his group. He wondered if this was the Zeke Draker that he knew. Our boy asked him not to be scared. He told him that it will only hurt for a moment. Leon quickly took out his sword. He was shaking like a little girl. He told Zeke that he will cut him if he comes closer. Our boy told him that it was not smart for him to draw out his sword. He asked him if he knows what this means. Leon became more scared. Zeke announced that he needs to draw out his sword in order to face the murderous intent of Leon Conrad, who has unsheathed his sword outside the holy training arena. He pulled out his sword and said that he will retaliate in the name of honor. He released a terrifying energy when he said this. Zeke said that the battle will end once one of them is faced with death. Leon began to tremble when he heard this. Our boy reminded him that the opponent will take no responsibility for the outcome to follow. He asked the boy who Leon was beating up to be their witness. The boy turned out to be Liam Stone. After saying this, he told Leon that they can begin. The idiot quickly dropped his sword on the ground. He said that he is sorry. He actually peed himself. He referred to our boy as Sir Zeke Draker and begged him to let him leave. He begged him to let him go. When Zeke saw this, he remembered how he used to beg Leon to let him leave. He called Leon a foolish bastard. He attacked him with a quick slash. He put away his sword and told his cousin that he will be taking his ear as payment. The boy began to scream when Zeke said this. His hand was covered in his blood. Zeke grabbed his head. He told the boy that he will take something else if he sees his ear reattached when they meet again. With a scary look on his face, he told Leon that he will be taking his head next time. He slammed his head on the ground after saying this. He stood up and turned around. Before our boy could leave, Liam stood up and asked him about why he helped him. Zeke asked him not to worry about it. He told him that he wasn't helping him. Our boy was just helping his past self. As he walked out of the alley, he wondered if Galleon's nature rubbed off on him. He could not believe that he almost said something that embarrassing out loud. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Fannin's research lab. Zeke asked the man if it is possible for him to make the brazier. Fannin said that it should be. Our boy told him that he wants him to take care of it. The man asked Zeke to wait. He told him that it is better he listens to his explanation. He told our boy that he is correct about the overall structure being simple. However, the problem is the core in charge of power output. The core is considered the heart of the machine, but the circuit has an extremely tricky restriction. Even though it is small, it requires enough power. They will also need a way to adjust output without delay. Fannin said that something like this is unprecedented. Zeke asked him if it is possible. Fannin said that it is. He explained to our boy that they have two options. He said that he can personally adjust the design with the core in mind. He told him that it will take at least 15 years to redo the design for the core. Zeke was shocked to hear this. The instructor said that it really takes a long time. He told our boy that they still have another method. He said that they can avoid designing the core and use an alternative material. Although this would save them a lot of time, the material needed is a high-compression manna stone. Zeke could not believe what he was hearing. He reminded the instructor that this is an ancient artifact that can't be made with modern technology. Fannin told him that he is correct. He said that it is extremely hard to find an artifact in the ruins. To come across a manna stone that can withstand their design, it will cost them over 3,000 gold. Zeke was shocked to hear this. The situation was not looking good for him. He knew that he will get kicked out if someone finds out that he can't use aura. 15 years was too long for him to wait. Unfortunately, he did not have 3,000 gold, but he was still not ready to give up on the Sword of Radiance. Most people think that Zeke is an aura user thanks to the events that occurred during the Blessing Rite. They did not know that it was merely a reaction created from ether and healing. The fact that he is unable to use aura still remains the same. Ether is considered to be a difficult power to be controlled by humans. However, excluding the skill known as the Spirit of the Soul, which his master taught him, Zeke can't use any sword skill that utilizes aura. Even with the skill, our boy can only reinforce and swing his sword around. Compared to ether, aura is easier to use and more versatile. This is why Zeke needs Graham. Our boy wondered about how he was going to get a high-compression manna stone. Fanon said that the creator of the blueprint is amazing. Even if they took the complicated core into account, it is still an efficient design. He said that this brazier will be difficult to create even more than the Golden Age relics. The moment Zeke heard about the Golden Age relics, he got an idea. He could not believe that he did not think of this idea earlier. He stood up and asked his professor to take care of his design until he is back. Fanon was surprised to hear this. He asked Zeke if he wants him to use the 15 years to complete the design. Our boy laughed when he heard this. He said that he is going to bring something. With a smile on his face, he told him that he will bring back a high-compression mana stone. The Golden Age is the time when the Liberation War was fought to escape the rule of dragons. The war ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut. The dragon was slain by Tarakan Draker. This granted humanity a century of peace. During that time, ancient relics were uncovered within the dragon's lair. They were the remnants of the age of the Hero King. This was the prime age of magic. All the discovered relics, techniques, and magic far surpassed modern standards. Among these items was the high-compression mana stone. It is an item that is capable of sustaining the mana needs of a village. It is a relic from the age of the Hero King. In the next scene, we are taken to the Draker Academy's central library. Despite being rarely used, the central library continued to be maintained. It is believed to have been established by Tarakan himself. During the expansion of a records room, relics from the Golden Age were discovered. This led to the involvement of the Magic Tower and the Archmage of Nirvana, who is a member of the three great families. During those few months, countless relics from the Golden Age were discovered. News of it spread through the Continental newsletter. This event will take place 10 years later. For now, no one is even aware of the existence of the treasures. We see Zeke looking around the records room of the library. While looking around, our boy realized that he can search for it all day and still not find it. He activated his dragon eyes and began to search again. While looking around, he saw a tile that had a red glow. When he tapped the tile, he noticed that it sounded hollow. He activated the soul of the spirit and formed a blade made out of ether with his hand. The technique is known as cut. This was the only ether application for the soul of the spirit skill, which he learned from his master. Zeke used the skill to cut the tile in a clean way. Since ether materializes a user's will, it is possible to apply certain properties like cut and use it in different scenarios. However, the skill has its drawbacks. The user must expend a large amount of ether to perform any action. Zeke immediately got a headache after using the skill. It was too much for his body. He opened the tile and jumped inside. In the next scene, we see Zeke holding a torch underground. He did not remember the newsletter saying that the place was this deep. The moment he thought of this, he sensed the presence of something. He quickly put out the torch and hid himself. He remembered that it should take at least a decade for people to discover this ruin. He wondered if someone was already there. He activated his dragon eyes to see in the dark. He found two skeletons holding a shovel and a pickaxe. He was able to tell that the monsters were not made by a lich. This means that the fight should be easy. He took out his sword from his inventory and rushed to attack them. Critical Strike got activated when he attacked the skeleton with the pickaxe. He easily destroyed the skeleton with the shovel. After he defeated the skeletons, the system informed him that he has obtained 2 karma points for defeating the 2 skeletons. His current karma points was now 22. Zeke was happy to see that he can gather karma points by killing monsters. He remembered that the system once said he can do this. He forgot because he was focused on the artifact. While looking like a madman, Zeke realized that this was a good time for him to farm points. He began to hunt the skeletons in the ruins. He killed 18 more skeletons. After doing this, he took a look at the system. He wanted to see if he could find something he could unlock with his points. The beginner quest book requires 45 points, and the minimap is going for 20 points. To unlock the draconian skill known as Devour, he needs 50 points, and to raise the draconian skill section to level 2, he also needs 50 points. Zeke decided to purchase the minimap. The feature was activated immediately. It showed him his position in the ruins. Our boy realized that it was similar to a magic map. He touched a section and asked about what it is. The minimap converted itself from a 2D structure to a 3D structure. Zeke was surprised to see this. He found it amazing. He noticed something odd. He asked the system why a particular section is in a different color. The system asked him if he wants the direction to the selected area, which is the grave of the Dragon Slayer and the storage room. Zeke was surprised to hear this. He remembered that it took the search party several days to get this location, and yet he found it with ease. He accepted the system's offer. The system said that it will provide him with the quickest route to his destination. It showed him a clear path to his destination. Zeke could not believe what he was seeing. He realized that it is impossible for him to get lost. In the next scene, we see our boy arrive at the entrance of the storage room. The system informed him that he has arrived at his destination. Zeke wondered about how he was going to get inside. He placed his hand on the door. He realized that he couldn't push it to get in. The moment he thought of this, the door released some magic. Zeke quickly moved his hand away. He realized that this was a security spell. He now understood why the magic tower and the Archmage of Nirvana were involved. He was certain that it was because of the door. He realized that he would have lost his hand if it weren't for his gloves. He had no means of getting past the spell. He asked the system if it can't open the door for him. The system informed him that it has received the administrator's request. It said that it will connect with the security spell. It said that the activation of the automatic devices has been unsuccessful. It decided to activate the manual device. Zeke was shocked to see what was happening. He asked the system if it is responding to what he said. The system said that it is. It referred to our boy as Administrator Zeke Draker and asked him if he has any more requests. Zeke could not comprehend what was happening. He asked the system to tell him why it forced him to regress. The system said that it cannot answer the question. Our boy decided to ask another question. He asked the system to tell him what the administrator system is. The system said that it cannot answer his question. He asked the system to tell him who made it. The system said that it cannot answer the question again. It asked him if he has any more questions. Zeke felt frustrated that the system was not answering his important questions. He asked the system to just open the door. The system confirmed the request. It informed him that the grave of the Dragon Slayer, which is the storage room, has been opened. The moment it said this, the door got opened. When Zeke stepped into the room, he was surprised to see how large it was. He saw several treasure chests in the room. A treasure chest is a chest filled with valuable relics and treasures. Finding even one of these relics would be considered a miracle. When Zeke opened a chest, he saw gold coins and several valuable items. He could not believe that he was surrounded by hundreds of these chests. He quickly began to open them. While checking the chest, he found the item he was looking for. He found the high compression mana stone. He actually found a box filled with 4 of them. He used 1 point to create 4 more slots in his inventory. Unfortunately for him, he didn't have enough space for everything in the storage room. He decided to return to this place regularly until he graduates. Since he had found what he wanted, he decided to return back to the surface. Before he could take a step forward, he felt something. He felt an ominous energy coming from somewhere. He moved close to the wall to check the place. The moment he touched the wall, it released some magic. Zeke was shocked to see this. Before he could do anything, a magic circle got activated. The magic circle teleported our boy somewhere else. Zeke found himself in another room. He quickly called out to the system and asked it about where he is. The system informed him that he is at the home of the Dragon Slayer. Zeke looked around. He was certain that he did not hear anything about a room filled with coffins in the newsletter. He opened the mini-map to check his location. He noticed that he was not far from where he previously was. The only odd thing was that there wasn't a path connected to this room. Our boy realized that this is a hidden area that was never found. He decided to explore the place. He opened one of the coffins. He saw a knight's armor inside. The system informed him that he has found unknown Dragon Slayer exclusive equipment. Our boy found the name to be weird. He raised the armor up. He believed that the armor must be different because it is from the Golden Age. While inspecting it, he noticed a hole in its neck. The moment he saw the hole, Zeke got an idea. He took out one of the high compression mana stones. He wanted to make use of the opportunity when he inserted the high compression mana stone into the hole. The system informed him that he has installed a mana battery into the Dragon Slayer exclusive equipment. The moment it said this, the armor opened its eyes. Zeke became excited. Unfortunately for him, the armor began to shake. Our boy did not understand what was happening. Before he could do anything, the armor blew up. The system explained to him that an overload caused by equipment failure has caused the activation to fail. It said that an explosion will occur in a few seconds. It advised Zeke to hide. Our boy was annoyed to hear this. He told the system that the explosion already occurred. The system apologized to him. Zeke could not believe that a high compression mana stone was the energy source for this ancient armors. He wondered about the kind of features that the armors had for them to use such a large energy source. He decided to continue looking around. After searching every room, he did not find anything. He decided to go into the last room. He found a glass cube in the room. It was the only thing in the large room. While he was looking around, the system sent a message to him. Zeke was shocked to see what the system said. He called Tarakan Draker a crazy man. The system informed him that the legacy of Tarakan Draker, which is the heart of the cursed light dragon known as Bahamut, has been found. The heart appeared in the cube. Our boy did not expect his ancestor to leave the heart of the dragon he defeated as a dying gift. He now understood the ominous feeling he got when he was in the storage room. However, what he was feeling now was different. Zeke slowly walked towards the cube. The system informed him that the heart of Bahamut is reacting to him. Our boy placed his hand on the glass. He told the heart that he can hear it. He said that he understands. He said that he will kill everyone. Our boy was slowly losing himself. Before he could completely lose himself, his indomitable mental defense got activated. He grabbed his hair. He wondered about why he wanted to kill everyone. The moment he thought of this, he felt something weird. He took a look at his hand. He saw that a dark energy had covered it. One of his eyes had turned black. The energy surrounded him. Zeke became nervous. He did not understand what was happening. He began to panic. The system informed him that he is about to take Tarakan Draker's test. He was asked to defeat the strong curse from Bahamut's heart. He was told that he will receive Tarakan's dying gift as a reward for clearing the mission. The moment the system said this, it slowly got removed. It tried to activate the indomitable mental defense, but it failed. Our boy fell to his knees. The curse asked him to kill everyone thousands of times. Zeke grabbed his head. He tried to resist the thoughts. The curse asked him to accept it. It said that he will be free when he accepts it. Fortunately, our boy is strong-willed. He hit his head on the glass cube. He asked the curse to stop mumbling. He told it that it is so annoying. As blood gushed down from his head, Zeke smiled at his cursed self. He called it a dumbass and told it that freedom is something to be won. The glass shattered after he said this. The system informed him that he has won against the light dragon's curse. It told him that he will receive ownership over Tarakan's dying wish. Zeke was relieved that the quest was over. He knew that things could have gotten worse. He did not expect a skill activation to fail. While he was thinking, his healing factor and infinite stamina got activated. The system informed him that he has started to absorb the heart of Bahamut. When our boy raised his head up, he saw the heart glowing. It fired a large amount of energy at him. The energy pushed him back. Zeke could not comprehend what was happening. A pure and dense source of mana was flowing into him. Unfortunately, Zeke did not have any circles in his body to accept the mana into. Without a place to store this mana, his body was getting destroyed. He realized that he had to do something. He released his ether and activated the spirit of the soul. He put his hand together to form a hole. He used a technique known as seal. He decided to use ether to cover the mana and seal it in an ether hole. He grit his teeth and forcefully put his energy together. While he was struggling, an explosion occurred. The explosion was quite large. Our boy was pushed down. When the smoke cleared up, we see Zeke struggling to stand. He let out some smoke from his mouth. He did not expect to actually survive. We see a mark of the dragon on our boy's chest. Zeke moved close to the glass. He noticed that the heart was gone. He realized that the mana must have really come from Bahamut. While looking at the glass, our boy noticed something. He saw a reflection of his chest. He saw the dragon's mark on it. He wondered if this happened after he sealed Bahamut's mana. While he was thinking, the system informed him that he has absorbed Bahamut's mana. It told him that the absorbed mana has changed his body. It told him that his constitution has changed to divine body. The system informed him that it has detected that he is unable to control the power. It told him that 95% of the power has been compressed and sealed. It told Zeke that he has the right to open Tarakan's secure library as the herder. It revealed to him that the beginner quest book has been unlocked. It said that tutorial for the low-level administrator has been provided. Zeke did not understand anything the system was saying. He told the system that he will check it later. He asked the system to get rid of them. The moment he said this, he asked the system to wait. He asked it to keep one status window open. He smiled when he saw what was written on the window. He said that his ancestor must have felt generous. Our boy was asked if he wants to open Tarakan's other dying gift. He asked the system to open it. The system accepted his request and told him that it will open Tarakan's gift. When the gift was open, Zeke saw something shocking inside. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Platinum Mansion. Our boy put away his clothes. He decided to take a look at his status window. The system informed him about a draconian skill known as incantation. It told him that the skill has been added. The skill allows his words to be filled with power. The skill was currently locked because he lacks experience. Zeke noticed that authority, constitution, and several other things were added. He realized that he can only use incantation once he becomes stronger. Under authority, our boy was given a skill known as Dragonic Control. It gives him control over dragonkind. Dragons under his control can be summoned and will follow his orders. Under Constitution, Zeke was given the skill known as Divine Body. It allows his body to perform at the highest level. His rate of learning techniques and his transfer rate of ether in his body will increase. The descriptions were not really helpful to Zeke. He went into a training ground. He remembered that there was another status window related to Tarakan. He asked the system to open the status window related to Tarakan. The system informed him that an information update is needed in order to open Tarakan's secure library. It asked him to move to a location where an information update is possible. It asked him if he wants to see the location on his mini-map. Our boy did not expect that he would have to go somewhere. He asked the system to show him the place. When the system showed him the place, our boy immediately recognized it. He referred to the place as Valhalla. Valhalla is the most prestigious knight training institution. People who are not administrators like him are unable to view the place, let alone enter it. Even Zeke would have trouble entering Valhalla. He never planned on joining the institution. Since it was something related to Tarakan's dying gift, our boy decided to adjust his plans. He realized that he has to continue being a part of his family. The system informed him that the beginner quest book has been activated. It told him that his tutorial will soon start. It told him that a quest will be given to encourage his growth once the tutorial is over. Once the quest is over, he will be given a reward. Zeke realized that this is similar to the mission from an adventurers guild. It is like a mercenary assignment. The only thing he didn't know was what a tutorial is. While he was thinking, the system informed him that the tutorial will begin now. The moment it said this, the ground began to transform. Zeke was shocked to see this. He was dragged into a different place. He wondered if he got teleported like earlier. He quickly realized that this was different. He could tell that the entire area has changed. While he was looking around, monsters appeared in front of him. These monsters were orcs. The system asked our boy to defeat the monsters within the given time frame using 2 or more different skills. He will be given points, and the system store will be unlocked as a reward. Zeke was given 60 minutes. He took out his sword. The situation felt weird to him. Monsters suddenly appeared, and an appropriate reward is given. Our boy wondered if the tutorial is trying to create situations where he can take advantage of the system. He wished that he had gotten the tutorial earlier. While he was thinking, the monsters rushed to attack him. Before they could hit him, Zeke activated swift steps and continuous slash. He tore through the monsters in one attack. He noticed that his claymore was as light as a feather. He realized that this was thanks to the divine body. With his current body, he could easily defeat a purple knight. The system informed him that he has completed the tutorial quest. It sent him back to his dimension. Our boy took away his sword. He wondered if what he experienced was an illusion. It felt incredibly real to him. The system told him that he has obtained critical bonus and time bonus. It told him that he has obtained 40 points and access to the shop category. Zeke was surprised to see that he can buy items through the system. He found it amazing. The items there were rare relics that cost a fortune to buy. Our boy wondered if he can make a fortune by reselling the items in the shop. The system informed him that he can also sell items in his inventory. It told him that the training claymore can't be sold. It asked him if he wants to sell an elven dagger for 4 points. Zeke realized that he can only sell ancient relics. The elven dagger could be sold for 100 gold at an auction. The 4 points was a bit too small. Our boy decided not to use it unless he really needs points. He closed the system and decided to leave the training ground. He wanted to get a good night's sleep. The next day, we are taken to Fanon's office. The man could not believe that Zeke actually found a high-compression mana stone within a day. He asked him about how he did it. Our boy said that it is too complicated for him to explain. He asked the man to tell him how long everything will take. Fanon said that it is already complete. Zeke was surprised to hear this. He told the man that he is incredible. Fanon told him that he finds it more amazing that he was able to get a high-compression mana stone. Our boy took a sip of his tea. He realized that his instructor is suspicious of him. Every time high-compression mana stones are found in the continent, they are registered using a variety of ancient texts. They are used to manage the ownership of some of the more expensive mana stones. By checking the registration number, a person can confirm where and when the mana stone was found, as well as the current owner of the mana stone. However, there is no way the mana stone Zeke has is registered. Fanon looked through the Central Continent high-compression mana stone registration encyclopedia. He was not able to find anything because Zeke is the first person to find it. Our boy liked Fanon's ability to suspect him rather than just blindly trust him. His judgment and skills were very good. He believed that his instructor is too talented to rot in a place like this. He moved close to him and asked him if he has now confirmed the registration number. Fanon was shocked to see that our boy knew. In the next scene, we are taken to Galleon's workshop. We see the blacksmith activate the brazier. He wore some gloves and used his hand to control the magic in the brazier. Galleon was extremely happy to test the brazier. Fanon was happy to see that the brazier worked. He told Zeke that he has a lecture to attend. He told him that he will see him later. Zeke thanked his professor. Galleon thanked our boy for completing the magic brazier. He said that he never expected to finish it in his life. Zeke asked him not to thank him. He reminded him that it is part of their deal. He asked him if he has not forgotten his part of the deal. Galleon told him that he hasn't. He asked Zeke to tell him what he wants. Our boy opened a box. He asked Galleon to make the item in the box into a sword. The blacksmith was shocked to see what it was. He could not believe that he was looking at a dragon's fang. This was Bahamut's sharpest fang. Galleon was extremely impressed. He said that he has never seen a fang of this size in such a perfect condition. He asked Zeke about where he got it. The fang was Tarakan's second dying gift. Our boy did not expect his ancestor to take the dragon's heart and fang. He realized that Tarakan must have loved to collect things. He told Galleon that it is a bit complicated. The moment he said this, he noticed that the man was shaking. He moved close to him and asked him if he is all right. Galleon could not believe that Zeke gave him a magic brazier, and now he is giving him the chance to work with the dragon's fang. With a look of determination on his face, Galleon promised Zeke that he will exceed his expectations. He said that he will create his blade even if it costs him his life. Our boy believed that this is expected because it is a request from someone that saved his life. He remembered that Galleon also made the same promise in his past life. At that time, he begged the man not to do too much. He smiled when he realized that Galleon was still the same. He told him that he will leave the rest to him. As he walked out of the workshop, he wondered about the kind of sword that Galleon will make this time. He was looking forward to it. The scene shifts, and we see our boy arrive in his room. He was quite tired. He did not expect to go through so much stress just to make a sword. He remembered that it has been a week since he received a note from Duke. Duke asked him to come find him. He believed that something will happen sooner or later. While he was thinking, he sensed something. When he turned around, he saw Duke step into his room through his balcony. The man seemed to be angry. He asked Zeke to tell him why he didn't come. Our boy began to shake. With a scary look on his face, Duke asked him to tell the truth. Zeke could tell that the man really wanted to kill him. He reminded the man that he told him to find him if he wants to challenge him again. He told Duke that he didn't come because he had no intention of challenging him again. Duke grabbed Zeke's clothes. He reminded him that he asked him to tell the truth. The moment he said this, he threw Zeke out through the balcony. Our boy was shocked to see himself in the air. He noticed that he was in a really high place. He realized that he will die before he gets the chance to heal. He quickly reached for the balcony. Before he could touch it, Duke grabbed his neck. He asked Zeke if he really has no intention of challenging him again. He told our boy that it is impossible for him not to be aware of his intentions. He realized that Zeke didn't come even after reading his message on purpose. He did the same thing when they met at the infirmary. The man realized that Zeke was trying to irritate him. He told him that he will give him 5 seconds. He advised him to tell the truth this time. Zeke smiled at him. He told him that he is funny. The man started counting down. Our boy reminded him that he has not yet even revealed his true identity to him. He reminded him that he is known as Garden Keeper Dexter. Duke smiled when he heard this. He threw Zeke back inside the room. Our boy slammed his head on the wall. Duke told him that he is right. He stretched out his hand and revealed to him that he was once a black knight of their household. He told him that his name is Duke Draker. Zeke placed his hand on his chest and apologized to him for disrespecting a member of the family and an honorable Black Knight. Duke was surprised to see how fast our boy accepted the truth. He asked him if he was planning this. Zeke said that he wasn't. He reminded Duke that he said he was once a Black Knight. The man said that it is not a big deal. He said that he is no longer a Black Knight. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He wondered if this is possible. He knew that it was normal for people to rise in ranks, but he has never heard of anyone who dropped in ranks. Duke asked Zeke to stop talking about it. Our boy noticed that the man's hand was shaking. He decided to drop the matter. He told the man that he will tell him the truth since he also did the same. He revealed to Duke that he was already aware of his identity. The man asked him if he bothered him so that he can become his official apprentice. Zeke told him that he is correct. Duke smiled when he heard this. He told our boy that he likes his boldness. He told him that he will accept him as his apprentice. Zeke was shocked to hear this. He did not expect it to be so easy. He decided to make it official before Duke changes his mind. He went on one knee and referred to Duke as the honorable knight among knights. He declared his intention to become his apprentice. He said that he will gain wisdom and power to bring honor to his master's name under his orders. Duke did not expect Zeke to know the apprentice's vow. He said that most people don't use it anymore. Zeke said that culture is a necessary virtue of a knight. Duke called him a sly snake. Our boy said that he will accept it as a compliment. Zeke referred to him as master and told him that he has a question for him. The man felt a little embarrassed that our boy called him master. He asked him to ask his question. Zeke asked his master to tell him why he accepted him as his disciple. Duke was famous for not accepting disciples. Only Andre, the man known as the genius of the century, managed to become his disciple after years of asking. Our boy did not understand why Duke would accept him so readily. He assumed that his master saw that his potential surpasses Andre's own during the duel they had. Duke asked him to guess the reason. Zeke asked his master if it is because he is a genius of the family. The man laughed when he heard this. He told our boy that his confidence is something else. He told him that he would have chosen Reina if he was looking for a genius. He revealed to Zeke that he likes his tenacity. He explained to him that talent isn't the only thing needed to reach the level of a red or black knight. Individuals who never faced any issues usually fall in the face of adversity. Zeke knew that the man was right. Most of the praised geniuses who were projected to reach the level of red knights usually fail to reach this level. They stay at the level of blue knights. Duke stood up. He asked our boy to follow him. He said that it is time for his first lesson. Zeke followed his master to the Western Greenhouse Gymnasium. He was surprised to see how large it was. He did not know that there was a gymnasium underneath the greenhouse. He wondered about what his master was planning. He has been running around the gymnasium since they arrived. Duke realized that our boy has been running for 3 hours. He asked Zeke to stop. Our boy asked him if he no longer has to run. Duke told him that he has a question for him. Our boy asked him to tell him what he wants to know. The moment he said this, Duke appeared behind him. He grabbed our boy's hand. Zeke quickly pushed his hand away. He put some distance between himself and his master. Duke took a look at his hand. He asked our boy if he has a problem with him checking his pulse. Zeke became nervous. The man said that he knew something was off from the start. He noticed it when they fought in the infirmary. He noticed it again when they dueled in the greenhouse. Even after Zeke ran 500 laps around the gym, the man could not sense a single drop of aura from him. Our boy also stopped him from checking his pulse. Duke asked him if he is unable to use aura. Zeke was shocked to hear this. He could not comprehend what was happening. Duke remembered seeing the bronze statue release a golden light. He remembered that there was an uproar about the golden light, which has never been seen. He walked up to Zeke. With a smile on his face, he asked our boy to tell him why he does not want to allow him examine his pulse. Zeke had to look away. He could not look his master in the eyes. Due to the way he spoke, our boy could tell that Duke was not suspicious. He was simply curious. Even though it is a very serious issue for a Draker to be unable to use aura, Duke was more focused on his curiosity. Our boy realized that he is lucky that he is facing Duke. He hoped to get Graham soon so that he can avoid people's suspicions about his aura. He knew that he needed to be cautious until the time he gets his sword. Zeke believed that there was no need for him to tell lies. Unlike his previous life where he was the first failed awakener in his family, Zeke was different in this life. He believed that the truth will cover up his lies. Zeke took off his gloves and told his master that he is correct. He revealed to him that he has mana reflection, which is the proof of his pure-blooded nature. The moment he said this, he activated his mana reflection skill. He was able to turn off the mana lamps in the gym. He informed Duke that he cannot use aura for some reason. Duke was surprised to see that his guess was correct. Zeke apologized for his behavior earlier. With tears in his eyes, he told his master that he will be chased out if people find out that a Draker can't use aura. He told Duke that he is scared. Zeke believed that it will be beneficial for him to put on an act that is befitting of his current age. Duke used his aura to check our boy's pulse. Zeke asked him about how things are. Duke noticed the look on our boy's face. He noticed how desperate and sad he looked. He found this a bit odd. He remembered that Zeke kept malice that was unbefitting of his age. He believed that a child will still be a child regardless of how mature he behaves. Duke wondered why he couldn't sense any aura from our boy despite the fact that he successfully awakened. The man began to think deeper about it. Zeke knew that his master will not be certain even after examining his pulse. This is the level at which the blessing right is absolute for a Draker. The Draker family places all their faith on the blessing right. Even though our boy told him the truth about his aura, he knew that Duke would find a way to deny it to himself. While he was thinking, his master placed his hand on his shoulder and told him that he is an irregular. Zeke was not surprised to see that Duke came to this conclusion. He believed that it was natural for the man to think like this since he isn't aware of the concept of class. Our boy pretended as if he didn't know what an irregular is. He asked Duke to tell him what an irregular is. Duke said that it is a term used to refer to people with anomalous abilities. An example of this is the ability to use aura and mana together. Another example is an irrational ability of peering into the future. Due to their abilities, irregulars are not treated well. Duke asked our boy not to tell anyone about his ability. As Zeke ran after his master, he asked him to tell him why he thinks he is an irregular. Duke told him that he has an insane amount of stamina and incredible recovery. No matter how light the damage is, treating internal wounds take time. Yet Zeke was able to recover almost instantly. He told our boy that it must have taken a ridiculous amount of energy for him to heal instantly. The man asked Zeke to tell him what he thinks energy is. Our boy told him that it is aura. Duke explained to him that his energy is being constantly consumed in exchange for stamina and regeneration. Thanks to this, there is barely any energy left for him to sense. He told Zeke that this is just his own theory. Our boy realized that his theory actually makes sense. It was quite plausible. He asked Duke if he will never be able to use aura. He told the man that he won't be able to meet his expectations. Duke laughed when he heard this. He walked up to the stage. He asked Zeke not to worry about it. He revealed to him that his Gale art is a special art that doesn't use aura. Zeke joined him on the stage. The man explained to him that a special art is a special skill personally developed by a knight who has reached great heights. Normally, the special arts is a specialization of dragon slaying, so it would be proper to use aura. However, the Gale arts uses only a trained body. Duke told Zeke that he will show him a demonstration. He asked him to pay attention. The moment he said this, the man moved at a crazy speed. Zeke had to quickly follow him with his eyes. All he was seeing were afterimages of his master. After displaying his technique, Duke returned back to his original spot. He asked Zeke if he was able to see it. Our boy stood up. He asked him if he can follow his footsteps. Duke asked him if he will be fine if he does not show him again. Zeke told him that this is enough. The man smiled when he heard this. He told our boy that his confidence is that of a black knight. He asked him to give it a try. Zeke crouched and took a stance. He looked around and began to move. He put his legs exactly in the same place Duke left his footsteps. Duke was shocked to see this. Now that he was directly mimicking the man's movement, our boy could see things that he couldn't before. He noticed that Duke moved as if he was sparring with someone. Each and every step has a purpose behind it. Some were for attacking, some were for dodging an attack, others were for closing the distance, and also to increase it. There were no wasted movements. After he was done copying it, Zeke went back to his original position. Duke could not believe what he was seeing. It wasn't as if Zeke wasn't gifted a week ago, but he wasn't this good. He wondered about what happened to our boy during that 1 week. The difference was like heaven and earth. Duke smiled like a crazy person. He said that Zeke is perfect. With an arrogant look on his face, Zeke asked him if he has done enough for him to get the confidence of a black rank. Duke realized that his disciple's only problem is his arrogance. He put him in a chokehold. He reminded our boy that he was just crying his eyes out some seconds ago. He asked him to be humble. Zeke asked his master if he is going to spread this story around. Duke referred to him as his arrogant disciple and told him that it depends on his attitude. Our boy told him that a black knight shouldn't have such a loose tongue. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the academy's dining hall. We see Zeke put a large amount of different foods on his plate. It has already been a month since Duke started training him. His appetite just keeps on increasing. While Zeke was shoving his food down his throat, someone approached him. The person turned out to be Andre. The instructor asked him if he could give him some of his time. Zeke told the man that he is a bit busy. He told him that they can talk now. Andre sat down and asked our boy to tell him how he managed to convince Sir Dexter. Zeke did not expect him to go straight to the point. He understood why Andre was acting like this. Since the man has not yet become Duke's disciple, the news that our boy became his disciple must have made him a little anxious. Zeke told the instructor that he didn't really do much. He said that Sir Dexter chose him on his own. Andre was annoyed to hear this. He watched Zeke as he stuffed his face with his food. He asked him if he was chosen because he is a pure blood. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He put his cutleries down and told Andre that he has a serious inferiority complex. The man was shocked to hear this. His hand began to shake. He asked Zeke if this is all he has to say. Zeke told him that he is not halfway through. He told the man that his bloodline might have been what made Dexter interested in him in the first place. He asked Andre if he believes that Dexter is a man who will choose a disciple for this simplistic reason. Zeke told his instructor that he was able to use the man's intrigue as a foundation to become his disciple. He said that this is a testament to his own abilities. Our boy wiped his lips and threw the cloth at Andre. He asked the man to stop wasting his time patting his ego with his inferiority complex. Zeke stood up and asked the instructor to put in some efforts if he wants to be chosen. Andre did not like what he was hearing. In the next scene, we are taken to the Western Greenhouse Arena. We see someone running around the arena. Zeke asked his master if he knows what is happening. Duke said that he is also curious. He revealed to our boy that he does not know what has gotten into the man. The man turned out to be Andre. The instructor was breathing heavily as he ran. Duke explained to our boy that Andre came to beg him. He said that he is fine with being a servant as long as he can stay by his side. Duke told the man that he will take him in if he can run 300 laps without aura. This is why Andre is running around the arena. Zeke was surprised to hear the amount of laps he had to run without aura. Duke told him that Andre is a tenacious person. Our boy agreed with him. He always thought of Andre as a self-righteous nerd. He was happy to see that the man has quite the backbone. In the next scene, we see the students of the academy gathered outside. Someone asked his friend if he knows why they are there. The boy called him an idiot and asked him if he has forgotten what today is. He said that today is the day of the patriarch's visit. The moment he said this, we see a carriage arrive at the front of the school. Someone announced that the patriarch has arrived. The dean ordered everyone to get ready. They all accepted his orders. A knight moved close to the carriage and opened the door. The patriarch stepped out of the carriage. He told Howard that it is good to see him again. The dean bowed his head and said that he greets the master of the Drakers. The knights that were in front bowed their heads and also greeted the patriarch. The knights behind them all held their swords and stood in an upright position. The patriarch walked up to Howard with his overwhelming energy. He reached out his hand to Howard. He gently tapped him on his shoulder and told him that he is always hardworking. The dean said that his work is nothing compared to his. With a smile on his face, the handsome patriarch told Howard that he is the only one who understands him. The patriarch is known as Arthur Draker. He is the master of all Drakers. Howard told the patriarch that the sun is quite hot today. He told him that it will be better if they go inside. Arthur raised his hand when he heard this. Howard quickly stopped talking. The patriarch moved close to where the students were. They were all excited to see him. Arthur raised his hand and called the students young dragon slayers. He told them that they are the hope and the future of the Drakers. He advised them to train harder. He told them that their development will be the Drakers' development. The students bowed their heads and accepted the order from the master of the Drakers. After saying this, Arthur turned around and told Howard that they can go in now. The man accepted his order. The scene shifts and we see Zeke greeting his father. He referred to him as the leader of all knights and the guardian of the name of the Dragon Slayer. He told him that he greets him with respect. Arthur laughed when he heard this. He told his son that nobody greets like this anymore. He asked Zeke to take a sit. Arthur placed a tray containing tea and other snacks on the table. He told our boy that he heard that he likes tea. He said that he prepared something rare. He told him that he hopes he likes it. Zeke thanked his father for the tea. He realized that even the food he likes was being reported to him. Zeke heard people say that they may be things that the Emperor doesn't know, but there will never be anything that a Draker doesn't know. Our boy felt like this saying was true. His father informed him that he called for him because he heard that he became Duke's disciple. Zeke did not expect him to go straight to the point. He told his father that Duke did him a great favor. Arthur agreed with him. He told his son that he does not know what his goal is, but he will be able to accomplish it if he follows Duke's teachings. Zeke revealed to his father that he wants to be the strongest on the continent. Arthur glared at his son when he heard this. Zeke told him that he will become stronger than everyone so that he can live freely. With a smile on his face, our boy said that this is his goal. Arthur's expression changed when he heard this. He released his aura and asked his son if he plans to surpass even him. Zeke began to sweat. He felt like something was pushing him down. He recognized this power. It is known as Astral Sword. It is said to give a person power over all living things within its radius. It is the pinnacle of aura usage that only Black Knights can reach. Arthur began to smile. He noticed that his son was pushing back. Zeke told his father that he will surpass him. The patriarch seemed to be pleased. He took away his astral sword. He told his son that this is the most interesting thing he has heard in ages. Zeke did not expect the master of the Drakers to be this powerful. The man is a real Black Knight, the pinnacle of strength. Duke was already ridiculously strong, but the patriarch was on a whole other level. Zeke was scared. Arthur informed his son that he came to support him in the academy. He said that his support is no longer enough. He put his hand into his clothes and brought out something. He placed it on the table. He told his son that this is a gift for becoming Duke's disciple. Zeke was shocked to see what it was. It was a card that had the Draker emblem on it. Our boy called it a black card. Due to his son's reaction, Arthur was able to tell that he already knew what it is. The black card is a credit card only given to a select few. Our boy never thought that he would get to see one in person. Just having the card gives one incredible benefits. The card also doesn't have a limit. Arthur explained to his son that he will put the card under both their names so that he can use it freely. Zeke bowed his head and thanked his father. He said that he will use it only when necessary. Although his father was acting nice, Zeke was aware of his true intentions. Using a credit card leaves a record. Arthur wanted to keep track of what his son is doing. Due to the fact that his father was using this method instead of opting for the Black Martial Squad, Zeke was able to deduce that his father must not yet see him as a threat. Arthur told Zeke that he doesn't want to waste any more of his time. He said that he must be busy training to become the strongest on the continent. He told our boy that he is excused. Zeke bowed his head and left the room. The patriarch rested his head on his chair. The moment he did this, Duke told him that he is sickening. Arthur asked Duke to tell him why he is so angry. Duke told Arthur that he is suddenly playing father to his son after he neglected him for a long time. The patriarch told the man that he had no choice as the head of the household. He told him that what he just said counts as defamation of his character. Duke sat down on the chair and asked Arthur to take him away. The patriarch smiled when he heard this. He told the man that he is the only one that he can talk to without worries. The moment he said this, he put his hand into his clothes and brought out something. He showed Duke a bottle of liquor and told him that they can have a drink to go with their conversation. Duke became very excited. He referred to the drink as the dragon's breath. The patriarch poured his friend a drink. He asked him if he knows that the atmosphere in the continent has been very strange lately. Duke said he cannot know anything because he has been cooped up in the academy. He asked Arthur to tell him how he is supposed to know. The patriarch reminded his friend that he has eyes and ears all over the place. Duke called the patriarch a snake. He told him that he asked a question when he already knows his answer. Duke told his friend that he heard that the emperor has gone crazy over the idea of immortality and is looking all over the continent. Arthur asked his friend if he thinks that it is possible to be immortal. Duke told him that magic can make a person look younger, but it can't grant them immortality. The patriarch agreed with Duke. He asked the man if it will be different when the relic the emperor is looking for is related to the elder dragon. Duke was shocked to hear this. While the patriarch and Duke were talking, we see Zeke in another room. He activated his ether and used the spirit of the soul, which is also known as soul manifestation. He used a skill known as hearing. He was able to spread his senses around the floor. Zeke began to listen to what his father and Duke were talking about. Duke told the patriarch that it might be possible if it is related to the Elder Dragon. He asked Arthur if the Emperor has already located the relic. The patriarch said that it is possible that he has. He revealed to him that the Order of Black Knights has already reported to him. He said that the relic is most likely within the northern continent. Duke asked Arthur if the Empire's people have gotten this information. The patriarch said that they haven't. He said that it is only a matter of time before they find out. Duke was reminded of the past. He reminded his friend about the time the crazy emperor first ascended to the throne. He started a war to unite the continent. Only after he took over half the central continent did the war stop. Duke told his friend that he assumed that the emperor would give up on his decrepit, absurd dream. Arthur said that if even one of these artifacts can grant immortality, then the continent will be engulfed in a sea of flames again. He revealed to his friend that he agreed to go to the north himself due to how important the issue is. Duke was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that the patriarch wanted to leave his seat empty. He told him that the bastard of an emperor would run amok if he does this. Arthur told his friend that this is why he wanted to see him. Duke told the patriarch that he is as sly as a fox. He clinked his glass with Arthur's own. Arthur told him that he is the best. Duke told him that he only ever picks him for annoying things. The moment he heard this, Zeke began to sweat. He was struggling to maintain his skill. He had to give up. He fell to his knees and began to breathe heavily. He had used the soul manifestation for too long. Even after our boy absorbed the heart of Bahamut, he couldn't do anything about the side effects. Zeke remembered that the statue he was holding before he regressed was an artifact of the Elder Dragon. The voice he heard just before he died and the system messages he saw after regressing were all functions of this artifact. Things began to make sense to our boy. He realized that he stole the artifact that the Emperor wanted to use to make his wish come true. The Emperor even mobilized a unit under his direct control to chase after Zeke. The unit is known as the Hunting Dogs. At the time, Zeke was so obsessed with revenge that he did not care about any of this. Now he has gotten a clue that the administrator system that sent him back to the past was a function of the Elder Dragon's artifact. This made our boy wonder about who created the artifact and why the person created the artifact. In the end, Zeke just ended up with more questions. While our boy was thinking, Duke stepped out of the room with the patriarch. He told him that it was a good drink. He said that he will make his move immediately. Arthur told him that he will put his faith in him. As he walked towards the door of his room, Arthur stopped moving. He looked at another door in the hallway. Something was off about the room. Zeke was still thinking about his situation. He wondered about how the artifact of the Elder Dragon was related to immortality. While he was thinking, he sensed something. His father opened the door. Somehow, the room was empty. Arthur was relieved to see that there was no one there. Zeke had actually jumped out through the window. In the next scene, we see Zeke on the training ground. Someone knocks on the door. Our boy reminded Decker that he doesn't like to be disturbed when he is in the training hall. The man apologized to him. He told him that a fellow student has come looking for him. He asked Zeke if he should send the person away. Our boy was surprised to hear that someone came to look for him. He knew that he didn't have any friends in the academy. He asked Decker to let the person in. To his surprise, the person turned out to be Liam Stone. The boy went on his knees and bowed his head to Zeke. Liam begged our boy to take him in. Zeke remembered saving the boy from his cousin before. He realized that he should have just left him alone last time. He asked Liam to explain what he means. He asked him if he is trying to become his subordinate. Liam told him that he is correct. He pledged his allegiance to Zeke. Our boy asked him to tell him why he is not with Jakin. Liam scratched his hand on the hard concrete ground. He told Zeke that Jakin abandoned him. With a desperate look on his face, Liam said that he must go to Valhalla. He begged Zeke to take him in. Our boy remembered that Liam was like this too in his past life. He wondered why the boy was so obsessed with Valhalla. Zeke asked Liam if he is stupid. He asked him to go to the Turin or the Zimmons. He turned around and told Liam that he is not a support family. He told him that he won't be of any help to him in entering Valhalla. Zeke grabbed his sword and asked the boy to tell him how he is supposed to believe him. He told him that he could be a spy sent by Jakin. Liam was shocked to hear this. He took out a knife. He held his ear and cut it off with his own hand. He told Zeke that it is natural for him to doubt him. He promised to prove himself to him no matter what it takes. He said that he will cut off his tongue if he wants him to become mute. While shaking in pain, He told Zeke that he will cut off his foot if he wants him to become a cripple. He referred to our boy as his lord and told him that he will place his life in his hands. Zeke did not expect this. He remembered that he cut off one of Leon's ears before. He believed that Liam was trying to show him how serious he is. The boy begged Zeke to take him in. Our boy was reminded of the time he met his master. He told him that he wants to become stronger than anyone else. He begged his master to teach him. Liam continued begging Zeke. Our boy threw a sword at him. He told the boy that he will take him in if he manages to withstand even one strike from him. Liam was happy to hear this. He thanked our boy for the opportunity. Zeke asked the boy to get himself treated before he fights. After getting treated, Liam went back on the stage with some bandages tied to his head. The boy believed that one strike from Zeke would be easy because he is someone who can also use the Draker aura. However, now that he was standing in front of our boy, he realized that they were not in the same league. He could not believe that Zeke is actually the same age as him. He was scared. It became hard for him to breathe properly. Zeke charged at the boy. Liam raised his sword and managed to block the heavy attack. The attack sent waves around the training hall. Unfortunately for him, he could not withstand Zeke's attack. Our boy was able to push him back and knock his sword out of his hand. Zeke asked Liam if this is all he has. He told the boy that he is quite miserable. He told him that he can tell he is determined. He advised Liam to give up on going to Valhalla. The boy called out to Zeke. Our boy realized that Jaken must have really cast Liam aside. He remembered that Liam is a descendant from a very distant family. If he didn't become Jaken's attendant, he wouldn't have been able to enter the cradle. The academy is a place where power is limited. Even a direct descendant like Zeke was expelled in the past. It won't be odd if Liam is also expelled now. Zeke believed that the boy had to accept his fate. The moment he thought of this, he felt something. When he turned around, he saw Liam holding his leg. Zeke wondered why the boy was clinging on to him so desperately. In his past life, Liam was expelled from the academy and the order. His life fell to ruins. However, he managed to make his way up to the level of Red Knight and became known as the Mercenary King. With tears in his eyes, Liam begged Zeke to give him one more chance. Our boy realized that Liam doesn't intend to give up. He told the boy that he will give him another chance. Liam was shocked to hear this. Zeke told him that he has a condition. He reminded Liam that he said that he will cut his tongue if he wanted him to be mute, and he will cut his leg if he wants him to be a cripple. Our boy placed his hand on Liam's shoulder. He asked him to cut off his right arm right now. Liam became terrified when he heard this. Zeke asked him if something is wrong. He asked him if he values his right arm so much. Zeke knew that there was no way that Liam would do this if he is in his right mind. He was basically telling the boy to give up on being a swordsman. He stood up and told Liam that he has a lot of training to do. He asked him to get out if he cannot do it. Liam stood up and turned around. Zeke did not know why the boy was desperate, but he hoped that he wasn't too devastated. He knew that Liam would still become a Red Knight, even if he doesn't make it into Valhalla. To Zeke's surprise, Liam picked up his sword and stretched out his right arm. Zeke was shocked to see this. He did not expect him to be this crazy. He quickly charged at Liam. Before the boy could cut off his right arm, Zeke managed to hit the sword. He broke his blade. Liam was surprised to see that his arm was still there. Zeke grabbed the boy's clothes and asked him if he has lost his mind. He asked him to tell him what he will do if he went back on his word. With a sad look on his face, Liam told our boy that he is scared that he might lose something more important to him than his arm. Zeke did not understand what he was saying. He let go of him. He told him that he will throw him out if he does something this stupid again. He asked him to remember this. With a smile on his face, Liam asked Zeke if he will accept him. Our boy asked him to follow him. He told him that people won't think well of him if someone he calls his subordinate is missing a ear. In the next scene, we see the boys in the dining room of the Platinum Mansion. Liam was touching his ear. He asked Zeke if it is really all right for him to use such a valuable potion. Our boy told him that he is investing in him. He asked him not to worry about it. Zeke placed his tea on the table and asked Liam to tell him something. He asked the boy to tell him what is more valuable than his life. Liam became sad when he heard this. He told Zeke that it is his mother. He revealed to our boy that he heard that his mother collapsed from a high fever a few days after he was abandoned by Jaken. Fortunately, the fever left, but her entire body was covered in rose-like red spots. She was growing weaker by the day. The village healers don't know what the disease is called. Zeke asked him to tell him why he is so adamant about going to Valhalla. Liam said that Valhalla students and their families are offered the greatest medical treatments available on the continent. Zeke took out a pen and added some ink to it. He started writing on a paper. Periodic high fevers and rose-like red spots are symptoms of a certain disease. 5 years from now, the entire central continent will be plagued by the rose disease. It is a highly contagious disease with a high fatality rate. Countless people will lose their lives to this disease. Fortunately, a radical treatment will be invented, and it will put an end to the spread of the disease. When he was done writing, Zeke gave Liam the paper. He told him that it contains the method for producing the medicine that can heal his mother's illness. Our boy told him that it is not very difficult to make. He assured him that his village healers will be able to make it. Liam was shocked to hear this. He accepted the paper and thanked Zeke. He asked him about how he knows a cure when the healers didn't even know the name of the disease. The cure was invented by the genius alchemist brothers known as Al and Jeff. They invented it to cure the disease plaguing the central continent. However, the greedy Alchemist Association took advantage of the desperate people's lives to make profit. Upon learning this, the brothers publicly revealed the production method. The production method quickly spread across the continent to the point that even a warrior like Zeke got to know it. With a smile on his face, our boy told Liam that he knows an alchemist. He told the boy that he no longer needs to go to Valhalla or become his subordinate now that he has the treatment in his hands. Liam said that this is not true. He told Zeke that his life belongs to him already. He went on his knees and bowed his head. He referred to Zeke as his lord and swore a lifelong loyalty to him. Our boy smiled when he heard his oath of loyalty. He found it reassuring that the mercenary king from his past life was now his subordinate. He told Liam that he will abandon him if he lags behind. He asked him to follow him well. Liam said that he will. In the next scene, we are taken to the dean's office. We see Owen greet the dean. He told the man that he has come to see him for a proposal. He asked Howard to tell him how he feels about raising the difficulty of the examinations this semester. Howard gently stroked his beard. He asked the boy to tell him the reason for his proposal. Owen said that the first years are quite skilled. He told him that all the children from the great families are there, and there are 2 pure-blood awakeners. He said that if the examination has the same difficulty it had last year, it will end up being a poor assessment. Howard told the boy that what he said makes sense. He told him that he is truly a child of Zimmons. He said that he will consider his proposal positively. Owen bowed his head and thanked the dean. He left his office. Howard turned to the window. He said that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. He said that Owen thinks just like someone. He realized that he needed to nip the issue in the bud in order to avoid future problems. In the next scene, we see the students gathered somewhere. They were there for the semester exam. They came for dungeon exploration. The dungeon exploration exam is a semester exam only done at the Draker Academy in which groups of 2 people have to escape a dungeon within a given time. There is a multitude of difficulties when it comes to these dungeons. Each group is assigned one at random. Zeke asked Liam if he is nervous. The boy said that he is a little nervous. Our boy told him that this is natural. He said if a person is too nervous, they can make a mistake, and if they are too relaxed, they can become arrogant. He said that a suitable amount of tension will guard against both these outcomes. While he was talking, we see Raina trying to calm her nerves. Zeke and Liam were asked to step out. Someone stopped them from entering a dungeon. He pointed at another dungeon and asked the boys to enter it. Zeke glared at the man. He felt like something was off. The man referred to him as Cadet and asked him about why he is just standing. Our boy said that he will do as he ordered. He walked into the dungeon. He and Liam walked down the stairs of the dungeon. Although the difficulty varies from dungeon to dungeon, they are all still exam-used dungeons under the management of the Drakers. Due to this, there isn't a lot of danger, since escaping within the time limit is the goal. Each group is given a timer that activates upon entry. Each timer is given 96 hours. Because basic battle abilities are graded as well, a group can earn extra points by bringing the heads of the monsters they subjugated. The most important thing is to leave the dungeon before the time elapses. If they are not able to escape within the time limit, they will receive a failing grade. After eating, Zeke told Liam that it is better he get some sleep. The boy reminded our boy that he set up camp and prepared their meal all by himself. He asked him to rest first. Zeke told Liam that he will be fine even if he doesn't sleep for 4 days. Liam said that he feels shameless. He told our boy that he will sleep first. Zeke assured him that he will wake him up if something happens. After Liam slept, our boy watched the campfire. He looked at their timer. He noticed that it has been 16 hours since they entered the dungeon. Zeke had been training before the day of the exam. Due to this, he has been awake for 3 days. In other words, he has spent 90 hours awake. Infinite stamina only recovers physical fatigue. It does not recover mental fatigue. Within a dungeon where a person doesn't know what to expect, our boy believed that he needed to reduce as many risk factors as possible. As he slowly dozed off, our boy remembered that he will switch out with Liam once he wakes up. The scene shifts, and we see a bell ring in a place filled with snow. The bell was attached to a pillar. There was a flag in this place. On the ground, we see a blonde woman covered in blood. As Zeke heard the bells ring again, he woke up from his dream. He began to breathe heavily. He could not believe that he had this same dream again. He remembered that he heard a bell in his dream. The moment he thought of this, Zeke recalled that they set a string of bells at an entrance to alert them. Our boy quickly took a bottle of water and poured it on the fire. He woke Liam and told him that they have an enemy. He said that he will check out the situation first. He asked the boy not to light the fire. Liam told him that he understands. Zeke stood next to a wall close to the entrance. He knew that it will be dangerous for him to use dragon eyes in an exam that will last for 4 days. He decided to adjust his eyes to the darkness. While he was trying to look around, he caught a particular scent. Our boy immediately knew that this was the scent of sulfur. He knew that there is one monster that gives off the scent of sulfur and often hunts in packs. A monster with a danger level of rank 3. This monster is the dog from hell. It is known as a hellhound. Our boy remembered that Reyna hunted an orc in his past life, but he never expected hellhounds to be in the dungeon. He quickly took out his sword. While listening to the monster's sound, Zeke noticed something odd. The leader of a hellhound pack will weigh several hundred kilograms at most. Judging from the echoes, it sounded like it weighs several tons. Our boy wondered if it is a mutant. He used his sword to carefully mirror the entrance in front of their room. He saw something shocking. He did not expect to see this monster. The monster charged at the entrance. Our boy quickly jumped back. Liam grabbed his sword and took a stance. Zeke managed to stop himself when he got close to Liam. The boy asked Zeke if he is all right. Our boy remembered that the instructor who asked them to step into this dungeon had the emblem of the Zimmons on him. He called the Zimmons crazy bastards. He wondered about what they were planning. The head of the hellhound leader stepped into the room. It turns out that another monster was holding this head. The monster threw away the hellhound and screamed loudly. It was holding a giant club. Zeke realized that the Zimmons are out to kill him. Liam was surprised to see a troll. Trolls are rank 1 monsters. They are dangerous to the point where they can casually eat orcs and hellhounds. Liam moved in front of Zeke. He told him that he will act as a decoy. He asked him to use the opportunity to flee. Our boy smiled when he heard this. He asked Liam to not say something so depressing. He stood up and told him that he is not a lord who abandons his subordinate. Zeke asked Liam to not believe in him. He asked him to believe in his own efforts. He told him that he is not weak. He asked the boy to do whatever he likes. He assured Liam that he will support him. The boy smiled when he heard this. He thanked his lord. The two of them charged at the troll. They both landed several slashes on the monster. Our boy attacked the troll from the air while Liam attacked it from below. While he was in the air, Zeke took a look at Liam. He realized that the boy is very good. It was already impressive that he managed to wound a troll despite its tough skin. Liam actually landed his attacks precisely on the monster's joint. Zeke realized that Liam was studying monsters in his spare time. The troll fell to its knees. It swung its club at Liam from behind. Zeke managed to land behind the boy in time. He used his sword to parry the attack. He was able to cut the giant stick. Liam apologized to our boy. Zeke told him that it is fine. He told him that he is doing well for his first real battle. He told him that he made a good decision by aiming for the comparatively soft joints. However, he overlooked the troll's regenerative ability. The troll was annoyed to see that Zeke broke its club. Our boy explained to Liam that trolls are able to instantly heal small cuts. A person cannot keep up with their regeneration with proper attacks. While Zeke was explaining to the boy, the troll raised its hand. Zeke told Liam that this monster is too much for him. He took a stance and said that he will finish things up. Zeke easily killed the troll. The system informed him that he had subjugated the troll. He received 30 karma points for this. He asked Liam to dissect the troll. He told him that this should get them a lot of extra points. While Liam was cutting the troll, Zeke received another message. He was given a quest known as 2 birds, 1 stone. He was asked to hunt 100 monsters of 10 different species in the dungeon. The time limit for the quest is 72 hours. The karma points gotten during the mission will be doubled as a reward for completing the quest. Zeke was happy to see the reward. He took a look at his watch. He realized that he had 79 hours left before the exam comes to an end. Hunting 100 monsters wasn't a problem for our boy. However, hunting 10 species was quite troubling to him. No matter how large this dungeon may be, it is still an exam-use dungeon. This means that there should be about 4 species inside. Due to the fact that this was a trap set by the Zimmons, Zeke believed that it is possible to find 10 species if he looks around thoroughly. He realized that he has a lot of work to do. While he was thinking, Liam informed him that he is done. The students were given a head collection bag and a timer. The bag is far inferior when compared to a subspace pocket, but it is good enough to carry the drops. Zeke told the boy that they are moving forward. He asked him not to fall behind. When the timer was at 60 hours, we see the boys fighting hellhounds. At 47 hours, we see them taking the drops of goblins. At 39 hours, we see them defeat a huge bat. As time went on, the boys decided to rest. Since they have hunted many monsters, Zeke asked Liam if he has gotten used to real combat. The boy said that he is not sure. Zeke told him that this is normal. He told him that it normally takes a while to get used to it. Our boy took a look at his system. He saw that he had 50 minutes left. He had hunted 9 species already. Zeke took a look at the dungeon's layout. He noticed that he had already looked everywhere. He said that the Zimmons are really useless. He believed that they should have prepared 1 more monster for him. While thinking, our boy sensed something. The cave they were in began to shake. The ground began to crack. Zeke drew out his sword and ran towards Liam. He ordered Liam to leave the bag. The boy was surprised to hear this. Zeke managed to get close to Liam in time. He quickly cut the rope that the boy tied to his clothes. The moment he did this, something came out of the ground and ate the bag. Blood splashed all over the place. Liam was shocked to see this. He noticed that Zeke's arm was covered in blood. He asked Zeke if he is all right. Our boy asked him not to worry about it. He told him that it is the blood of the monsters. He asked Liam not to interfere in the fight. He told him that he won't be able to pay attention to him. The monster that came out of the ground was a giant worm. Zeke did not expect to see a dungeon worm. A group of 8 purple knights who are well-trained are needed to subjugate a monster like this. The monster moved in front of Zeke and screamed at him. Our boy did not expect the Zimmons to be this prepared. The monster charged at Zeke. Liam quickly called out to his lord. He grit his teeth out of anger. He knew that he will be a burden to Zeke if he interferes now. He turned to his bag and went to check something inside. Our boy was able to protect himself from the worm's teeth with his sword. He was able to jump out of the monster's path. The dungeon worm passed by his side and went underground. Zeke became nervous. Even a blue knight wouldn't want to encounter this monster in a place like this. This is because it consumes the earth when it is moving. Zeke knew that he will be buried alive if he takes too long to subjugate this monster. The moment he thought of this, the worm attacked him from behind. Zeke was able to sense its presence and dodge its attack by bending his head. He took a stance and stabbed the monster from the side. He dragged his sword on its body and made the cut longer. He wanted to cut the worm in half. Before he could reach the tail, the worm raised it and turned around to face our boy. Zeke did not expect it to do this. The monster tied the rest of its tail around our boy. It squeezed him tightly. Our boy spat out some blood. While the worm was trying to choke Zeke, Liam stabbed it from behind. The worm screamed out in pain. As he healed his body with his skill, Zeke noticed that the pressure was a bit weaker. He was able to jump out of the monster's grip. Liam asked him if he is all right. Zeke asked the boy to tell him what he did. Liam revealed to him that he applied an anesthetic to his sword. Our boy remembered that the main ingredient in an anesthetic is belladonna. For a human, it simply weakens their senses. However, it is a deadly poison for a worm. In this urgent situation, Liam recalled that worms are incompatible with belladonna, and he quickly adapted by using anesthetic as a substitute. Zeke believed that Liam's judgment and adaptability reflect his title as Mercenary King. He realized that he made a smart choice when he took Liam in. He asked the boy to stab the worm with his sword again when he gives him a signal. Our boy ran to the top of the monster. He jumped and called out to Liam. The boy stabbed the worm when he heard his name. the monster screamed out in pain. While it was screaming, Zeke appeared in front of it. He activated his soul manifestation. He used a technique known as lacerate to cut down the worm from the top. The moment he landed on the ground, the dungeon worm split apart. The system informed Zeke that he has completed the sudden quest. It told him that the karma points he earned will be doubled as a reward. It also provided him with 2 random boxes as a reward. Our boy received 780 karma points. In the next scene, we see the cadets gathered at the entrance of the dungeon. They were asked to line up in front of their instructors to receive their grades. Those who were done were asked to leave. Reina was the next person being graded. She and her teammate received 30 points for escaping the dungeon. After calculating the amount of monsters they hunted, their total point was 180. The cadets were shocked to hear this. It was close to Abel's record of 200. They said that purebloods are on a different level. The instructor commended Reina for surpassing the passing grade of 130 points. The girl thanked him for his praise. After Reina, Owen and his teammate were graded. They received a total of 120 points. They surpassed the passing grade of 70 points. The instructor commended them on their efforts. Owen's teammate was very happy with his score. Owen hated it. He turned to Reina. He saw her talking to members of her clan. He was annoyed to see this. He said that the girl won't be able to act cocky forever. He believed that he could always take care of her just like he did with Zeke. The moment he thought of this, someone asked his teammate about how long it has been since they last saw the sun. Owen was shocked to hear this. He recognized this voice. When he turned around, he saw Zeke and Liam walking out of their dungeon. Liam was dragging the head of the dungeon worm. Owen did not understand what was happening. The other students were shocked to see the head of the worm. They believed that orcs were supposed to be the highest scoring monster. Liam dropped the worm in front of the instructor. Zeke moved close to Owen. He told the boy that he looks pretty surprised. He asked him if he is so happy to see him. Owen was annoyed to hear this. He frowned his face out of anger. He could not believe that Zeke was taunting him. Our boy asked him about why he is no longer maintaining his poker face. He told him that this look suits him more. Owen turned around and began to walk. Our boy asked him if he is leaving already. Owen was annoyed to see that the 2 pure bloods surpassed him. He promised to make them pay for looking down on him. Zeke watched Owen as his squad members ran to him. He said that the boy is merciless. While he was looking at him, an instructor asked him if he is done fighting. Our boy quickly recognized the instructor. He told Andre that it has been a while since they met. Andre said that he will begin the grading. Zeke told the man that this is the only monster he has. He asked him if there is a need for him to be graded. Andre put on some gloves. He explained to our boy that he cannot carelessly gloss over things as an instructor. He asked him if the monster ate the bag containing the heads of the monster they killed. Zeke told him that it did. Andre put his hand into the monster's mouth. The cadets were shocked to see this. Our boy realized that he got lucky. They lost all the heads they gathered in the last 4 days because of the dungeon worm. Since they couldn't afford to receive a failing grade, they had to take the head of the dungeon worm with them. Zeke knew that no other instructor would inspect the flesh and skin stuck between the teeth except Andre. After he was done inspecting, Andre confirmed that they hunted gremlins, goblins, hellhound, hobgoblins, orcs, and a troll. The other cadets were shocked to hear this. They could not believe that Zeke and Liam fought a troll. Andre was able to tell that there were dozens of heads. He said that he can't count the dozens of heads because it would be unfair. He said that he will count each monster species as 1 head. Although the troll and dungeon worm are not included in the examination criteria, records state that a troll is as strong as 3 orcs and a dungeon worm is as strong as 6 orcs. Andre decided to give the boys 90 points for the troll and 180 points for the dungeon worm. After calculating everything, their total point was 368. The boys were told that they pass. An instructor moved close to another instructor. He asked him about the amount of points they got when they were cadets. The man told him that hellhounds were not even included in the exam criteria at that time. The other students could not believe what they were hearing. One student belonging to the Zimmons family said that this isn't fair. He told the instructor that Zeke's only proof is the head of the dungeon worm. The instructor reminded him that the dungeon worm alone is worth 180 points. The boy asked him about what this means. The instructor asked the other cadets to think about things carefully. He asked them if they would have been able to fight against a dungeon worm or a troll. The cadets wondered if Zeke was always this strong. Our boy did not like the fact that they were making a lot of noise. It was different from how he used to be mocked in the past. Zeke didn't feel bad, but he did not like the fact that he had done something to stand out again. He could not believe that the Zimmons went as far as to manipulate the exam use dungeon just to eliminate him. He wondered if this was Owen's decision alone. He quickly realized that the boy was not powerful enough to mess with the Academy's examination. He understood that it was the Zimmons as a whole that made this decision. Our boy realized that he was being observed more than he thought. He decided to try to adapt and keep an eye on the situation. While he was thinking, someone called out to him. The person turned out to be Reina. The girl walked past him and told him that he wins this time. Zeke watched her as she walked forward. He did not understand what she was talking about. He did not know what he won. The scene shifts and we see Zeke on the training ground. He decided to check his system. He took a look at a draconian skill known as gluttony, which allows him to eat a lot and digest a lot. Zeke had been ignoring this skill because it looked useless. However, now he has 780 points. He could easily invest 50 points. The system asked him if he will activate the skill. Our boy told it that he will. He noticed something shocking. The skill description had changed. The system explained to him that when he is in a state of gluttony, he will be able to eat and digest anything and convert it into energy. If he consumes a monster with bloodline abilities, he will be able to absorb that monster's ability. Zeke smiled when he saw that he could absorb the ability of a monster. He realized that he should have activated this skill before he went for the exam. He decided to test the skill. He wanted to see what energy conversion is like. He brought out a piece of meat from his inventory. The moment he did this, the skill got activated. Something pulled the meat from his hand. Our boy was surprised to see this. When Zeke turned around, he saw a dark, shadowy entity arise from his shadow. The shadow was swallowing the meat. Our boy did not know what he was looking at. It was as if the jerky was being swallowed by a bog. While he was looking at the shadow, the system informed him that he has recovered energy from the energy he absorbed. A small golden light shined around him. Zeke noticed that his migraine was gone. It was as if he took a nap. Although it was small, he could feel that his mental fatigue has been reduced as well. He also felt like his whole body has been rejuvenated. His mental fatigue, physical fatigue, and even his ether has recovered a little. Zeke reactivated the skill. He began to pour more meat into the shadow. He realized that it was worth the 50 points. With this one skill, he will be able to reduce the risk of all his other skills. He can recover his mental fatigue with gluttony, and thanks to his infinite stamina, he can't feel physical fatigue. Our boy realized that he can train for 24 hours without the need for food or sleep. He decided to start right away. Before he could do anything, someone knocked on the door. He told Decker that they already spoke about this last time. He reminded him that he asked him not to disturb him when he is in the training hall. The man informed him that he has brought some important news. He revealed to Zeke that his sword has been completed. Our boy became excited. In the next scene, we are taken to Galleon's shop. Zeke told the man that he heard his sword is complete. Galleon asked him to give him a moment. In his past life, Galleon gave our boy something made of mithril and pure iron. This was the Sword of Radiance. It is a famous sword that anybody would recognize its excellence with just a glance. Even though he gave him a dragon's fang as material for the sword, he still thought that Galleon would give him something that has a similar appearance to Graham. Unfortunately for him, the blacksmith gave him something else. This new sword was dark, and it did not look anything like Graham. It had a unique energy around it. Zeke picked it up to check it out. Only judging by its appearance, it was not a very pretty sword. He asked Galleon if he did not sharpen it on purpose. The blacksmith told him that it is supposed to be like this. Zeke placed the sword down. He asked the blacksmith if this is the sword that he believes suits him best. Galleon told him that he is correct. He found Zeke to be weird. Most people would have been bewildered at his words, but our boy easily understood what he was getting at. Galleon realized that Zeke was the only one fitting to do something. He revealed to our boy that the sword doesn't have a name yet. He said that he has tried to name it, but no matter how hard he tries, he can't think of a good name. He asked Zeke if he can name the sword. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He did not expect Galleon to ask him to do this. In his past life, Galleon came up with Graham the Sword of Radiance by himself. Our boy found it odd that Galleon can't think of a name. He believed that this sword was Graham in a different form because he provided Galleon with a dragon's fang. Our boy realized that he has to think of this sword as something entirely different from Graham. He put his hand into his pocket and took out something from his inventory. Galleon was shocked to see what Zeke took out. He was shocked to see our boy holding a dagger. Our boy used the dagger to cut his hand. Galleon asked him about what he is doing. The moment he cut his hand, his healing factor activated. His healing factor is a skill that is active at all times. Regardless of this, it is still Zeke's skill. Our boy believed that he should be able to control it. The system confirmed his request. It told him that the passive activation of his class skill has temporarily been delayed. Zeke's arm stopped healing. He placed it above the sword and let his blood drip on it. Galleon quickly realized that this is the sword naming ritual. The sword naming ritual is a traditional dwarven rite in which one grants a weapon a name. The owner will infuse his blood with his energy and aura or mana and have it drip onto their sword to initiate the ritual. Once the ritual has begun, the initiator will enter into the depths of their unconscious mind and spend time there endlessly until they pick a name. Galleon took a look at the sword. He could not believe that Zeke knew about this ancient dwarven ritual that has long been forgotten because of how dangerous it is. He did not know how this was possible. Zeke fell into his mind. Hundreds of characters appeared in front of him, of the countless names whirling around him. He must pick one name that will stay with him. For the sake of his new sword, he must pick a new name. As Zeke fell deeper into his mind, he saw more names. When he reached a point in his consciousness, our boy found the perfect name. He named the sword the Stygian Blade Bahamut. When he opened his eyes, the system informed him that it has registered Bahamut as an item. Bahamut and thousands of other blades appeared before him in his consciousness. Zeke could not believe that he chose the name of an evil dragon. He wondered if his mind is okay. In the next scene, we see Galleon help Zeke wrap his hand with bandages. He told our boy that he is amazing. He told him that he knows about a ritual that even dwarves barely know about. Zeke told him that he came across it while studying dwarven history. Galleon asked our boy if he can rest there for a moment. He told him that he has something he wants to give him. Zeke asked him not to worry about it. He told him that he can take his time. The man thanked him for his patience. Our boy took a look at his arm. He remembered the system telling him that he has temporarily stopped his healing factor skill. The fact that he could suppress the activation of a passive skill was a big deal to him. This means that he will be able to avoid other people having to find out about his abilities just like Duke did. Our boy believed that there was no need for him to show all his cards. Although he felt bad for Galleon, Zeke was still going to take off the bandages when he returns to the academy. While thinking, our boy realized that he needed to check out the sword. According to the system, Stygian Blade Bahamut is a blade forged in the mana of the blue flame by an outstanding craftsman with soul vision using the strongest form of the cursed light dragon. The properties of the sword are indestructible and aura conversion. It also had some special notes which will be released depending on Zeke's growth. Zeke was surprised to see this. He had never heard of a weapon like this before. Although it was made with a dragon's fang, our boy did not expect it to be indestructible. This was just unbelievable. Our boy picked up the sword and smiled when he looked at it. He was happy to see that the sword possessed the most important thing he needed. The sword had aura conversion. The reason Zeke overexerted himself to create magic circuits for Galleon when commissioning this sword was partly because of his incredible abilities and also because of Graham's core ability, which is aura conversion. Mana, ether, or any other kind of energy will be converted to aura thanks to this property. Our boy closed his eyes and activated his ether. He pushed the energy into the sword. The sword immediately converted it into aura. As someone born without the ability to use aura, this is what allowed him to reach the level of Red Knight. While Zeke was circulating his energy, Galleon stepped into the room with something. He apologized for spending some time to find it. The man was surprised to see our boy's aura. Zeke welcomed him back. Galleon noticed that the sword is wrapped around a clear aura. He could not believe that our boy has already overcome what Purple Knights struggle with. Zeke told the blacksmith that he has made a truly absurd sword. He commended him on his work. The man said that it is nothing when compared to the furnace. He presented Zeke with a sheath and asked him to take a look at it. Zeke found it odd that Galleon was asking him to look at a sheath. Galleon revealed to him that the sheath was personally crafted by his master. Our boy realized that he has never heard anything about Galleon's master even in his past life. He took a look at the name written at the back of the sheath. The sheath was made by someone known as Golan Jobert. Zeke was shocked to see this name. It is the name of a person who is at the pinnacle of blacksmithing. Golan Jobert is currently the greatest blacksmith on the continent. He is unrivaled even among dwarves. Golan's creations were all created near perfectly and bear special abilities. Collectors will pay hundreds of gold to get their hand on these creations. Zeke told Galleon that he did not know that he was Golan's disciple. The man was surprised to hear this. He realized that our boy read the name on the back. He asked our boy if he can also read Dwarven language as well. Zeke told Galleon that this must not be a simple sheath if it was made by Golan. With a smile on his face, the man told him that he is correct. He explained to him that he can transform the sheath into a shield by using the dial located by the opening of the sheath. The moment he said this, he moved the dial and turned the sheath into a shield. Galleon revealed to Zeke that it is made with mithril and wyvern bones, so it can take a good amount of damage. He told our boy that the shield will turn back to a sheath if he turns the dial on the shield's handle. Zeke was very impressed. Galleon told him that this is nothing compared to the grace he has shown him. He asked Zeke to take the sheath. He told him that it is a gift. Our boy told Galleon that he could have just sold the sheath to make his furnace. The man said that he cannot sell his master's work to just anyone. Zeke revealed to him that he could have sold it for several hundred gold coins. Galleon was shocked to hear this. He asked our boy to just accept it. Zeke noticed that the sheath was smaller than the sword. He believed that Golan must have some special ability that will make the sword fit in. The moment he put the tip of the sword into the sheath turned to fragments and created a shape that perfectly fit the sword. This far exceeded Zeke's expectations. He thanked Galleon for giving him such a valuable gift. The man told him that he is happy he likes it. In the next scene, we are taken to the training hall. We see our boy wearing a gauntlet. He noticed that the gauntlet was made from a light and durable material called meteoric iron. It doesn't have any properties. Zeke was told that the properties will activate when he wears a full set of meteoric iron. Our boy received 2 random boxes when he completed the sudden quest. He thought that it would be similar to a treasure chest, but there was something more valuable inside. Zeke decided to check the second box. When he opened the box, he found something odd inside. Zeke found a map in the box. While he was looking at the map, the system informed him that he has discovered a map containing traces of Grand Master Kaiser. Zeke was shocked to see this. He realized that the system was referring to the hero King Kaiser. Hero King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower are people that our boy was familiar with. The biography of Kaiser and his knights creating the brilliant Kingdom of Kronos is the most popular book on the continent. However, because the story is so absurd and it does not have any historical records that can prove it happened, it is considered nothing more than a work of fiction. Zeke could not believe that Hero King Kaiser actually existed. While our boy was looking at it, the system began restoration and analysis of the damaged parts of the item. After it was done analyzing, it informed Zeke that a final position has been marked on the mini-map. The system opened another status window and presented Zeke with some coordinates. Our boy recognized the location. He referred to it as the Giant Mountains. This place is the territory of the barbarians. Our boy realized that he will be able to resolve this issue quickly. While he was looking at the map, another status window popped up. The system informed him that the tutorial will be concluded due to his skill. It told Zeke that he has discovered a potential quest item. The quest is known as the Hero King Kaiser's secret technique. The system asked Zeke to acquire Kaiser's secret technique at the ruins containing traces of him. There was no time limit for this quest. Zeke's system administration authority will be elevated as a reward for completing the quest. He will be taken from elementary administrator to intermediate administrator. Our boy realized that a tutorial is a system designed to raise him up to a certain level of skill. From now on, he is no longer allowed to take baby steps. The real game was about to begin. Our boy noticed that the reward for this quest was on another level compared to the tutorial. He stood up from the floor. He promised to claim every reward that comes his way. He decided to use up the points that he has been saving. He used 50 points to unlock level 2 Draconian skills. One of the level 2 Draconian skills was Dragon Scale Armor. Dragon Scale will grow and harden on the user. It provides incredibly effective magic resistance. Our boy needs 80 points to unlock this skill. The other skill is Dragon Claw. It summons a powerful Dragon Claw to strike down the user's enemies in a single attack. Zeke also needs 80 points to unlock this skill. Our boy still had a lot of points left. However, He didn't know if he would get the opportunity to amass this amount of points again. He decided to buy the level 2 draconian skills and invest his points into a few things. He wanted to save 400 points. He decided to test the 2 skills. He activated the Dragon Claw. An energy that was in the shape of a dragon's claw covered his hand. Our boy took a stance and swung his hand. He destroyed the hard concrete ground with his skill. Our boy was surprised to see what he did. The skill was much better than he expected. He decided to test the other skill. He raised his sword and activated the dragon scale armor. An energy that had the shape of scales covered his hand. When Zeke hit his sword on his hand, it bounced away. Our boy was surprised to see this. He didn't use aura, but he had the intent to cut through his hand. He realized that this was no different from wearing a full plate armor even when he is entirely unarmed. The dragon claw was for attacking and the dragon scale armor was for defense. Our boy decided to continue training since he has tested the skills. In the next scene, we are taken to the central training hall of the academy. We see the cadets gathered at the hall. An instructor informed them that a practical aura exam will take place before the semester exam. He decided to explain things to the cadets. He told them that the things behind him are basic training use dummies. The dummies were specifically made so that it will be difficult to even scratch it with plain physical force. However, if the cadets use aura, they will be able to destroy it. The instructor informed them that they will fail if they are not able to dent it. He said that all following exams will be considered null, and they will be forced to start over from the basics. The cadets were shocked to hear that they won't be able to advance if they fail. The instructor ordered them to keep quiet. He called out to a boy known as Aaron and asked him to come up. The boy ran to the stage. Owen believed that it was natural for the people called first to be flustered. However, it is different for him. This practical is similar to the aura training he familiarized himself with at home. The Academy's aura education is something that the Zimmons have already established. Owen believed that even the purebloods won't be able to match him in aura control. While he was thinking, he was called to the stage. He was asked to start. The boy drew out his sword with a smug look on his face. He took a stance and released his energy. It shined brightly. The students were shocked to see that Owen had achieved sword resonance. The instructor who was jotting down information about the cadets was quite impressed with Owen. He told his superior that Owen is using sword resonance at barely 13 years old. He said that he is incredible. The man said that this is expected from one of the great families. Owen charged at the dummies. He charged at them at a decent speed. He left his mark on each one of the dummies around him. The cadets were shocked to see this. The instructor who was jotting told Owen that he is incredible. He said that this is expected from a Zimmons. He tapped the boy on his shoulder and told him that he will soon surpass Abel. The boy was annoyed to hear this. He pushed the instructor's hand away. The man asked his senior if he did something wrong. The senior said that ill-mannered. The boy frowned his face as he walked down the stage. After Owen, other students took their turns, but they barely scratched the dummies. The junior instructor asked his senior about why everyone was having such a hard time. The man said that they were intimidated by Owen's performance. Even though he said this, there wasn't a single student who failed. Seeing how every single student has been able to pour aura into their swords without fail, the instructor became convinced that the special class was truly different. However, even in a place filled with geniuses, there were still those who were superior to their peers. Reina told the senior instructor that she has a request. The man asked her to tell him. The girl said that she wishes to be graded according to the dragon-slaying arts. The instructor informed her that this grading criteria is for higher-ranked cadets. The girl assured him that she is aware of this. Owen told himself that Reina's conceit knows no bound now that she is a pure-blood awakener. Pouring aura into your sword and being able to use the dragon-slaying arts are two entirely different things. Merely maintaining aura in the sword requires an incredible amount of concentration. However, in the case of dragon-slaying arts, a person needs to be able to make fine adjustments to the amount of aura required for each and every movement. Owen believed that Reina was going to make 1 or 2 swings before her aura dissipates. He believed that the girl would screw herself because of her competitiveness towards him. The instructor informed Reina that the condition for failure is harsher. He asked her if she is fine with this. The girl said that she is. The instructor decided to grant her request. The girl bowed her head and thanked him. She took a stance and raised her sword. All the cadets focused their attention on her. Reina put her aura into her sword and swung it at a dummy. She easily cut through the dummy. The girl began to tear all the dummies apart at a crazy speed. She sliced through them as if she was cutting paper. When she was done, she put her sword away. There was no dummy left on the stage. The students were shocked to see this. They believed that Owen was going to be the best when it came to aura control, but he couldn't even compare. The students knew that none of them could rival the girl. Owen grit his teeth out of anger. He could not stand this. While breathing heavily, Reina took out her sword and pointed it at someone among the cadets. Owen assumed that she was pointing at him. He believed that she wanted to mock him. The boy quickly realized that he was wrong. He turned around in fear. He realized that Reina never had any interest in him from the beginning. She was only focused on Zeke. Our boy did not expect her to point at him. He couldn't ignore her since she was glaring intensely at him. He decided to meet up with her expectations a bit. He told the instructor that he will also like to be graded according to the dragon-slaying arts criteria. The junior instructor was annoyed to hear this. He asked Zeke if he is taking the dragon-slaying arts lightly, because Reina did it so easily. He informed our boy that Reina is a pureblood. The senior instructor cut him off and told Zeke that he will be given the same conditions as Reina. He asked our boy if he is fine with this. With a smile on his face, Zeke told him that it is good with him. The junior instructor asked his senior to tell him why he accepted Zeke's request. He said that all attendance has been processed, and he has never seen Zeke attend the class even once. The senior revealed to him that our boy won a bet against instructor Andre. He told him that he doesn't know about it because he was just assigned there recently. He revealed to his junior that Zeke is the Golden Light Pure Blood Awakener. He is also the unprecedented recruit who broke Abel's record in the dungeon escape exam. The senior told the man that he is looking at Zeke Draker. Our boy closed his eyes and circulated his ether. The system informed him that Bahamut has detected ether. It told him that the sword's aura conversion ability has been activated. Zeke covered his sword with aura. It was a bit difficult for him to control his strength. He was able to put in the right amount of aura. When our boy raised his sword, Reina was startled. She recognized the technique he was about to use. Zeke took a stance and raised his sword up. He decided to use the first verse of Chapter 1 of the Dragon-Slaying Arts. The technique is known as Sky Slice Stance. Reina realized that our boy technique was comparable to hers. She quickly realized that she was wrong. It was actually on the same level as Andre's technique. Zeke easily tore through the dummies at a crazy speed. He moved very fast with his huge sword. Our boy practiced the dragon-slaying arts so thoroughly during the 2 years before he regressed that he can do this in his sleep. His sword and movements, his positioning and footwork, even the flow of his aura was trained to perfection. These things are ingrained into his body to the point that it doesn't even require conscious thought. Zeke was extremely bored with the dragon-slaying arts, but starting over from the basics made it more interesting to him. After he was done tearing through the dummies, he put his sword away. He believed that this would be enough to stir up Reina. The cadets could not believe that Zeke wrapped his sword in aura. They did not expect Zeke to be on the level of a purple knight. Our boy quickly realized that he messed up. He turned around to look at the dummies. He wondered if he got too absorbed in the test. His aura ended up leaking out unconsciously. He wanted to do something on the same level as Reina, but he ended up standing out again. The instructors could not believe their eyes. They could not believe that a first-year student is a purple knight. Owen began to shake. The boy became hopeless. He could not catch up to the 2 geniuses in his class. Reina actually became excited. She was happy to see her rival ahead of her. In the next scene, we see Zeke having tea with the dean in his office. Howard informed our boy that he heard about his participation in the semester exam. He told him that he got some very surprising results. Our boy told him that he was simply lucky. Howard laughed when he heard this. He said that luck does not make a person reach the level of a purple knight at age 13. The man took a sip of his tea and asked Zeke to tell him how he feels about taking the grade advancement exam. Zeke asked him if he will skip a grade with this exam. Howard explained to him that it can be more than 1 grade. He told him that it depends on his performance. He told him that it is a system designed for remarkable cadets like him. Zeke knew that Howard would come looking for him because he stood out more than he planned, but he did not expect the man to take his bait so fast. With a smile on his face, Zeke told the dean that he will take the exam. As he walked out of his building, Zeke realized that Howard has something planned. He decided to play along with the man. After Zeke left, Howard turned to the window and took out something from his clothes. He took out a stone. He used the stone to inform someone that Zeke and Reina have decided to take the exam. The person gave him some orders. Howard told the person that he understands. He said that he will take some measures. With a smile on his face, Howard said that things are getting interesting. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the upper-class training hall of the academy. We see Zeke and Raina inside the hall. The girl was staring at our boy, but he looked away. He wished she could pretend that she was not staring at him. While he was looking away, someone apologized to them for making them wait. He presented their examiner to them. He introduced the man as an upper-class knight from the main family. The knight had white hair and a scar on his face. He was introduced as Sir Al Draker. Zeke was shocked to see the man. He quickly realized that he was looking at Dieback Blade. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see an older owl carrying a dead young boy in a destroyed town. While Owl was digging a hole for the boy with his hands, someone walked up to him from behind. The person turned out to be the older Zeke. Our boy quickly recognized the Draker uniform on the man. He grabbed his sword and called Owl a damn dog of the Empire. He asked him about what he is doing there. Owl didn't say anything. He just continued digging a hole. Zeke saw the dead boy next to the man. When he turned to the side, he saw a large amount of graves that Owl had made with his hands. While the man was still digging, our boy pushed a shovel into the ground. Owl quickly covered his hand with aura when he heard the sound of the shovel. Zeke asked the man if he needs help. He pushed his shovel into the ground and began to dig. He told Owl that he will help him even if he says no. Owl did not expect this. Our boy introduced himself as Zeke Murray. He said that he is a member of the Northern Allied Forces. He asked Owl if he is a Draker. The man said that he is no longer a Draker. He said that he left. Zeke revealed to him that he also did the same. He asked the man to tell him what he wants him to call him. Owl asked him to call him Dieback Blade. In the present, Zeke was surprised to find out that his real name was Owl. He believed that it fit the Kurt Dieback Blade perfectly. Our boy and Raina bowed their heads to greet the man. Zeke did not expect them to bring an upper-class knight for a first-year grade advancement exam. The supporting pillars of the Drakers are the upper-class knights. One must possess power and experience equally in order to be granted this title. It is a high-ranking position. An instructor explained to Zeke and Raina that the examination method is one that is familiar to the alumni of the Cradle. It is a swordsmanship battle. He told them that they can continue as long as they don't lose consciousness or give up. He advised them to do their best. Raina placed her hand on her sword. She said that she will go first. Owl declined her request. He told her that there is no need to fight separately. With a serious look on his face, he asked Zeke and Raina to fight him together. Raina was annoyed to hear this. She wanted to charge at him. Zeke placed his hand on her shoulder and asked her not to get too heated up. He told her that she should be aware of the difference in their skills. He revealed to Raina that the test has already began. He explained to her that she would have lost some points if she had failed to control her anger and charged at the man. When Raina heard this, she turned around. She saw that the instructor was jotting down things that were happening. She took a deep breath and calmed herself. She asked Zeke about what they should do. Our boy was impressed that the genius was able to make a quick judgment. He revealed to her that there is a perfect strategy that they can use in this situation. He said that they have to get one strike in. The two of them surrounded the man. Owl drew his sword. Zeke found his sword to be weird. It only had a single edge. It came from the Eastern Empire. It is known as the Wando. Our boy realized that Owl has been using the sword since he was young. He noticed that Raina was looking down a bit. He realized that her pride has been hurt. However, Zeke didn't care because pride and honor is worthless to the weak. He hoped that she wouldn't make things personal and she would just focus on the strategy. Zeke and Raina charged at Owl at the same time. Owl was able to block our boy's attack first. Raina tried to use the opportunity to attack him, but he blocked the attack too. She attacked him again from behind, but the man was able to block it again. The girl was impressed with the power of an upper-class knight. Zeke advised her to focus on attacking Owl's blind spots. Raina was not able to land any effective blows on him. She was not even able to scratch him. She decided to attack the man with the intent to kill. She covered her sword with aura and used verse 1 of Chapter 3 of the Dragon Slaying Arts. The technique is known as Half-Moon Slash. She swung her sword in a clean and swift manner. Owl was able to dodge the attack by moving his body to the side. While Raina was still in the air, the knight gave her a kick in her throat. The girl spat out some blood. She was sent flying. She crashed into the wall. Two attendants in the room moved to the wall to check on her. They asked her if she is all right. Reina stood up from the rubble and told them that she is fine. She advised them to step back because it is dangerous. For a moment, the girl lost consciousness. She realized that she had no hope of creating an opening in Owl's defense. Even Zeke was getting pushed back. Reina wondered if it was really possible for our boy to create an opening. Earlier before, when Zeke was explaining his plan to Reina, the girl said that she cannot participate in such a shameful strategy. She asked our boy if he intends to tarnish an honorable duel. Our boy asked her if honor puts food on the table. He tapped her on her shoulder and reminded her that this isn't a match between knights. He said that it is an exam. He told Reina that they are testing their ability to kill. The girl told him that she understands. She knew that she was the one who asked Zeke for his help. She asked our boy if he really believes that his strategy will work. She reminded him that Owl is an upper-class knight. Zeke explained to her that they have to create a situation where the plan works. He reminded her about the fight that they had when they were in the cradle. He asked her if she knows why she wasn't able to dodge the rock. Reina said that it is because she didn't expect him to use such a method. Zeke told her that she is correct. He said that it is the same thing with Owl. He asked her to just wait for his signal. He assured her that it will work. He told her that a small opening is all they need. Our boy charged at the man again. He used the Gale Art's shadowless step to charge at Owl. He created several afterimages of himself. Owl looked around. He quickly realized that this was Duke's technique. He was actually able to sense Zeke and block his attack from the side. With a smile on his face, our boy told Owl that he has to get serious from now on. The moment he said this, the lights in the building went out. Owl did not expect this. He immediately realized that they were taking advantage of a pure blood's trade of mana interference. He knew that Reina was the one responsible for this. He pushed Zeke back. Our boy charged at him again in the darkness, but the man was still able to block his attacks. He believed that this was a childish ploy. He could not believe that they expected that they would have an opportunity to defeat an upper-class knight like him by simply obstructing his vision. While he was blocking the attacks, the man got a strange feeling. He did not understand how Zeke was able to move within this pitch darkness where even he could barely sense the things around him. It was as if Zeke's vision was unperturbed. Our boy was using his dragon eyes. He put some distance between himself and Owl. He decided to use his dragon claw. He has been looking for an opportunity to use the skill. He knew that Owl isn't the type of person who would go around talking about what he experienced in a fight. Zeke covered his hand with the golden energy and fired an attack at Owl. The man was shocked to feel the weight of Zeke's attack. He was shocked to see that this was the sword strike of a first-year cadet. He quickly realized that this wasn't a sword strike at all. It was something different. Owl didn't actually care about what it was. All he knew was that Zeke has long surpassed the level of a cadet. He noticed that Reina couldn't move in the dark like Zeke. He wondered if our boy disregarded unnecessary forces to restrict him. This was something that would only work against an opponent of a similar level. While he was thinking, Zeke charged at him again. The man was able to block the attack. He decided to make his attack faster. He and Zeke moved at a crazy speed. Our boy was able to keep up with his attacks, but it was a bit tough for him. He noticed that Owl's attacks are starting to resemble what they were before the lights went out. He did not expect him to have already adjusted to the darkness. While he was in the air, Owl swung his sword at him. He noticed that Zeke had disappeared. He could only make out a hazy figure. It was like fighting a shadow. The moment he thought of this, someone appeared behind him. Owl swung his sword. He ended up cutting something different. The man noticed that he tore through a mana light. Our boy was cutting the ropes holding the lights in the air. He allowed them to fall on Owl. The man realized that this extraneous noises were covering up any traces of Zeke. While he was trying to sense his presence, our boy attacked him from above. Owl managed to block the attack. Immediately he did this. Zeke asked Reina to do something. The girl threw something at them. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the past. We see Fanon telling our boy that he can create something since its structure and ingredients are simple. He said that it is only a one-time use item. He asked Zeke about the kind of spell he wants to store in it. He asked him if it is explosion magic. Our boy smiled and told the man that it isn't. He said that a flash and the sound of an explosion is enough. The scene shifts, and we are taken back to the present. We see our boy's magically engineered flashbang get released in the air. Zeke was able to hide behind his sword and cover his ears. The bright light blocked Owl's vision, and the sound affected his hearing. The man knew that they got him. He realized that he made a mistake by disregarding Reina as unnecessary. The girl and Zeke charged at him at the same time. Our boy was happy to see the man cornered. Al decided to use verse 1 of chapter 4 of the dragon slaying arts. The technique is known as the full moon slash. The attack covered the area around him. It caught Zeke and Reyna off guard. It sent them flying. They both crashed into the ground. Al was able to do this without his senses. In the next scene, we see the attendants carrying Zeke and Reyna on a stretcher. The instructor commended Al on the match. Before Al could reply, someone yelled at him and told him that he did a number on his disciple. Al quickly bowed his head to greet Duke. He referred to him as the Knight of Gale. The instructor also bowed his head and greeted the man. Duke waved at him. He told Al that he is as stiff as ever. He placed his hand on his shoulder and asked him about how his disciple was. The moment he heard this question, Al remembered that Zeke intentionally abandoned his sword and raised his guard. He knew that our boy could have launched a counterattack if he wanted. He did not understand why he did not do it. He wondered if Zeke did not do it because his goal was to advance and not to gain victory. The man realized that Zeke might have revealed his abilities to the extent that he deemed necessary. While looking at his hand, Al told Duke that Zeke is far beyond his capacity to evaluate. The scene shifts, and we see the dean having a meeting with the instructors. This was the Academy Grade Advancement meeting. Howard asked the instructors if they are all in agreement regarding their decision. Al nodded his head. Andre said that he has no objections. Other instructors also agreed with the decision. It was announced that Reyna and Zeke have advanced to the 3rd and 5th grades. After this, our boy lived as quietly as possible. After he was done learning all the Gale arts from Duke, he passed his place to Andre. Our boy continued to maintain a good relationship with Professor Fannin. However, the man was chosen by a royal magic laboratory in Delphoa. Due to this, Zeke ended up parting ways with him when he left the academy. Our boy no longer got involved with the heirs of the 3 great families. The only odd thing was that Al would meet him every quarter to request for a duel. After this, Al handed in a leave of absence and isolated himself inside a closed training hall. It was as if he gained a sudden realization. 2 years passed by like this, and Zeke graduated from the academy. Inside the Platinum Mansion, we see Decker congratulating our boy who is now 15 years old. He told him that he is the youngest person ever to gain an admission to Valhalla. He told him that the Patriarch would be proud of him. He said that he never expected the dean to personally write him a letter of recommendation. Zeke said that he is grateful for it. Our boy did not actually like the situation. The title of youngest to be admitted rendered his 2 years of quiet living null and void. He told Decker that he has 3 months before the entrance ceremony takes place. He asked the man to head to Atlas first. Decker was surprised to hear this. Before he could say anything, Zeke told him that he intends to rest quietly by himself. He said that he doesn't want to be bothered by anyone. He asked the man if he understands. Decker assured him that he understands. Zeke planned on going to the giant mountains where Kaiser's remains lay. Our boy plans to use his vacation as an excuse to go there. He wanted to explore through the Adventurers Guild belonging to the Argos Kingdom. He didn't want to reveal his destination to any suspicious individuals. While he was looking through some documents, someone knocked on his door. Zeke asked the person to come in. The person turned out to be Liam. The boy kneeled in front of Zeke. He referred to him as his liege. Our boy reminded him that he asked him to ease up a bit. He told Liam that it is fine to greet him informally. Decker said that he will be leaving. Zeke asked him not to forget to use the black card to take care of the matter with Valhalla. Liam asked Zeke to tell him why he called him to the Platinum Mansion. Our boy told him that he heard about him getting transferred to the special class. He said that he couldn't just stand by and do nothing as his liege. He grabbed a book and stretched his hand out to Liam. He revealed to him that he organized everything that he will need during his time in the academy. It contained expected exam questions, training manuals, and information on some essential items. Zeke asked the boy to go to the Papner's Breath and show the blacksmith the book. He told him that he will be given the required items. Liam was shocked to hear this. Our boy reminded him that he will need a personal sword in the 4th year. He asked him to commission Papner's Breath for this too. He asked him not to worry about the cost. He told him that he has already paid for everything. With a smile on his face, Zeke told Liam that he believes that he will follow after him. Liam was very touched by his master's gesture. He wanted to cry. He went on his knees and promised Zeke that he will live up to his expectations. Our boy reminded him that it has not been a minute since he asked him to ease up a bit. Liam said that he will try to rectify his behavior. The Argos kingdom lies at the northernmost edge of the central continent. It is one of the 4 central kingdoms alongside Delphoa, Thebia, and Alencia. Dungeons of different sizes litter the giant mountains that divide the land of the monsters from the continent. This draws in adventurers aiming to get rich quickly. The first king of Argos recognized this and chose to make his kingdom's central business one that ties adventurers and dungeons together. With the support of the royal family, the giant mountains have been divided into hundreds of regions with shipping routes and bases constructed and managed by the Argos Adventurers Guild, which has now spread across the continent. In the next scene, we are taken to an adventurers guild. We see people getting registered in the guild. We see someone register as Zeke Murray. The person was asked to submit his documents to the issue desk to receive his registration certificate. The person turned out to be Zeke. Our boy was wearing a wig and magic lens for his eyes. He knew that it will be best for him to get an adventurer certificate in order to operate in peace. Going around as a Draker would cause him to stand out. Zeke decided to start his treasure hunt immediately. He got his certificate. He went to a place where several carriages were in order to get a ride to his destination. He ended up joining other people in the carriage. Our boy was relieved that he was able to get a caravan during such a busy season. While he was resting, someone asked him if he is an adventurer too. With a smile on his face, the man told Zeke that he looks nervous. He asked him if this is his first time going into a dungeon. One of the man's teammate moved close to our boy. He asked him if he wants to join them. He said that they are actually veterans despite how they look. The man and the woman next to him smiled at Zeke. Their teammate said that dungeons have been dangerous recently. He told our boy that he will be monster food if he makes a mistake down there. Zeke realized that trash like this will always be everywhere he goes. With a smile on his face, the man asked Zeke if he knows that the first party to go into the dungeon takes half of the adventurer's livelihood. Our boy was already familiar with this tactic. People like this use new adventurers as monster bait or sell them off to slave traders. While he was thinking, Zeke sensed something coming from the mountains. He stood up and asked the idiot next to him to shut up. The idiot was surprised to hear this. He asked our boy if he offended him in some way. Zeke moved close to the driver. He informed him that there are monsters 500 meters behind them to their left. He said that it is a group of orcs. He asked the driver if the place is infested with monsters. The man was surprised to hear this. He said that the route is safe. The idiot laughed at Zeke. He called him a little rookie and asked him not to be nervous. He explained to him that the routes of the main branch Adventurers Guild are managed directly by the kingdom. He said that even wild animals cannot get inside this safe zone. Our boy asked the idiot to explain what is behind him. The moment he said this, a orc appeared and screamed at them. A small amount of orcs destroyed the trees around them and attacked the carriage. They easily destroyed it. They killed the people inside the carriage with their giant clubs. Unfortunately for the poor idiot, the carriage fell on his legs. While he was struggling, an orc walked up to him. The man called for help, but no one answered. The orc squashed his head. Zeke hid behind a tree and watched as the orcs tore the carriage apart. He realized that the base was not operating properly for there to be orcs roaming around in a safe zone. When our boy arrived at the base, he saw dead bodies everywhere. He did not expect the Argos soldiers to lose. With this much manpower, most monsters wouldn't even stand a chance. While looking at the bodies, Zeke noticed something odd. He saw the cuts on the bodies. He quickly realized that the soldiers didn't lose to the monsters. They were actually killed by humans. The humans intentionally left massive damages on the bodies to make it look like a monster attack. However, if this was truly done by a monster, the cut wouldn't have been so clean. On top of this, there is almost no trace of resistance. The men were killed in a clean manner with a single attack. Our boy realized that the people who did this must be on the level of a purple knight. He knew that he will create some misunderstandings if he stays there any longer. He decided to leave. Finding traces of Kaiser was his top priority. As he walked deeper into the forest, Zeke saw a basket filled with human skulls. He knew that this is a symbol that marks the barbarian territory. The mini-map informed him that he is almost at Kaiser's ruins. While looking at the skulls, Zeke wondered about what the Empire's hunting dogs were doing there. They were hiding behind some trees and watching our boy from afar. The hunting dogs were recruited from the greatest talents among the Empire's knight trainees. They are a unit under the direct control of the Emperor. They are trained in tracking and assassination techniques. Presently, They are hidden from the eyes of the public. Only those in the highest positions are even aware of their existence. However, they will make a grand entrance in the public eye as the main fighting force during the Continental War waged by the Empire. On his way here, Zeke had been watching their movements. He could never forget their unique tracking techniques. This is because they were the ones who killed him. Zeke remembered that Duke mentioned that the Emperor is obsessed with immortality, and he is turning the continent inside out to find it. Our boy remembered that the Emperor was obsessed with rare artifacts even before his regression. Not only did he bear the foolish dream of unifying the continent, he also dreamed of something as insubstantial as immortality. Zeke wondered if the Empire has already discovered Kaiser's ruins. He realized that he needed to confirm this by himself. He disappeared in front of the hunting dogs when he thought of this. They were surprised to see what happened. They turned to a man to signal him to do something. The man put his hand into his clothes. He brought out a flare gun. Before he could fire the gun, Zeke reappeared and cut off his hand. Our boy looked at the gun, which fell to the ground. He saw a golden robe tied to its bottom. He realized that the man was going to fire a gold flare, which signifies an emergency. He became certain that the man was the team leader. Due to the fact that there were only 3 of them, our boy asked the man if they are the perimeter guard team. He said that they should normally be 12 men on a team. One of the man teammates asked Zeke to tell him who sent him. Our boy cut off the head of the man in front of him when he heard this. The other 2 were shocked to see this. Zeke asked them if they do not understand the situation. With a scary look on his face, he told them that he is the one asking the questions in this situation. He advised them to think carefully. He told them that he can see 2 mouths that can talk. He asked them if the other person will die quietly if one of them dies. The men became scared. Our boy advised them to think carefully and make a wise decision. Zeke was able to get the location of their temporary base. It was filled with hunting dogs. Our boy realized that these hunting dogs were probably the ones who killed the people at the base. Due to the fact that they harmed the kingdom's soldiers, Zeke wondered if they have really found Kaiser's ruins. He decided to check it out by himself. Zeke beheaded the other 2 men and placed their heads in their hands. He drew a symbol on the tree where he placed their bodies. This was the sign of the McCain. There is a rule that states that those who draw their swords against a McCain will be put to rest. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the base of the hunting dogs. We see 2 men guarding the entrance of the cave. One of them yawned and said that no crazy bastard would even bother entering the territory of the barbarians. He said that there is no point in watching. The man on the other side agreed with him. The moment he said this, a blade got fired at the man's head. The other man was shocked to see this. Before he could react, a blade got fired at his head too. Zeke ran into the cave at a crazy speed. One of the hunting dogs heard the sound of something. His colleague asked him about why he stopped moving. The man asked him if he didn't hear something coming from the entrance. His colleague said that he didn't hear anything. Before he could react, Zeke stabbed the man in his neck. He swung his dagger at the colleague, but he was able to dodge it by moving his head. The man screamed intruder. Before he could say more, Zeke put his hand into his mouth and slit his throat. The other hunting dogs surrounded him in no time. As he looked around, Zeke was reminded of the old times. He remembered the time when he was ordered by his boss, who was tired of a 5-year-long power struggle. His boss ordered him to raid the Pabella cartel. This was how our boy felt in that moment. The boss of the hunting dog said that this is the knifemanship of a southern hitman. He wondered if Zeke came from McCain or Pabella. He didn't actually care. He told our boy that they can't let him leave alive now that he has gotten here. He promised to grant him an easy death if he surrenders. Zeke was surprised to see that this was the man in charge. The man was probably staring at the ceiling of Blue Knighthood. These hunting dogs were far weaker than the hunting dogs he fought in his past life. Zeke asked the leader if he is allowed to say something like this to the person who killed their comrades. The other hunting dogs were annoyed to hear this. Our boy asked the men if they care so little for their comrades that they wouldn't tear him apart and slaughter 3 generations of his kin. The leader told Zeke that they will grant his wish. He told him that he will tear him apart while he is still breathing. The moment he said this, one of the hunting dogs charged at Zeke. Our boy was able to block his attack. The others also charged at him. Our boy was easily blocking their attacks. Something felt odd to him. He wondered if the hunting dogs were always at this level. He wondered if they were too weak or if he had gotten too strong. It didn't really matter right now. He activated his mana reflection skill. The moment he did this, the mana lights went out. the leader was shocked to see this. He could not believe that there was a power outage at a time like this. It was too convenient. He wondered if this was a dragon slayer's mana interference. The hunting dogs were struggling to adjust to the darkness. The leader remembered that Zeke was empty-handed from the start, and he didn't use aura either. He was also using a dagger. The leader was certain that our boy is a hitman. He decided to conclude that the power outage was a simple malfunction. He called out to his men and asked them not to panic. He said that the power will soon be restored. The moment he said this, Zeke killed one of his men. By the time the lights came back on, all the hunting dogs were already dead. The man was shocked to see this. Our boy appeared behind the man. He told him that the emperor is quite bold. He said that he did not expect him to go after the ruins of the hero King Kaiser. While his hands were shaking, the man grabbed his sword and swung it at Zeke. He said that he doesn't know what he is talking about. Our boy disappeared and asked the man not to worry about it. He told him that he will find out on his own if he doesn't want to tell him. Before the man could take a step, he saw a hand over his eyes. With a shaky tone in his voice, he told Zeke that they really don't know anything. Our boy slit his throat. As he walked out of the cave, he threw the dagger on the ground. He did this so that all the events that occurred there will be attributed to the McCain. The McCain cartel is a group that Zeke poured his blood, sweat, and tears into in his past life. It is a criminal organization based in the South that would do anything for money. After the Cusco Kingdom in the South fell due to a civil war, the McCain cartel divided the resulting lawless land in two. Zeke was certain that he could cover his tracks using his draconian skills, but he intentionally used the southern knifemanship and left the McCain's unique warning. Our boy knew that the Empire will definitely think of this as the Southern cartel's doing. Even if the Empire makes its move due to the events that transpired, it would only serve to eliminate the McCain, so Zeke stands to benefit either way. Thanks to the letter our boy found inside, he was able to know that the Emperor has gone much further than he expected. The only command the Emperor gave the hunting dogs was to find ancient ruins. What shocked Zeke was the enclosure operation map. Our boy believed that it was natural for the Emperor to have covered the central continent, but he did not expect him to reach the eastern regions and unexplored dark seas. He mobilized hunting dogs everywhere that he suspected an ancient ruin existed. Zeke realized that the hunting dogs were already on the scale they were at before he regressed, but they still haven't found Kaiser's ruins. Zeke knew that he had to start searching immediately. The moment he thought of this, a flare was shot in the sky. It was a red flare. Zeke was surprised to see it. He knew that this was a signal for disaster. In the next scene, we see Zeke running in the forest. Our boy was running from the hunting dogs. When he turned around, he saw that the hunting dogs have already caught up to him. The 5-part red flare that was fired earlier refers to an absolute snare. It informed the members of the hunting dogs that they are to kill the hazard no matter what. With the flare as the center, they will search and secure their target and then ensnare them. Until the target is found, all the hunting dogs in the relevant area will continue their search. This is the archetypal assassination method of the hunting dogs. It is synonymous with a death sentence. Even Zeke died to the absolute snare when he stole the artifact that the Emperor wanted. The only thing different is that our boy now has the system. While he was running, one of the hunting dogs appeared out of nowhere and swung his blade at him. Zeke was able to dodge the attack. The other hunting dogs caught up to our boy. The red-head man with a scar and his teammates rushed to attack our boy. Zeke took out his daggers. He was certain that he could take care of the men. He used his daggers to block their attacks. Immediately he did this, he jumped out of their midst. He moved behind a tree. The hunting dogs were not fazed. Zeke became certain that these men were on a different level compared to the ones he met in the cave. More hunting dogs appeared behind our boy. They surrounded him from every corner. Zeke gently scratched his head and said that this has become a hassle. He took a look at his mini-map to see his position. Based on the abilities they displayed, our boy was certain that he will be able to escape from them. However, if he uses his plan, he will be tearing down the attempts he made to pin this all on the McCain. Unfortunately, Zeke didn't have a lot of choices. He didn't want to use one of his trump cards here. He took out a small horn that he wore as a necklace. He blew the horn. The sound echoed throughout the forest. The hunting dogs were surprised to see this. They looked around. Their leader quickly turned to Zeke. He saw our boy holding some smoke bombs. He quickly called out to his men. He said that the sound was a distraction. He ordered them to attack Zeke. Before the men could reach him, Zeke dropped the smoke bombs on the ground. He smiled at them and disappeared. Their leader asked them not to panic. He said that our boy can't get too far as long as the absolute snare is in effect. He asked them to guard their stations. He ordered them to search for Zeke if they spot any suspicious movements. The leader carefully looked around. He couldn't sense any traces of Zeke. He wondered if our boy thought that he will be able to retreat if he blocked their sight. He also wondered if the sound that came from the horn had any meaning. It just didn't make sense to him. The moment he thought of this, he saw the body of one of his men in the air. He was shocked to see this. When he turned around, he saw something shocking. He saw barbarians. He saw the barbarians beating up his men. He did not understand what was happening. He was certain that they didn't do anything to provoke the barbarians. It was possible for them to take on 1 or 2 barbarians. However, they were attacking in a large number. One of the hunting dogs drew out his sword and called the barbarians uncivilized brutes. He told them that they have a lot of guts to intrude. The moment he said this, he swung his sword at the barbarian. His sword was not even able to dent his skin. The man was shocked to see that his hand was shaking. The barbarian crushed his head with a single blow. The leader realized that this was his first time seeing them so enraged. He understood that they are at a disadvantage with their current force. He took out a flare gun and fired a flare to the sky. He informed his subordinates that they are withdrawing the absolute snare. The barbarians chased after the hunting dogs. After they all left the area, Zeke came out of the ground. He said that the horn was far more effective than he expected. The barbarian's horn was created to be an efficient means of communication during the chaos of battle. It is a barbarian tool of war. When Zeke looked at his necklace, he noticed that the horn has broken. In his past life, he was able to develop a friendly relationship with the Mohawken tribe. They taught him how to make and use the horn. The signal Zeke sent with the horn was to tell the tribe that there were outsiders intruding upon their sacred motherland. The barbarians are considered to be simplistic and uncivilized savages. However, they have clear cultures and traditions, and they live in their indigenous civilizations. Zeke took off the necklace. He realized that he could only use this shoddy replica once. Our boy ran into the forest. He decided to find the real ruins. When Zeke arrived at the entrance of the ruins, he hid behind some rocks. He saw something shocking. He did not expect to face another problem today. At the entrance of the ruins, there was a monster with multiple heads walking around. The system informed Zeke that he has discovered a fallen dragonborn corrupted by contaminated energy. Our boy did not know what a fallen dragonborn was. All he knew was that the door leading to the ruins was next to the monster. He asked the system if it can open the door. The system confirmed his request and connected to the home of the hero King Kaiser. It informed Zeke that it will now open the home of the hero King Kaiser. The moment it said this, the door began to move up. The dragonborn also saw this. It screamed when it saw this. Zeke realized that the monster was now on high alert. He knew that he couldn't walk past it. He decided to use the dragon-slaying arts. He charged at the monster. He used the shadowless steps of the Gale arts to create numerous afterimages. The dragonborn charged at the afterimages. Zeke decided to pass through the entrance after interfering with the monster's view with the shadowless steps. Before our boy could reach the door, one of the monster's heads appeared next to him with its mouth open. It pushed our boy back. Zeke grabbed his sword and used the first verse of Chapter 7 of the dragon-slaying arts known as Dragon Head Severance to cut off one of its head. The monster's blood splashed on him. He noticed that the blood was acidic. His healing factor quickly activated. Zeke realized that he knew this monster that has acidic blood and 9 heads. It is a monster that even his master barely subjugated in his past life. This monster is Hydra, the 9-headed dragon. Zeke decided to face the Hydra. In the next scene, we see the Hydra trying to bite our boy. Zeke stood his ground with his sword. The monster pushed him away with its huge body. Our boy got slammed to the ground. He used his sword to hold himself up. He could not believe that he was struggling this bad. In this age where dragons are extinct, dragonborn monsters are said to be the closest to dragons. Zeke's attacks were not working on the monster at all. No matter how much he cuts it down, it heals itself immediately. This was quite frustrating for Zeke. He realized that the Hydra was too much for his current self. He noticed that he was about 30 meters away from the door. He pointed his sword down and ordered the system to close the door. The system confirmed his request and told him that it will close the door of the home of the hero King Kaiser. The door began to slowly descend. Zeke pressed his sword into the ground and released some energy. The heads of the monsters slowly surrounded him. Our boy dragged his sword on the ground and used the fifth form of the Gale arts known as Wind Splitter. He used the technique to fire an attack that cut off one of the Hydra's heads. He was able to clear a path for himself. He quickly ran towards the door. He decided to give up on the monster and get through the door before it closes. The Hydra saw through Zeke's plan. It quickly charged at him with multiple heads. Our boy carefully used his sword to hold the door and pass through it. He quickly turned around to see what happened to the Hydra. Immediately he did this. One of the monster's heads passed through the door and grabbed his hand with its teeth. Zeke grit his teeth to withstand the pain. He did not expect this. The Hydra used part of its neck to hold the door. Two of its heads were able to enter the ruins. Zeke did not think that the Hydra would follow him here. Since the head was holding on to his hand, our boy added his ether to his sword and used it to cut it off. While he was in the air, his arm began to regenerate. One of the heads fired a poisonous gas at him. The system informed him that he has been poisoned by the Hydra. Zeke added ether to his sword and activated his soul manifestation. He used lacerate to cut off the head that poisoned him. He easily cut through it. Unfortunately for him, there was still one head left. Our boy was breathing heavily. He was quite exhausted. The head charged at him while he was breathing heavily. Since he was tired, Zeke decided to use one of his draconian skills. He activated the dragon's dignity. He used it to create a terrifying image of a dragon. With a horrifying look on his face, Zeke asked the monster to screw off if it doesn't want to get crushed. The Hydra could feel Zeke's terrifying power. It became scared. It quickly moved back and left the room on its own. Our boy did not think that dragon's dignity would walk on the Dragonborn. He realized that he should have tested it earlier. Zeke wondered why he was so tired. He knew that his infinite stamina is active. He wondered if this was because of the poison. A status window appeared in front of him while he was thinking. It informed him that he has struck fear into the fallen Dragonborn. It asked him if he will activate Dragonic control to subjugate the target. Zeke was surprised to hear that he struck fear in it. He wondered if he struck fear in it with the dragon's dignity. He couldn't believe that he had a chance to subjugate this powerful monster. He decided to give it a try. Zeke was quickly disappointed. The system informed him that he lacks the required administrator authority to be able to subjugate the Dragonborn. It told him that he has failed to subjugate the target. Zeke stood up. He said that he was looking forward to it. He realized that it would have been weird if such a cheat skill doesn't have any restrictions. The moment he thought of this, he felt a large amount of pain. The system informed him that the Hydra's poison has surpassed dangerous levels. Zeke fell to the ground. He could not believe that his healing factor was not working on the poison. He believed that there has to be a way to overcome this. He recalled that gluttony can consume bloodline abilities. Since it is such a potent poison, our boy was certain that the monster must have a bloodline ability that involves resistance against poison. He quickly activated gluttony. The shadow came out of his body and ate the head of the Hydra that he cut off. After the shadow was done consuming the head of the Hydra, the system informed our boy that the rank of gluttony has increased after absorbing the life of an elimination target life form. Gluttony increased from beginner to expert level. Zeke recovered the energy that he lacked. The system informed Zeke that he has absorbed the bloodline ability of the Hydra. It told him that he only consumed a portion, so he acquired an incomplete constitution. He now had poison resistance. Due to the effect of the poison resistance constitution, the Hydra poison was neutralized. Zeke smiled and raised his head up. According to the system, poison resistance constitution grants him immunity to most poison, and it will neutralize most poison. Our boy realized that he doesn't have to worry about poison anymore. On top of this, gluttony, which hasn't risen for a while, has finally gone up. He wondered if this is because he absorbed an elimination target life form. According to the system, an elimination target life form is a monster that is designated by the system to be subdued. Zeke will be given additional rewards for subduing such monsters. Our boy decided to continue his mission. He went into the ruins. The hero King Kaiser was a legendary figure who was half human, half fairy. He was born to the wise sage and the fairy monarch. Like any other hero, Kaiser's life was difficult from birth. He was separated from his parents due to the plans of an evil mage. He was abandoned in a forest. A sacred wolf took in the young lone, and crying Kaiser abandoned deep in the woods and raised him. Thanks to the wolf, Kaiser was able to grow up safely. Kaiser saved the oppressed humans and created a kingdom in the central continent solely for humans. This kingdom is known as Kronos. Every single person in the continent knows about how Kaiser's legend began. Currently, there are hardly any documents left from this time. This made Kaiser's story a legend. However, the proof that the hero King Kaiser and the Kronos kingdom actually existed was right in front of Zeke. While looking around the majestic palace, Zeke noticed that it was smaller compared to what he saw in the books. Our boy didn't think that the ruins of Kaiser would be the Kronos kingdom itself when he arrived at the entrance. He saw a huge door. Zeke realized that the home of the Dragon Slayer was also like this. The system helped him open the huge door. When Zeke stepped inside, he saw a huge glowing rock in the middle of the room. He walked up to the rock. He believed that it contained the secret technique of Kaiser. Before he could touch the rock, the system informed him that a quest linked to the hero King Kaiser's secret technique has begun. Zeke was surprised to see this. The system told him that he can't leave the area until he completes the linked quest. The moment it said this, the door got locked. The system asked him to acquire Kaiser's wisdom from the remnants of his presence left in the ruins. There was no time limit on this quest. He will be given the tears of the fairy monarch as a reward. Zeke was surprised to see what the reward was. He recalled that Kaiser's mother was an existence that grants the wishes of men. He could not believe that he would be getting the tears of the fairy monarch. Although our boy didn't know how to use this treasure, he knew that it is a cheat-level treasure. He asked the system to tell him how he can obtain the wisdom. The system confirmed his request and began to extract the data within the magic video recording device. It discovered entry 546 of Kaiser's magic video records. There were 12 entries in entry 546 that corresponded with Zeke's request. The system decided to play the first video among the 12 magic video entries. It detected that the language used in the video was ancient Kronosian, which is no longer in use. It translated the language into the central continent language which Zeke speaks. The moment it did this, the device released a video of a man. This was the man of legends, the hero King Kaiser. At the beginning of the video, Kaiser said that a sword is simply a sword. He said that the senile old men who don't even know how to swing a sword always spout this kind of nonsense. Immediately he said this, he noticed that his recording device was shaking. He asked someone whose name is Sheltern to get himself together. He told him that the device is shaking. Zeke quickly recalled that Sheltern is the man known as Kaiser's most loyal knight. Kaiser asked our boy about what he needs to do to wield a sword well. He said that a person doesn't need to do much. He said that they simply have to swing their sword often and with vigor. He asked Zeke if he is curious about the amount of times he needs to swing his sword. He told our boy that he needs to reach this goal. The moment he said this, he took out his sword and made a simple and powerful swing. Zeke felt like he was cut in half. He basically died while looking at the attack. Our boy fell to the ground. He began to sweat and breathe heavily. He could not believe that this overwhelming spirit was able to affect him even though it was just a recording. He could not believe that this was the wisdom of the hero king. Zeke smiled nervously. He said that he likes it. He stood up and asked the system to replay the video from the beginning. The system accepted his command. In the next scene, we see Zeke swing his sword. It has been about 4 days since he locked himself in here to train. He discovered 3 other doors across the entrance. The first room is a food storage that contains enough food to last for months. The second room is a rest area meant to allow one to manage their body's condition. The final room contains a variety of books and weapons of war. This room is a training room meant for Kaiser's successor. Thanks to this, Zeke was able to focus purely on training and swinging his sword. Our boy was already able to mimic the form he saw in the video, but it still didn't feel right to him. While he was looking at his sword, the system informed him that he has acquired Kaiser's wisdom. It told him that he has gotten the basic form of the elemental sword. Zeke was surprised to see this. He didn't know what it meant. The system informed him that he has surpassed the basic level and entered the applied level. Our boy did not know what this meant. The system told him that it is going to summon Kaiser's soul. The recording device began to gather a large amount of energy. It brought together something. The device stopped gathering energy when the person had been formed. The person turned out to be the king of the ancient Kronos kingdom, the hero King Kaiser. Zeke could not believe his eyes. The hero King Kaiser was standing in front of him. While he was staring in wonder, Kaiser took out his sword and attacked him. Zeke was able to block the attack. He did not know why Kaiser suddenly attacked him. Kaiser added more strength to his attack and sent our boy flying. Zeke crashed into a wall. The Hero King asked our boy to stand up immediately. Zeke could not believe that he sent him flying. He only felt this kind of strength once in his life. He felt it when he was facing his master in his past life. Kaiser asked our boy if he is going to learn his swordsmanship with such pathetic skills. With a look of anger on his face, he said that the knights of the old would pound the ground and lament at this sight. Zeke did not understand why Kaiser was attacking him. He wondered if the Hero King was trying to test his abilities. Before he could even get up, Kaiser appeared in front of him. He swung his sword at our boy. Zeke was able to dodge the attack by moving to the side. Kaiser's sword destroyed the wall. Our boy became convinced that Kaiser was trying to kill him. He did not know if he will be able to go against the Hero King. Zeke knew that a ridiculously powerful monster was in front of him. He took a deep breath and told himself that there is no need to think about it too much. He threw his training sword on the ground and told himself that he simply has to do what he always does and give it his best. He took out his sword and covered it with aura. He told the Hero King that he is ready. Kaiser did not expect to see Zeke wield aura. He asked him if he is Sheltern's disciple. He had forgotten about the name of the power our boy was using. He wondered if it was called Aurora. While he was thinking, Zeke charged at him. Kaiser blocked his attack and pushed him back with a simple swing. The Hero King was still thinking about the name of Sheltern's power. Our boy's arms were shaking from receiving Kaiser's attack. He could not believe that the Hero King was this strong even though he was not paying attention. The moment he thought of this, he saw Kaiser in front of him. The Hero King said that the name doesn't matter. He said that all that matters is how fun it is. He attacked Zeke again. Our boy was able to block the attack. Kaiser began to make his attacks faster. Zeke was struggling, but he was able to keep up with him and parry his attacks. His body was shaking after he received the Hero King's attacks. Zeke already knew that he couldn't win against this man. However, he didn't think that there would be this much difference in their powers. He was like an ant that Kaiser was playing with. He wondered if Kaiser was trying to show him why he is the Hero King. Even though he was losing, Zeke was still confident in his perseverance. His critical strike got activated. His continuous slash and high-speed movement got activated. His dragon claw also got activated. Our boy charged at the Hero King with his skills. He used his dragon claw to attack him. The attack caused a huge explosion. When the dust cleared up, we see that Kaiser didn't even move. He simply stood there and took the attack head-on. He was actually surprised to see that Zeke was able to wield draconian powers even though he is not a dragonoid. Our boy charged at Kaiser from behind. He activated his ether. Kaiser turned around to see him. He told Zeke that he is also using elemental force. Zeke activated his soul manifestation and used Lacerate to attack the Hero King. Kaiser covered his sword with an unknown energy and used it to stop Zeke's attack. Our boy grit his teeth and continued pushing. The Hero King simply smiled at him. In the next scene, we see Zeke wake up on the ground. Our boy was surprised to see himself on the ground. Kaiser referred to him as weakling and asked him if he is finally awoken. When Zeke raised his head up, he saw Kaiser floating in the air. The Hero King told him that he has quite the talent. He said that our boy has Sheltern's talent, draconian powers, and even elemental force. Immediately he said this, Kaiser noticed something odd. He moved close to Zeke. He told him that a part of his soul is stuck in the spirit realm. Our boy was surprised to hear this. He didn't know what the spirit realm is. Kaiser explained to him that he managed to overcome the wall of death even though he has a human body. He said that his ability to utilize elemental force now makes sense. Zeke stood up and told Kaiser that he has been talking about nonsensical things like the spirit realm and Sheltern's talent. He asked the Hero King to explain things in a way that he understands. Kaiser smiled when he heard this. He asked Zeke to forget about these trivial issues. He reminded him that he has a more important goal. Zeke asked him about what he means. Kaiser asked him to stop pretending. He told him that he is attempting to learn his wisdom. He raised his hand and gathered wind, water, fire, and earth. He told our boy that he is talking about the elemental sword. The elemental force is the pure natural force that makes up all things. Kaiser raised his sword and released water, fire, earth, and wind. He explained to Zeke that the elemental sword is the application of these four basic elements. He swung his sword and used a technique called Wind Field Tempest Sword. He released a tornado with the technique. He explained to our boy that this is the Wind Field Tempest Sword created by the wind. He said that the source of the elemental force that is behind the elemental sword is ether. Zeke was shocked to see the destructive power of the technique that Kaiser used. He believed that Kaiser's explanation and his raw power are closer to magic than swordsmanship. Zeke could not believe that the source of the elemental force is ether. He could not feel any ether from Kaiser. Our boy wondered if there is some kind of secret involved in the conversion of ether to elemental force. He asked Kaiser for the method of converting ether into elemental force. Kaiser covered his sword with fire to show Zeke how it works. He revealed to him that he is just naturally able to do it. He said that he doesn't know how to explain. Zeke wondered why people like this are always his masters. He realized that he could now feel the ether in Kaiser's sword. It wasn't that he didn't feel anything. It was that he couldn't feel anything if he wanted to. This is because Kaiser's ether usage is so perfectly controlled to the point that he needs to completely focus all his senses in order to feel anything. Zeke raised his sword and told his master that he will try it on his own. He told himself that he shouldn't lose himself in what he can see. He recalled that Kaiser called his soul manifestation elemental force. He believed that soul manifestation must be a power that utilizes elemental force. Zeke activated his ether and focused it on his sword. He used a technique known as soul manifestation gale. His sword got covered with wind. The moment he did this, Kaiser used his sword to hit him on his head. He reminded Zeke that he asked him to use elemental force. He told him that he is doing a knockoff imitation with his incantation. Our boy was surprised to hear about an incantation. Kaiser explained to him that incantation is the exclusive domain of dragons. He said that he doesn't know about dragonoids, but humans definitely cannot use it. He asked Zeke if he ends up pushing himself past his limit whenever he uses his soul manifestation. Our boy was surprised to see that Kaiser was aware of his problem. He remembered how he always gets tired after using soul manifestation. Kaiser explained to him that there is a marked difference in the size of human souls and dragon souls. He told Zeke that he might be able to imitate it, but he will never be able to use it to the same effects. With a look of anger on his face, Kaiser said that the ability is pathetic. He said that it is a low-grade knockoff of incantation. He asked Zeke to start again now that he understands. Zeke remembered that he has seen something that spoke about incantation before. This happened when he absorbed Bahamut's heart in the home of the Dragon Slayer. He saw a status window that told him that incantation has been acquired, but he cannot use it. Zeke wondered if he will be able to use soul manifestation freely when he becomes strong enough to unlock incantation. He believed that this should work since soul manifestation is a technique based on incantation. Our boy realized that he has gotten another reason to grow stronger as fast as he can. Kaiser asked him if he needs another blow to get himself together. He asked him to stand up. Zeke quickly stood up. The application training took more time than the basic training. Through the effects of Divine Body, Kaiser's demonstrations, and countless duels, Zeke was able to understand the elemental sword's fundamental principles. Just like how magic is activated using mana as its driving force, elemental sword is founded on the principle of utilizing ether to drive the power of the spirits, which is elemental force. After understanding the fundamental principles and the method of using it, the elemental sword was no longer difficult for Zeke to use. Our boy was able to use his sword to fire the Wind Field Tempest Sword. Kaiser told him that he can finally look at him. He told him that it will be incredibly difficult to reach the next level. He asked him to rest for now. Zeke told him that he understands. When Kaiser put his sword into the ground, Zeke asked him if he can ask a few questions while he rests. Kaiser used the wind to float in the air. He asked Zeke to go ahead. After learning from Kaiser, Zeke now understood that he was floating using elemental force. He asked his master to tell him why he called him Sheltern's disciple when he saw him use aura. He asked him about what it meant. Kaiser realized that the name of the power he was trying to remember was aura. He revealed to Zeke that Sheltern told him that humans can't use elemental force. He told Zeke that Sheltern created the power that he is using. Kaiser was annoyed to see that Sheltern ignored his techniques and only passed down his own. He cursed the man known as Sheltern Draker. Zeke was shocked to hear Sheltern's surname. He could not believe that the right-hand man of the hero king and the man known as the noble knight was the founder of Aura and a Draker. This means that the progenitor of the Drakers was not Tarakan. It was actually Sheltern Draker. Zeke wondered why this truth isn't known by the people. He told Kaiser that he also wants to know what the spirit realm is. He explained to him that he has acquired elemental sword, and he can feel the power of the spirits, but he cannot yet grasp the concept. Kaiser swung his hand when he heard this. A huge wall made from wind rose from the ground. Zeke immediately knew that this was the elemental sword wind field. He did not expect that it could also be used in this way. Kaiser said that the spirit realm is basically the afterlife. He asked our boy to think of their current realm as this life. He told him that he can never return once he leaves his body in this realm and enters the spirit realm. It is as if a person has been blocked off by a wall that he cannot cross. Zeke reminded his master that he said that part of his soul is in the spirit realm. He told Kaiser that he also exists as a soul in front of him. Kaiser snapped his finger and created a hole in his wall. He told Zeke that this is his first time seeing a case like his. He said that there are actually a couple ways to cross between realms. Zeke passed through the hole. Kaiser revealed to him that a dragon actually helped him cross over to this realm. Our boy simply accepted this. He quickly thought about his master's response again and asked him if he is sure. Kaiser told him that he is. He asked our boy if there is a problem. Zeke said that it should be impossible for a dragon to help a human. Kaiser asked him about what he is talking about. He said that dragons are beings that cherish humans. Zeke was shocked to hear this. He did not understand what his master was talking about. He did not know what to say. He wondered about the monsters that were led by the evil dragon Bahamut to destroy the world. Zeke was having a mental breakdown. He realized that the relationship between dragons and the ancient humans must have been different. Our boy didn't know what was true anymore. Kaiser stopped floating. He told Zeke that he is a living testament of dragon's love. He appeared in front of him and touched his chest. The moment he did this, the symbol of Bahamut came out of his chest. There were some signs next to it. Zeke was shocked to see this. Kaiser asked him if his heart and the fang he used to create his sword are not things that Bahamut gave him. He said that Bahamut's character may be questionable, but he has a cute side to him that cannot refuse a sincere request. Zeke realized that Kaiser and Bahamut were on friendly terms. He believed that it was best that he hides the fact that Bahamut was subjugated. With a pretentious smile on his face, Zeke told his master that he is right. He said that Bahamut gave these things to his clan which worships him because they were admirable. He said that he simply made a mistake. Kaiser laughed when he heard this. He said that Bahamut always takes great care of those under his wings. He tapped Zeke on his shoulder and asked him if he had a hard time dealing with Bahamut because of his temper. He said that Bahamut fought many times with Kronos because of his fiery temper. Zeke wondered if Kronos was the name of another dragon. He asked his master if he is referring to the kingdom's dragon. He said that he heard a lot of things about Kronos from Bahamut. He asked Kaiser if the kingdom's name was gotten from Kronos. Kaiser told him that he is right. He revealed to Zeke that he is Kronos' contractor. He said that while someone was racking his brain over the name of the kingdom, Kronos was leisurely drinking tea. When he saw this, Kaiser decided to name the kingdom after him. Zeke was shocked to hear about a dragon drinking tea. He wondered if this was done through the polymorph skill. Kaiser said that Kronos didn't react much. It was as if he expected it. The Hero King said that he wanted the name of the dragon to be known by future generations. Zeke started to piece things together. Thousands of years ago, during the era Kaiser lived in, humans and dragons lived in harmony. However, in the case that an incredibly powerful dragon helped a human without a contract, the balance of the world would collapse. This would endanger the entire realm. In order to prevent this, the dragons suppressed their own strength and polymorphed into human form to help humanity through their contracts. The dragons called their contracted humans contractors. Zeke deduced that the reason the ancient figures were so powerful was because they were receiving help from dragons. Our boy wondered about what caused the rift between the humans and the dragons. Kaiser told Zeke that he can no longer wait for him. Our boy decided to hear his master's entire chronicle when he gets the chance. He told Kaiser that he waited over 2,000 years for a successor. He told him that he can afford to wait a little longer. Kaiser said that he picked up an arrogant disciple. He told Zeke that he wants to see if he will be able to keep up this attitude. He picked up his sword and took a stance. He revealed to Zeke that his final lesson is a duel against him. Our boy noticed that the atmosphere around his master has changed. Kaiser said that an ordinary duel will not be different from what they have been doing. He said that he is going to add a rule. He raised his hand and created walls that blocked the 3 doors in the room. He told Zeke that eating and sleeping will be forbidden from now on, and the duel will continue until he says that they can stop. He also told Zeke that he can only use an elemental sword of the same element as him. Zeke asked his master about what will happen if the rules are broken. Kaiser activated a technique known as Flame Field Dance of Flames. This technique covered his sword with fire. He charged at our boy. Zeke managed to block his attack. With a serious look on his face, Kaiser told Zeke that he is free to break the rules if he has more than 1 life. The elemental sword is split into 4 fields that each corresponds to an element. The first field was founded on the element of fire. This field is known as the flame field. It spreads a great amount of heat and flames and boasts an overwhelming destructive power. Kaiser used the flame field to set our boy on fire. Zeke was able to push the fire away and heal his body. The next field that Kaiser used is founded on the element of earth. It is the steel field. Kaiser pressed Zeke down with the steel field. He charged at him with his sword. Our boy was able to block the attack, but his master pushed him deeper into the ground. The steel field specializes in subduing and defending. It uses the power to freely control solidity and mass. As Kaiser pressed him into the ground, Zeke grit his teeth and gathered his strength. He pushed Kaiser back with a large amount of energy. Immediately he did this, something cut him on his face. Kaiser activated the wind field, which is founded on the element of wind. He used the wind field to fire multiple attacks at Zeke while he was in the air. Our boy was able to block the attacks. Compared to the flame field, the wind field lacks power. However, it is useful for its attack speed, high-speed movements, and sword aura. Upon seeing that Zeke was blocking his attacks, Kaiser decided to fire a larger attack at him. Our boy dodged the attack and appeared behind him in an instant. He covered his sword with wind. He wanted to attack his master from behind. Unfortunately for him, Kaiser activated the last field, which is founded on water. It is known as the water field. Kaiser used the water to block Zeke's attack. The water field is used for attack and defense, as well as suppression and support. Kaiser used the water field to push our boy back. The water field is as variable as water itself. It possesses a versatile and well-balanced strength. Kaiser used the water to land a huge cut on Zeke's body. Our boy did not understand what was happening. He believed that his power and range should be greater. He could not comprehend why there was such a huge gap between him and his master. Our boy recalled when he was training to use the water field. He made a large amount of water pour on the ground. Zeke was happy to see what he did. Kaiser quickly hit him in the head with his sword. Zeke asked his master to tell him why he hit him. While floating in the air, Kaiser explained to him that the power he used was the power of a waterfall. It was not the power of water. Zeke asked his master if this isn't all right. He told him that the important thing is that he can use the right element. Kaiser moved to the ground. He told his disciple that when it comes to the other fields, he only needs to manifest the right attribute and wield it with all his force for the power to come to life. However, it is different for the water field. He told Zeke that the water field is all about fluidity. He told him that fluidity will trump strength. He asked Zeke if he understands. He asked him to do it again. Our boy stood up out of anger. He believed that his master was spouting nonsense. It did not make sense to him that fluidity would win against strength. He remembered that he submitted in his past life because he lacked the strength to fight back. He lost what was precious to him because he lacked the strength to protect it. In order to survive, in order to adhere to his convictions, in order to protect that which is precious to him, Zeke sought nothing but strength throughout his life. He could not believe that his master was now telling him that fluidity will win over strength. Our boy could not comprehend this concept. He put himself together and covered his sword with water. He used it to block Kaiser's attack. He could not believe that he was thinking of something else during the duel. Kaiser sent Zeke flying with his attack. Our boy used his sword to hold himself down. His body trembled as he slowly pushed himself up. He realized that he stopped keeping track of time after the 15th day. He believed that this insane duel must have been going on for a month. He had been fighting endlessly without food or rest. Thanks to the duel, Zeke realized that infinite stamina isn't all-powerful. It didn't mean anything in front of a monster that overwhelms it. Kaiser charged at him again. Our boy quickly used his sword to block the attack. He noticed that he couldn't put any strength into his arms right now. The floor was also slippery. While struggling to stand his ground, Zeke slipped and caused a huge splash in the water. Fortunately for him, he was able to stand his ground. He did not expect that he would parry Kaiser's heavy attack with the water. Zeke smiled when he remembered what his master said. He now understood what his master meant when he said that fluidity will trump strength. When he casted aside his strength to grip his sword and his strength to remain standing, he finally began to understand Kaiser's words. The methods our boy learned to control a blade's arc and strikes do nothing but bind its freedom. Zeke realized that he needed to cut away this unnecessary shackles. Just like how water flows from above to below, our boy needed to create his own path. He grabbed his sword and charged at his master. He recalled that he has felt something like this in his past life too, when the line between his sword and himself blurred and he felt like he was one with the world around him. Zeke now understood that water could be violent at times and refined too. He moved his sword with the water and pushed his master back. He stood before Kaiser like an equal. Kaiser smiled when he saw this. He was excited. He swung his sword at our boy. Zeke quickly moved back to dodge the attack. He went down and gathered a large amount of water around his sword. Kaiser also did the same. With a smile on their faces, the two of them used a technique of the water field known as Water's Edge. Their attacks shook the entire Kronos kingdom. It even left a large hole in the roof of the palace. Zeke fell to his knees. He lost consciousness. Kaiser told him that he is magnificent. He accepted Zeke as the sole successor of his teachings. In the next scene, we see Zeke wake up. He was surprised to see that he passed out. This was his second time losing consciousness. The first time it happened was during his duel with Duke. At the time, the system informed him that the excessive use of his skills has resulted in fatigue that surpasses the allowed amount. The system forcefully shut down his consciousness for his own sake. However, it was different this time. This was the first time Zeke passed out because he reached his body's physical limit. He pushed himself up and called out to Kaiser. He turned around to see that the stone that summoned his master was broken. He realized that his master has returned to the spirit realm. Our boy wondered about what happened to the quest. He felt like he managed to decently use the water field before passing out. While he was thinking, several messages popped up out of nowhere. Zeke was shocked to see the amount of messages that appeared in front of him. The system informed him that he has completed the linked quest. It told him that his reward will be increased due to the time bonus. Zeke was happy to see this. He believed that he deserved the reward since he worked himself to the bone to complete the quest. He received the Fairy Monarch's Tears, 500 karma points, and 3 random skill cards. The system informed him that he has completed the achievement quest. It told him that his reward will increase due to the time bonus. It elevated Zeke's administrator rights and gave him 500 karma points, as well as 3 random boxes. Due to the fact that he was elevated to an intermediate administrator, certain system functions were to be unlocked. Zeke's elementary level quest book changed into an intermediate level quest book. An item hotkey slot was unlocked. The mini-map portal transportation function was also unlocked. The system informed Zeke that his soul has seen some growth. Due to the growth in his soul, the seal on Bahamut's heart was partially unlocked. 90% of Bahamut's power was still sealed off. The messages were quite much. Zeke believed that reading through them will be a lot of work. Our boy decided to first check the seal percentage. He recalled that the seal was at 95% when he first absorbed Bahamut's heart. At that time, Zeke tried to unlock the seal immediately, but the system blocked him. Since he had directly faced the power, he knew that it was something that he couldn't handle. He realized that he can only handle 10% of the power now. Zeke understood that incantation, which he couldn't unlock with points alone, and dragonic control must be related to the seal percentage. He decided to keep an eye on it. He opened the system and unlocked the random boxes he got as a reward. He got some boots created from meteoric iron and a lower body armor that was also created from meteoric iron. The system told him that the property of the items will be activated once he equips a full set of meteoric iron. The third item he got were some earrings that were delicately made from crystals. The earrings grant the user 15% improvement in their mana recovery speed. They also look nice when paired with a red dress. Zeke knew that he could sell the earrings to a mage for a good price. He could not believe that he managed to get the boots and the lower body armor to match with the gauntlet he got from before. Our boy knew that it won't be long before he gets the full set. He decided to check his random skill cards next. When he opened the cards, he saw that he got a C-rank skill known as Static Discharge. The skill allows him to generate electricity to give a target an electric shock through touch. He got another C-rank skill called Flashbang. The skill allows him to shoot condensed energy, which then explodes and generates a bright light that disables a person's vision. The third skill Zeke received was a C-rank skill called Dissonance. It allows him to create an unpleasant sound to interfere with the target's hearing. Zeke did not expect all the skills to be C-rank. He realized that there would be no point to all his hard work if the system just gave him high-ranked skills. Our boy took out a dagger and applied his static discharge to it. It caused a huge spark. Zeke could not believe that this was a C-rank skill. The power was very good. He realized that he could use it in different ways. He believed that he will be able to produce something that surpasses the effect of the artifact he used during the Great Advancement exam if he uses Flashbang and Dissonance together. Zeke opened his messages. He recalled that he unlocked more system functions by raising his administrator level. He clicked on the item hotkey slot. This function allows him to use items in the slot like a skill. Our boy believed that the function would be useful in an emergency. He wondered about what he should keep in the slots. Since he had healing factor and infinite stamina, he didn't need any healing potions. While looking through the system, Zeke realized something important. The skills that he thought would be all-powerful each had their own disadvantages. However unlikely it may be, there is no guarantee that he will never encounter another skilled opponent like Kaiser that can't be managed with infinite stamina. He realized that he hasn't been able to confirm the limits of his healing factor yet. He did not want to take any chances. He bought a top-grade healing potion known as Salvation. He bought it for 350 karma points. He registered the potion in the item hotkey slot. Salvation is the masterpiece of Javor Hassan. It is a top-grade healing potion that will instantly recover any mortal wound and stamina. Because of its incredible performance, anyone who has taken it before will not be affected by it again. It also possesses an unknown effect. Although it was an unexpected expense, Zeke was not mad about it. He knew that he had to get a potion that would work as a replacement for infinite stamina or healing factor. Zeke decided to check the most important reward. He took out the Fairy Monarch's tears. It was in a glass bottle. The tears were said to be spilled after falling to the grief of losing the hero King Kaiser to an evil mage's conspiracy. It can be used as a medium to summon the Fairy Monarch from the spirit world. It can only be used once. Zeke was shocked to see the description of the item. He recalled that the Fairy Monarch appears in legends as an existence that grants human wishes. Zeke wondered if summoning the Fairy Monarch would lead to a wish being granted. He realized that it can only be used once. He decided not to test it now. He kept the bottle in his inventory. He stood up and told himself that a time will come when he will be able to use the item. After saying this, he walked out of the building. In the next scene, we are taken to an outpost. We see Zeke appear in the outpost out of nowhere. When he looked around, he realized that he was at an adventurer's outpost. He could not believe that he was actually transported there. He was able to do this with the new system portal function. He jumped out of the outpost. The system asked him if he would like to use the portal transportation function. It asked him to pick a destination to be transported to. He was currently at the Argos Kingdom's 8th adventurer outpost. As long as Zeke picks a destination from the minimap, he will be able to move there immediately. Other than the fact that the required points increase with distance, there are no restrictions. As long as Zeke has the points, he can travel freely within the continent. This makes traveling easy, and it also helps him to conceal his whereabouts. This ability was very useful to our boy's plans. While he was looking at his map, Zeke noticed that there was a lot of flowers around him. He wondered why flowers would be there in winter. Zeke quickly realized that he messed up. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the Central Continent's top night nurturing facility. The place is known as Valhalla. We see different students wearing white clothes. At the facility, we are taken to the dean's office. We see him trimming his plant. Zeke was in the office with him. He told our boy that he has never seen a case like his in his 10 years as a dean. He had never heard of a freshman that comes to school a month after the entrance ceremony. Zeke did not expect that he would be locked in Kaiser's home for a whole month. In the entrance guide he was given, alongside a letter of recommendation, there was a clause stating that the dean has authority over the entrance into the school if a student fails to participate in the entrance ceremony. Entering next year was too late for Zeke. He needed to get into Terrakin's secret library. He decided to use any excuse to convince the dean. Zeke explained to the dean that he completely lost himself in a state of unity while training in order to make up for what he lacks. He told him that he lost consciousness for a long period of time. The dean, whose name is Flaubert Borges, stopped trimming his plant when he heard this. With a serious look on his face, he asked Zeke if this is all he could come up with in order to make up for missing the entrance ceremony. Flaubert Borges is a knight renowned across the entire continent, hailing from the kingdom of Thebia as a member of the royal guard. The story of how Arthur Draker went to meet Flaubert 3 times to ask him to become the dean is so famous that it is still spoken of 10 years after it happened. Zeke knew that this man is someone who highly values honor and order. He knew that things won't go well for him if he tries to make an emotional argument. He bowed his head and told Flaubert that he has no excuses for his absence. Flaubert did not expect this. He knew that unity isn't something that is easily achieved. If it was any other cadet, he would have dismissed it as a lie. He revealed to Zeke that he received a letter of recommendation from the academy's dean. He told our boy that he will arrange a place for him. Zeke was shocked to hear this. Flaubert explained to him that he will permit his enrollment if his month-long training is determined to have been worth more than a month in Valhalla. Zeke did not like the fact that Howard helped him in this situation, but he didn't have a lot of choices. He thanked Flaubert for giving him a chance. Flaubert pressed a bell. An assistant quickly entered his office. The dean asked the man to reserve an empty training room immediately. He asked him to tell the professors of each department that there will be an extra entrance exam, so they need to gather there. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the cadet individual training room. We see Zeke standing on the stage. Our boy looked around the room. He realized that all the professors here are renowned knights that he has seen in the continent's news at least once. Since everyone had gathered there, Flaubert ordered Zeke to show them the fruits of the training he claims to have undertaken. Zeke grabbed his sword. He wondered about what he should show this instructors. He knew that he couldn't show them his elemental sword. He took out his sword and took a stance. He could feel the intense pressure of the instructors who were staring at him. Our boy was aware that this were the people training the greatest knights on the continent. He knew that they wouldn't even blink if he showed them some old technique. Zeke decided to show them a little bit of what he is capable of. He released a large amount of energy in the hall. He focused his energy on his sword. The instructors were shocked to see Zeke's aura shining brightly. They could not believe that they were looking at an aura blade. The instructors could not comprehend the fact that Zeke has already reached the level of a Blue Knight at age 15. They recalled that Abel was the one who held the record of the youngest Blue Knight. He became a Blue Knight at age 19. The instructors believed that our boy was able to achieve this because he is a Golden Awakener. Zeke realized that he messed up. He recalled asking Kaiser about what he thinks of aura. The Hero King said that it is a petty trick used by the weak. After facing Kaiser for a while, our boy completely forgot how to hold back his aura. When he saw how the instructors were arguing, he became relieved. He was relieved that they only think of him as a warrior at the level of a Blue Knight. Before meeting Kaiser, Zeke's aura was at the level of a Blue Knight. However, after he learned the elemental sword, his aura broke through to a whole new level, and he managed to reach the level of a Red Knight. The key difference between the two lies in the usage of Aura Blade. Aura Blade is a technique that allows one to wrap their sword in a thin and sharp layer of aura to optimize deadliness. A Blue Knight is only capable of manifesting and maintaining it. A Red Knight, however, would be capable of changing its form freely while maintaining its deadliness. Zeke was relieved that he stopped after merely using the Aura Blade. He knew that things would have gotten stressful if he continued. While he was looking at the instructors, someone screamed that he was incredible. Zeke was startled when he heard the person scream. The person turned out to be Flaubert. With a smile on his face, the dean told Zeke that he has shown results that are incomparable to spending 1 month in Valhalla. He told our boy that he could have taken several years off if it was for his awakening. Zeke put away his sword. He was surprised to see Flaubert acting like a completely different person. Zeke bowed his head and told the dean that he apologizes for missing the entrance ceremony. He said that it was due to his own incompetence. Flaubert laughed and asked him not to worry about it. He turned to the instructors and asked them if there is anyone opposed to Zeke's entrance. The instructors realized that the dean is really indulgent towards talented students. The instructors told him that they are not against our boy's entrance. One of them said that such a clear manifestation of Aura Blade is rare even among active knights. He said that they don't need to see anything else. Flaubert agreed with them. He congratulated Zeke on his enrollment. Midland Atlas is a great city that is the size of a kingdom in the center of Midland. It is where the training facility of the greatest knights on the continent is located at. Valhalla and the Drakers' Four Seasons Fortress are located here. Since the Four Seasons Fortress is a place where the patriarch of the Drakers and several key figures reside, it is known as the true castle of the Drakers. In the next scene, we see Zeke arrive at the entrance of a mansion. This ridiculously huge mansion is Zeke's personal house. Even our boy felt like it was too much for him. As he slowly opened the door, we see two people waiting for him inside. The moment Zeke stepped in, someone popped a confetti and congratulated him on his entrance into Valhalla. The person turned out to be Duke. Andre was with him. The two men wore silly clown costumes. Zeke was surprised to see his master. Duke tapped his disciple on his shoulder and told him that he is amazing. He said that it is his first time seeing someone miss the Valhalla entrance ceremony. He told our boy that they need to get started since he has arrived. Zeke did not understand what his master was talking about. It turns out that Duke and Andre prepared a surprise enrollment party for him after they arrived at Atlas. Our boy wondered why people who should be in the academy were in Atlas. It turns out that Duke has been called back to the Four Seasons Fortress by the Patriarch. It has been a month since Duke decided on his own to become our boy's housekeeper at his mansion. Andre revealed to Zeke that he became an assistant professor at Valhalla. He apologized to Zeke for imposing on him. Our boy felt like Andre followed him there. He did not like this people disturbing his peaceful life. He was annoyed that they decided everything without even informing the owner of the mansion. After drinking several bottles of liquor, Duke and Andre passed out. It was already late in the night. The scene shifts, and we are taken to a bar. We see someone place a coin on the bartender's table and ask for a beer. The bartender was shocked to see the symbol of the Drakers on the man's gloves. The person turned out to be Zeke. Our boy told the bartender that he also wants to meet Kay. The bar became quiet the moment our boy said this. Everyone turned to him and took out their weapons. Our boy smiled when he saw this. He raised his hand and asked the men if they want to have a go at it. The men were terrified to see the Drakers symbol on his gloves. They all quickly sat down and continued drinking like nothing happened. With a nervous look on his face, the bartender apologized to Zeke. He said that he should have stopped the men. He raised his hand and pulled a bottle to open a secret door. He told Zeke that he will guide him to the branch manager. While walking inside a tunnel, Zeke noticed that the tunnel has a second and third layer security magic. He knew that only Kay would do this. Before Zeke's regression, there were two groups that could have been called the greatest intelligence organization on the continent: the Drakers' Order of the Black Knights and the Rome Empire's Intelligence Bureau. However, there is another organization that is not well known among people. This is the Syndicate. At first, it was simply a gathering of smugglers, but after Kay joined the organization, she used their smuggling network as the foundation to form an intelligence network. Around this time in Zeke's past life, he would have been chased out of the academy and would have ended up with the McCain. Our boy did everything he could to survive and clawed his way up as one of their hitmen. Kay, who was the branch leader at that time, went to look for our boy with a commission to clean up an important transportation route. At the time, she wanted to expand the transportation routes they had already secured in order to grow the Syndicate into an intelligence organization that won't fall behind the Black Order or the Information Bureau. Through her talent and tenacity, she managed to turn the Syndicate into her own. After Zeke lost everything to the Empire, Kay went to visit him and presented him with information on the artifact that the Emperor is after. She told Zeke that it won't be easy. She advised him to be careful. Kay actively cooperated with Zeke for his revenge. She said that it was simply her way of paying him back for helping her grow the Syndicate into what it was. Zeke knew that he would have never gotten the artifact if it wasn't for her. He would have never gotten the chance to be there. Our boy knew that information is a weapon. Since he didn't know how the future could change, he believed that it would be better that he stays informed. The bartender knocked a door and opened it for our boy. Zeke believed that it will be beneficial for him to maintain a relationship with Kay through this deal. The moment our boy stepped inside, he saw someone sitting in the dark room. The person lit a matchstick and used it to add fire to their cigarette. Zeke realized that Kay was still the same. A mana lamp got turned on in the room. Kay asked our boy to tell her why he wants to meet with her. Kay turned out to be a beautiful red-hair woman with big boobs. She asked Zeke not to beat around the bush. She asked him to give her only the key points. Our boy revealed to her that he wants to open up a trade with the syndicate. Kay asked Zeke to tell her the reason why a prodigy who has reached the level of Blue Knight at age 15 and is a noble, pure-blooded awakened of the Draker family wants to make a deal with a criminal organization. Zeke was impressed that she was already aware of what happened at Valhalla. He put his hand into his coat. He realized that she was playing games with him because she is not open to the idea. He took out something from the coat and placed it on the table. He asked Kay to make a decision after seeing what he has. Kay saw some earrings on the table. Zeke revealed to her that it is actually an artifact. He asked her to try it on. He told her that she will be surprised. Kay asked him if the earrings enhance mana recovery. She decided to try them on. She told our boy that mana recovery artifacts are common. The moment she said this, her cigarette fell out of her mouth. She was shocked to feel the power of the artifact. She realized that her mana recovery rate improved by 15%. Kay was shocked because most artifacts have a mana recovery improvement of 1%. Even the impressive ones are only at 3%. Kay couldn't believe that our boy gave her something 5 times better. She knew that there would be no way she wouldn't know about the artifact if it was on the market. She realized that Zeke must have either gotten it from a route she doesn't know about, or he managed to get it on his own. Kay became suspicious. With a smile on his face, Zeke asked her if she is ready to talk. Kay wondered about who Zeke truly was. In the next scene, we see Zeke explaining things to Kay. He told her that she can open up a new account with the sealed personal statement she got. He told her that he has already requested for a representative. He told Kay that the only thing she needs to do is go to the Atlas Northern Bank and take care of the item. Kay knew that Zeke wanted to sell the earrings, but she did not expect him to want to work with her to sell unknown artifacts on his behalf. Zeke wrote that she can take 10% for each item sold, and an additional bonus for every 10,000 that they sell. Everything Zeke wrote was what Kay had in mind. It was the upper limit of the deal that she wanted to make. Kay realized that Zeke has access to information. This is because he was already aware that she is a magician. Kay stood up and picked up the contract. She told Zeke that she accepts his terms. She told him that she hopes they both get good luck. Before she could leave, our boy stopped her and told her that he has one question that he wants to ask. With a smile on his face, Zeke asked Kay if her ghost ship is okay. The woman glared at him. Several men appeared behind our boy. They were all holding daggers. With a scary tone in her voice, Kay asked Zeke to tell her where he heard about this from. Zeke laughed and said that he was just asking a question. He asked her to tell him why she is so on the edge. He told Kay that she can actually threaten him. He released his dragon fear and asked her if she can handle the aftermath of her actions. Zeke's energy covered Kay. The woman felt like she was looking a monster in the eye. She began to tremble. The men in the room were also shaking. Kay realized that she doesn't have enough information. She wondered if the entire syndicate will stand a chance if they attack Zeke all at once. She wasn't sure about what to do. Our boy called out to his new partner and told her that they should change locations. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the office of the branch manager of the Atlas branch of the syndicate. We see Kay sitting on her chair. Our boy was standing in front of her. He looked at something called a contract of oath. He recalled that it was a common item for a magician to use. A contract of oath is a way of sealing deals that is commonly used by magicians to ensure the integrity of the deal. To sign the contract, a person uses their own blood as ink. Although it is a simple method, its effects are undeniable. Once the contract is signed, each side of the contract will have a seal appear on their arms. If someone were to harm the other party, they would lose their life. Of course, the seal would disappear if methods such as assassinations and betrayal were used. However, it will cause an unending restriction. This will make things difficult. Kay asked our boy to sign it since he knows about it. She told him that it is natural for her to want some insurance in case something happens. She told Zeke that there is no way of knowing when he will change his mind and simply kill her. Our boy smiled and told her that she is right. He used the pen to cut himself and used his blood to sign. The moment he did this, a magic circle appeared above him. He told Kay that he is willing to sign as many contracts as she wants if he can earn her trust. Immediately he said this, their signatures got engraved on their arms. Zeke sat down on the chair and told her that they can continue their conversation now that they are partners. He asked her if the person using her ghost ship is using it to distribute Soma to the market. Kay let out a sigh. She did not know how Zeke got this information. She told him that he is right. She said that she is using it to distribute Soma to the market. Soma is a drug of sorts that is currently banned. With the fall of the kingdom after the Civil War, the southern part of the continent was turned into a breeding ground for Soma. Zeke realized that it must be because of the message from the Transcendent household. Kay told him that he is right. She told him that her customers would like to avoid conflict with the Transcendent household. The only land route that connects the central and the southern regions of the continent is the desert. The desert region is controlled by the Transcendent household known as Ishtar. However, just a few years ago, Ishtar denied all outsiders from entering. Thanks to this, trade with the south has been completely restricted. Since the land routes were closed and most of the sea routes were under the control of the Pabella, our boy was able to deduce that Kay decided to take advantage of the syndicate sea routes. The woman said that she is fortunate that they have a client that is willing to pay. Markin and Pabella are two criminal organizations that control the lawless southern regions. They use the central forest as a delineation. The northern part is controlled by Markin while the southern part is controlled by Pabella. Markin took advantage of the land routes to distribute Soma. Since they had no access to land routes, the Pabella had no choice but to develop sea routes. However, with Ishtar closing their doors, Markin had no choice but to look for new sea routes. Unfortunately for them, the Pabella already had full control of the seas. Kay told Zeke that the story is not important. She asked him to tell her how he found out about her ghost ship. The syndicate decided to cast an invisibility spell on an entire ship to avoid unwanted eyes. Since they are able to hide from both pirates and the Navy, the ghost ship has become a key part of the syndicate's money. It is a resource they try to keep secret to this day. Zeke couldn't tell Kay that he learned about it in his past life. He asked her if an information broker like herself is asking for information. He asked her if she shouldn't be focused on the Pabella's offer. Kay was shocked to hear this. She realized that there was no point in hiding it from Zeke. She told him that he is right. She said that the Pabella offered double of what the Markin is offering them. They promised to give them double for cutting off trade relations with the Markin. Kay told our boy that they are still looking into things. Zeke advised her to reject the offer. He explained to her that the syndicate can use this to slow down the Pabella and Markin. He asked her to think about the offer carefully. He told her that once she cuts ties with the Markin, she will lose an important client for Soma. Zeke revealed to Kay that the Pabella are pirates defeated by the Knight of White Silver. The woman was shocked to hear this. She stood up and told our boy that this is impossible. She said that the Pabella is known for keeping true to their principles. She told Zeke that they are different from the stupid pirates. Zeke told her that it is all for show. With a serious look on his face, he revealed to Kay that the Pabella is trying to find her hidden treasure, which is the syndicate's hidden sea route. Unlike the Markin who want to keep the goose that lays golden eggs alive, the Pabella will attack the syndicate once they learn about their ghost ship. Kay told Zeke that he is wrong. She said that the Southern Pirates and the Pabella are two different entities. Zeke hit the table and told Kay that she needs to pay for the information she got. He told her that he simply wants to meet Don Juan, the boss of Markin. He told Kay that he will make her the boss of the syndicate if she can do this. Kay was shocked to hear this. After saying this to her, Zeke stepped out of the building. Although Kay's network of information is impressive, it is still not enough. In the past, the fastest way of gaining access to the syndicate's information was to even the playing field and absorb any organization along the way. Zeke hoped that the small fire he started today will grow in intensity and eventually consume Don Juan. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Valhalla. We see Zeke looking around. He could tell that this place was completely different from the Cradle and the Academy. It has a very free vibe. While looking around, Zeke wondered about when the guide the dean assigned to him will arrive. The moment he thought of this, someone called out to him. The person asked him if he is the guy the dean mentioned. The boy with a face tattoo smiled at Zeke and raised his hand to give him a fist bump. Our boy didn't do anything. He didn't know why the boy was acting friendly. The boy tapped him on his shoulder and told him that he has a long way to go for the Academy blood to get out of his system. Zeke pushed his hand away and asked him if he is the guide that the dean sent. The boy imitated Zeke and showed him how he asked the question. He smiled and asked Zeke to tell him why he is using such a serious tone. The boy gave Zeke a rock and roll sign and asked him not to be so stuck up. He advised him to relax. He told our boy that he is the guide that the dean personally assigned the duty of showing him every nook and cranny of Valhalla. Zeke could tell that this boy talks a lot. While talking, the boy realized that he forgot to introduce himself. He told Zeke that his name is Diego. Our boy was shocked to hear this. Diego introduced himself as the evangelist of New Age fusion music of Southern traditional percussion and central melodies. Diego Villa let out his tongue and told Zeke that he hopes to get along with him. Our boy turned around and told him that he hopes for that too. Diego did not expect Zeke to say this. He moved close to him and asked him if he is already warming up to him. Zeke told him that this depends on his mood. Our boy did not expect to meet Diego Villa, the person who will later be known as the Metered Knight. Zeke did not think that he will meet a man destined to be known as one of the 5 Divine Knights. The 5 Divine Knights are 5 knights that played key roles in the Continental War. The first among them is Bishop Kastek, who is also known as the Silent Knight. The second is Jeffrick Salma, who is known as the Haze Knight. The next person is Asta Eladolf, who is known as the Illusory Knight. The fourth person is Reyna Draker, the Lightning Knight. The fifth knight is Diego Villa, the Metered Knight. While thinking, our boy recalled that people said that all 5 Divine Knights were Valhalla alumni. He decided to confirm if this is true or not. If things go according to his plan, he will be able to strengthen his influence quickly. Diego told Zeke that he is a little hungry because they walked around. He asked our boy if he would like to try some Southern cuisine. Zeke told him that he doesn't have any good memories of Southern food. Diego told him that he hasn't had proper Southern food. In the next scene, we see Zeke take a bite out of a taco. He told Diego that it is pretty good. The boy smiled and told him that it must be. He explained to him that this Valhalla shark dragon food is something that even a Southern native like him acknowledges. Our boy said that it is better than what anyone will find in the South. Diego asked him if he has been to the South. Zeke told him that he has heard about it. After finishing their food, the boys got some tea. Zeke asked Diego about how a Southern native like him ended up coming to Valhalla. Diego told him that it is a really long story. He revealed to Zeke that his father and mother are rulers of a small kingdom in the South. Our boy did not expect him to be royalty. The Southern continent is a coalition of smaller kingdoms with the Cuzco Kingdom at the center. The majority of the residents immigrated to the central continent when the Cuzco Kingdom collapsed after a civil war. Diego raised his cup and told Zeke that he is a prince. He said that he is an important person. Our boy could not believe that he was really a prince. He couldn't believe that royalty this undignified exists. Diego explained to Zeke that there are some really stuck-up old people that insist the royal family's traditional twin swordsmanship must be carried on. Since Diego was such a genius with the twin swords, he ended up getting sent to Valhalla. With a bright smile on his face, Diego told our boy that he doesn't care about swordsmanship. He said that he is going to pursue his music. Zeke wondered about what he will do about the people expecting great things from him. Diego asked our boy if he wants to join the Southern Fusion New Age Music Research Club. Zeke quickly declined his offer. In the next scene, we are taken to a lecture hall. Zeke asked Diego if it is okay to enter the upperclassmen lectures like this. Diego advised our boy to stop acting like he is in the academy. He explained to him that Valhalla is all about freedom. Anything and everything is allowed if it is for the sake of learning. He told Zeke that he can go to listen to any lecture he wants if he wants to. He revealed to him that today's special lecture isn't common. He said that he heard rumors that the school has prepared something huge. Zeke wondered if the boy ever gets tired of moving his lips around. While he was thinking, he heard some people talking about him. They referred to him as the youngest person to ever enroll in Valhalla. The students talked about how our boy is a direct descendant and how he is a prodigy that beat up an instructor. Diego was surprised to hear this. He asked Zeke if he is a Draker. Our boy could not believe what he was hearing. He raised his glove to show the boy and asked him about what he thought the gloves are. Diego asked our boy to tell him what the glove is. Zeke called him an idiot and revealed to him that he is wearing pure-blood gloves. He told him that they are a mark of a pure-blood Draker Awakener. Diego was shocked to hear this. He recalled that Zeke didn't take off the gloves while they were eating. He told our boy that he simply thought that he was a real badass for sticking to his guns. He told him that he had no clue that he was wearing pure-blood gloves. Zeke found it funny that the boy came all the way to Valhalla without knowing about the pure-blood gloves. He noticed that Diego was panicking. He felt like this was the normal reaction a person would have when encountering a pure-blood awakener. Zeke was quite relieved to see that Diego stopped talking. The moment he thought of this, Diego told him that he now understands why he is so stuck up. Zeke was annoyed to hear his voice. He did not know what to even say to him. Diego put his arm around his neck and told him that he should have paid for the meal since he is a Draker. He laughed and told him that he is just kidding. Everyone turned to them when they heard Diego's voice. Zeke could not believe that the boy was becoming rowdier. While he was talking, the dean clapped his hands and asked everyone to pay attention. The students immediately became quiet. Zeke wondered why there were so many people in a lecture hall. He believed that they came because of the special lecture being held by the dean. Upon seeing the amount of student there, Flaubert said that he can tell that they are looking forward to the lecture. Diego took out a book and showed it to Zeke. He asked him about what he thinks about the lyrics. He asked him if the rhyme scheme is crazy. Zeke reminded him that he said that they should listen to the lecture. He asked Diego to pretend to listen. The dean decided to skip the formalities and go straight to the main event. He told the students that he had a really hard time getting this person. He introduced the person as a Black Knight of the Drakers who is returning from the field. Zeke smiled when he saw the person. He recalled that the person returned to the Four Seasons Fortress. He wondered if the man will begin international activities now. The person turned out to be Duke Draker. The students were shocked to see the Gale Knight. They did not expect to see the Black Knight that disappeared. They recalled that rumors were going around that Duke was recently sighted around the Four Seasons Fortress. The students did not expect it to be true. Duke told them that it is an honor for him that they all remember him after he stepped back from the front lines. He advised the students to engrave the lecture in their hearts and soul. He revealed to the students that he became a Black Knight after being part of the normal class in the academy. The content of Duke's lecture was much better than our boy expected. The students did their best to focus on Duke's long lecture. After a while, they began to fall asleep. Diego didn't even listen to him. He was focused on his lyrics. Zeke could not believe that Duke has been bragging for 2 hours straight. He wondered if his master was ever going to stop. Immediately he thought of this. The dean grabbed the mic and said that he feels bad for students who were listening intently. He said that they are out of time. Zeke was relieved to hear this. The dean took a look at his watch and announced that the second speaker is someone they all know. He told them that introductions won't be necessary. He explained to the students that even though the woman is incredibly busy as a guardian knight, she took time out of her schedule to come there. Zeke was surprised to hear this. Within the Draker family, knights are classified as normal knights, intermediate knights, advanced knights, and guardian knights. Because of this, there aren't even 10 guardian knights in the family. Our boy was certain that the second speaker will be a prominent figure. Flaubert took a look at his watch. He wondered why the guardian knight was taking so long. A woman with platinum blonde hair stepped into the hall. Zeke carefully looked at her. Although the woman had platinum blonde hair and a white full-plate armor that stood out, our boy still didn't recognize her. The students were quite happy to see the woman. One of them said that he is so happy he came to Valhalla. He said that he did not expect to see the White Silver Knight in person. Zeke was shocked to hear this. He quickly turned to the woman. He immediately realized that he was looking at the first of the Draker's direct descendants. He was looking at Carly Draker, the woman known as the White Silver Knight. The port town of Isen is an important hub when it comes to sea travel in the central continent. Currently, it is a city with excellent geographical value, due to how it can secure trade routes to not only the trade city of the Dolta Republic and the southern continent, it also has access to the eastern continent as well. However, the situation in Isen was completely different just a few decades ago. At that time, southern pirates had occupied the town, and it was a lawless land where all kinds of felonies were being committed. After she became a proper knight of the Draker family, Carly Draker began cleaning up the pirates. 5 years after embarking on this endeavor, no pirate could be found within Isen. After this, Isen became the greatest port city under the Draker's protection. The surviving pirates hid themselves in the deathly water to the south of the Dolta Republic. Carly's achievement of securing trade routes in Isen was acknowledged, and she became the youngest guardian knight. This is a feat that even Abel, who had everything in his hands, was never able to achieve. In the present, Zeke stared at his sister. He knew that the guest would be an important figure, but he didn't expect it to be his eldest sister. He recalled that Carly is currently engaged in a battle of succession against Abel. It was natural for Zeke not to recognize his sister. This is because something happened to her even before his regression. Carly let out a sigh and tapped her finger on the podium. She yelled and ordered everyone to keep shut. The students immediately kept quiet. They became scared. Zeke was not surprised to see that everyone trembled in fear. He knew that this was the natural reaction people would have when a guardian knight yells. Carly told the students that their attitude and behavior of not keeping quiet when a speaker has presented themselves is different from the disciplined Valhalla that she graduated from. She told them that their forefathers would click their tongues if they saw how they are. She asked them if they think that the peace they are enjoying now was granted to them at no cost. She told them that it was gotten through the blood, sweat, and tears of those who came before them. The students did not know how to react to this. Carly told them that it is not important if they just know this. She said that it is only when they reflect this in their actions that this knowledge truly has meaning. Zeke did not expect his sister to be like this. Carly told the students that it is only through rigorous training and a strict adherence to rules that one can grow a healthy mindset as a knight and become a true knight. Zeke realized that his sister is a young boomer. As they walked out of the hall, the students spoke about how awful Carly's talk was. They wished they had listened to Duke more. Zeke knew that his sister gave meaningful advice, but it did not seem to have any effect on the students. While walking, he remembered what Diego told him. With a bright smile on his face, Diego apologized to our boy. He told him that the 5 hours of composition lit a fire in his soul. He said that he has finished the Valhalla tour. He told Zeke that he will be leaving now. Our boy was happy that Diego left. He planned to hunt for talents and live his life in Valhalla. He believed that it will be better for him to search for Tarakan's secret library during times like this. Before our boy could take another step, someone called out to him. When Zeke turned around, he saw his elder sister. Carly asked him if he could spare her some time. In the next scene, we are taken to the Valhalla public training room. We see Carly take out a glowing sword. Zeke realized that this is the mithril sword that the Holy Kingdom gave his sister. The Holy Kingdom was originally bordering Isen, so the pirate problem was a big issue for them too. As a show of goodwill to the benefits they gained from the pirates being cleared out, the Holy Kingdom gifted Carly a 100% purity mithril sword and armor. She got the title of White Silver Knight because of her appearance when she wore this gear. Carly told her brother that she wants him to show her his abilities without hiding anything. Zeke locked his fingers together and carefully stretched his arms. He wondered why his sister came to meet him. He did not think that she would challenge him to a duel. He realized that Carly must have heard the rumor of him reaching the level of Blue Knight. Our boy placed his sword sheath on the ground and drew his sword. He recalled that she said that she wanted to see his abilities without hiding anything. He told Carly that he will do as she wishes. Of course, Zeke knew that he couldn't show the full extent of his abilities. He was well aware that his sister wasn't the only one curious about the extent of his abilities. He could not see a reason why he would put himself at a disadvantage like that. The founding principle of the Draker family is the law of the jungle. Reaching the level of a Blue Knight is already an unprecedented display of growth. If word gets out that Zeke is at the level of a Red Knight, the Zimmons family, who is in the middle of the battle for succession, will end up using any method they can to kill Zeke. The patriarch will do whatever he can to place Zeke under his control. Our boy believed that showing all his cards is something he should do after he surpasses his father. He knew that what he needed now was the background of being from a transcendent family. Zeke does not plan on following his family's will. Immediately he thought of this. He and his sister charged at each other. When their swords clashed, some sparks flew between them. Carly used her sword to push our boy's sword down. She quickly swung her sword at his head. Zeke was able to dodge the attack, but Carly landed a cut on his face. He quickly ordered his system to temporarily pause his healing factor. Since his opponent is a Guardian Knight, our boy knew that she might notice his healing factor. He didn't want to make the same mistake he made with Duke. Carly made her attacks faster and used her sword to push her brother back. She moved close to Zeke and gave him an attack that sent him flying. She landed a cut on his shoulder with her attack. Zeke wondered if he had to go to the red level. Limiting himself to the blue level doesn't let him put up a fight. Carly jumped and charged at Zeke from above. She raised her sword and swung it at him. When she got close to him, Zeke was able to block the attack with his sword. The impact of the attack caused a huge explosion. When the dust cleared up, we see Carly pressing her brother down with her sword. She told Zeke that most swords would have split into two by now. She told him that he is using an excellent sword. While struggling to hold on, our boy smiled. He pushed Carly back and put some distance between himself and her. He carefully cleaned his face. He realized that a full-on battle against a red-level knight, while limiting himself to the level of Blue Knight, is suicidal. Carly asked her brother if he is letting his guard down just because he created this much distance between them. Zeke did not know why his sister said this. He quickly turned to the side. He realized that he messed up. Before acquiring the title of White Silver Knight, Carly Draker had another famous title. Because the aura blade she swung around resembled that of a giant's sword, Carly was called the Giant's Blade. When Zeke turned to the side, he saw his sister's aura blade about to tear him apart. He grit his teeth to withstand the attack, but he was still sent flying. Our boy crashed into a wall. His sword was stuck to the ground. Carly's attack destroyed everything it touched. The woman became worried. She wondered if she did not hold back enough. The moment she thought of this, she noticed something. She saw her brother walking out of the rubble. Zeke placed his hand on a wall and smiled. He was certain that he managed to put on a convincing act. He hoped that his sister liked it. Carly put her sword away and told her brother that he's amazing. She could not believe that he blocked her strike. She told him that he exceeded her expectations. She let out a sigh and told Zeke that she has something to discuss with him. The moment she said this, Zeke fell to the ground. Carly was surprised to see this. She quickly ran to her brother. When she picked him up, she noticed that his internal injuries were quite serious. She wondered if Zeke used his aura excessively. She took out something from her pocket and poured it into Zeke's mouth. She told him that this is their family's highest-tier recovery potion. She asked him to drink it slowly. Immediately, our boy swallowed the potion. His body began to glow. Zeke asked his system to temporarily activate his healing factor. Our boy believed that it won't be suspicious if he uses something like this now. Everything Zeke is doing is an act. He was attempting to hide his strength by disguising himself as someone who has reached the level of Blue Knight. When the Giant's Blade got close to him, he received it with a bare minimum defense to allow himself get hit by it. Right before the attack touched Zeke, he noticed that the smallest of openings appeared. He did not know why this happened. Our boy received Carly's aura with his body. Because his constitution does not allow the use of aura, Zeke naturally ended up resisting it. Since Carly believed that he was capable of using aura, she ended up believing that his internal injuries were a result of Zeke pushing himself past his limits. Zeke raised his head up and touched it as if he had a headache. Carly asked him if he is feeling better. Zeke smiled and referred to her as Dame Carly. He thanked her for what she did. Carly stood up and asked him to call her sister. Our boy didn't expect this. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the outskirts of Atlas. We see a carriage moving around. Inside the carriage, we see Carly offer Zeke some tea. She told him that she prepared it for him because she heard that he enjoys it. She revealed to him that it was shipped by air from the eastern continent. Zeke thanked her for the tea. He recalled that his father said something similar the last time they met. He wondered about how far the tale that he likes tea has spread. Our boy was surprised to see that they were sitting inside a carriage. He told his sister that he would have never imagined that the inside would look like this when he saw it from the outside. Carly revealed to him that she used camouflage magic on the carriage. She said that a guardian knight's carriage stands out too much. Zeke found it odd that his sister dragged him from a training room to the city outskirts by carriage. He asked Carly if the subject is something that would cause other people trouble if they should hear about it. Carly told him that it is about the butchering knight. She revealed to her brother that she needs more power in order to stop Abel. Zeke asked her about what she means. He asked her if she is talking about the second son of the household. Carly told him that she will explain from the beginning. She revealed to our boy that one of their family's tenets is the oath of neutrality. She said that Abel has broken the creed to not get involved in national disputes. He is currently siding with the Rome Empire against Alencia in their dispute. Zeke realized that Abel has been making his moves from an early point in time. He asked his sister if the Four Seasons Fortress is unaware of this. Carly revealed to him that the fortress is overlooking the issue. She explained to Zeke that the Four Seasons Fortress is currently divided. This is because supporters of the Empire have appeared in the Elders' Assembly that Abel is receiving support from. Zeke asked her if all the Elders are on the Empire side. Carly revealed to him that some of them are maintaining neutrality. Our boy could not believe that the stuck-up Assembly of Elders was merely maintaining neutrality instead of showing dissent. He told his sister that it is only a matter of time before all the Elders join the Empire's side. Carly told him that it will be appropriate to view the situation like this. She explained to her brother that she is trying to find a method she can use to stop Abel. She said that she can't just wait for him to get caught. She told him that if they leave Abel alone, this will devolve into a great war. Zeke knew that Carly's predictions were correct. It has already been 3 years since our boy regressed. 7 years from now, the Drakers and the Rome Empire under Abel's command will launch a continental war. Countless people will die or get ruined. The skies will go dark and the land will be drenched in blood. Carly revealed to her brother that she has resolved herself to acquire enough power to stop Abel. She explained to him that Abel is currently controlling the higher-ups of the family. He believes that those lower down will naturally follow him. However, Carly believes that true knights do not bow to power. They follow justice and a greater cause. While being true to her beliefs, Carly plans to rally the normal knights in the vicinity of the Four Seasons fortress. She told Zeke that she does not plan to force him to support her. She told him that he is still young and his future is guaranteed as a pure-blood awakener. Zeke took a sip of his tea and stared at his sister. He now understood the kind of person she was. Although she possesses an iron will, she is prepared to act as flexible as needed if it is for the sake of justice. She is a righteous and pure person. Zeke realized that the reason an opening appeared in her giant's blade was because she was concerned about him. Although she appears as steadfast and as strong as a Draker, she is also a gentle soul. Carly told her brother that he could be branded as a traitor if things go wrong. She asked him to think about it carefully. Zeke thanked her for her concern. He placed his cup on the table and went on his knees. He told Carly that he has made his decision. He told her that he wishes to join her on her path of chivalry, even though he is inexperienced. Carly was shocked to hear this. She gently smiled and thanked her brother. The scene shifts, and we are taken to Valhalla Research Facility. We see Zeke looking at his status window. In his past life, our boy was able to acquire up-to-date information about his family through K. He never expected that this corruption was already in his family even before the Continental War. The reason Zeke intended to leave his family early was because he wanted to avoid Abel's interference while gathering enough forces to prepare for the Continental War. However, now that there is someone sharing the same goals as our boy, it is not necessary for him to leave the family. Zeke actually liked this situation. Remaining in the family would make it easier for him to keep tabs on Abel's actions. With Carly at the forefront, Zeke wouldn't have to face the brunt of any retaliation. In order to achieve his goal, Zeke needed to officially become a knight and turn public opinion on Carly's side. Even if Carly is firstborn and a guardian knight, she is neither a pure-blood awakener nor is she from one of the great families in our boy's past life. Carly was pushed back by Abel's forces and failed to take the family for herself. However, if a pure-blood awakener like Zeke becomes an official knight and gives Carly his support, the scale would be balanced. Zeke could not believe that he had to act like a knight, even though it didn't suit him in any way. While thinking, our boy looked at the map. He saw that he was almost at his destination. He entered the Great Central Library in Valhalla. He went inside to check for the main reason he came to Valhalla. He went to check for Tarakan's secret library. Inside the humongous library, our boy walked into a closed section. The system informed him that he has arrived at his destination. Zeke could not believe that this was the secret library. He felt kind of disappointed when he looked around. He didn't see anything special or meaningful there. Since it was a place the system guided him to, Zeke expected to find something like Bahamut's heart or fangs. He wondered if he ended up coming there in vain. Immediately he thought of this. He took another step. The system informed him that it has detected a data storage point. Immediately it said this. A huge shelf appeared in front of our boy. Zeke was shocked to see the shelf. He was more shocked by what he saw on the system. The system informed our boy that the secret library of the administrator known as Tarakan Draker has been found. Zeke could not believe that Tarakan was a user of the same system. Since this was a bookshelf that only appears in reaction to the system, our boy understood why no one has ever discovered it. The system informed him that the information within Administrator Tarakan's library has been linked and updated in his own system. It explained to Zeke that he will now always have access to Tarakan's secret library. The system provided categories in order to allow Zeke access the information easily. It created 4 categories. The first was the Organization Management Manual. The second was the Dragon Slaying Manual version 5.21. The third was the Reference Materials, and the last was the Collections of Proverbs to improve growth. Zeke decided to check the categories later. He asked the system to find him something that will help his growth the most right now. The system confirmed his request and informed him that a book matching his request has been found. Zeke noticed that the book was glowing on the shelf. The book appeared in his hand. Its title is The Secret Technique of the True Dragon's Swordplay. Zeke was certain that he had never heard about this technique. He checked the back to see who the author is. He was shocked to see the name of the author. It was the close advisor to the hero King Kaiser, the man known as Sheltern Draker. In the next scene, we see Sheltern Draker writing in his study. Sheltern wrote that he wants to elaborate on why he felt the need to create the true dragon's swordplay. According to him, the relationship between dragons and humans began with the great hero king. It is because of him that even mere humans are able to form contracts with supreme beings like dragons. However, dragons cannot help humans without any special reasons to do so. They simply took pity on the weak humans because they lack the special traits that other races possess. Thanks to Kaiser, the number of contractors greatly increased. They spread across the continent to create civilizations. However, it is because of this incredible rate of development that Sheltern is worried. Sheltern fears the dragons. If such transcendent beings help humans because they were driven by feelings as shallow as pity, then they could also easily turn against humans. Sheltern believed that if his concern ever comes true, humanity will not be able to resist in the slightest. They will find themselves completely annihilated over the course of a day. Due to his fears, Sheltern decided to find a way to fight dragons. The first thing that came to his mind was magic. However, magic was the very first gift that dragons granted humans. It is because dragons inscribed circles into the hearts of humans that they are able to cast spells. Their own hearts were incapable of generating mana on its own. Attempting to combat dragons with magic would be a fool's errand. Sheltern's next thought was the elemental sword wielded by the hero king. This was a power that even the dragons feared. Unfortunately, this is a power granted only to Kaiser, who has inherited the blood of the fairy monarch. Since he didn't have a lot of options left, Sheltern immersed himself in research in order to discover a new power which only humans could wield. He tested the primitive swordsmanship of the North and the mysterious powers of the East. There was nothing that Sheltern did not try in order to transcend the limits of his own humanity. When he was at a dead end in his research, Sheltern received help from someone he never thought would help him. It was the contracted dragon of Kaiser. The dragon's name is Kronos. Kronos claimed to help Sheltern because he found his research intriguing. However, the man could feel a strange determination from the dragon. His determination was too strong for Sheltern to simply accept his given answer as the truth. Sheltern could not refuse the dragon's help. He continued his research. He and Kronos happened to stumble upon aura. It was neither elemental force nor mana. It was a power that only humans were able to wield. Having finally discovered a clue after Kaiser left for the spirit realm, Sheltern continued his research on aura. Not long after this time, Sheltern's research bore fruit. The man walked out the theory and application of aura, as well as a style of swordsmanship for utilizing it. Sheltern wrote and distributed the true dragon's swordplay. However, things did not go as he wanted. In a world where people could quickly and easily grow powerful through the use of dragon-made artifacts, the true dragon's swordplay, which required one to put in efforts in order to grow stronger, was cast aside and neglected. As he wrote his book, Sheltern said that he is relieved to see that his concerns have been unfounded and dragons have not betrayed humanity. Sheltern wrote that he still believes that a day will come when this swordsmanship will be necessary. He hoped that the person who finds the book understands his will and works hard to learn the techniques. While Zeke was looking at the book, he received a message. The quest is titled Successor of Sheltern. Zeke was asked to learn the secret techniques of Sheltern Draker. He was given 3 months to learn the technique. The quest reward would be the coordinates to the Kronos Kingdom's treasury. Our boy put the book back in the shelf. He was happy to see the reward. He was certain that the treasury would be filled to the brim with incomparably powerful artifacts. The problem Zeke had was that the time limit was 3 months. He wondered if this technique was much harder to learn than the elemental sword. He decided to focus on learning the true dragon's swordplay for now. Zeke found it funny that Sheltern was right in the end. Just as he predicted, the dragons later betrayed mankind, and the Liberation War took place because of this. Zeke asked his system if there is no more useful information in the secret library. He asked it if it has something like Tarakan's journal. The system confirmed his request and found one record matching his request. It informed him that a magic video record will be played. The library slowly began to fade away. Our boy was surprised to see this. He recalled that this was the same thing that happened when the tutorial began. Zeke was taken to a desert. He wondered about where he was. The place felt like a space that the system created. When Zeke turned around, he saw something horrifying. Our boy couldn't move. The thing raised its head and body out of the ground. Zeke's indomitable mental defense skill quickly got activated. Even though the skill was activated, our boy was still shaking. The monster in front of him felt too real. Zeke could not believe that he was looking at the being once known as the king of all creations. He was standing in front of a dragon. While he was shaking in fear, someone called out to the dragon known as Bahamut. Our boy could not believe that he was looking at the evil dragon. He quickly turned to the person behind him. Zeke could not believe that he wasn't able to sense the presence of the man behind him until he opened his mouth. He could tell that this man was ridiculously powerful. He was basically a monster. The man with the blurry image passed through Zeke. Our boy was surprised to see this. He quickly understood that he was literally inside the recording. Zeke wondered if this scenario recorded in Tarakan's journal is the decisive battle between Bahamut and Tarakan Draker from the legend of the Dragon Slayer. When Bahamut raised his enormous hand, Zeke smiled. He was quite excited to witness the battle that was passed down only through legends. To our boy's surprise, Bahamut used his claw to hit the ground. Tarakan did not seem fazed by what the dragon did. Bahamut asked Tarakan to tell him why he is hesitating. Tarakan did not say anything. Bahamut referred to him as his contractor and told him that he disappoints him. Zeke was shocked to hear this. He could not believe that Tarakan was Bahamut's contractor, just like Kaiser and Kronos. Zeke could not comprehend what was happening. He did not understand how the legend of the Dragon Slayer came to be and how Tarakan subjugated Bahamut. While thinking, Zeke noticed something odd. The world of the recording began to glitch. Our boy did not understand what was happening. While he was looking around, he noticed that Tarakan told Bahamut something. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear what they were saying. Zeke called out to his system and asked it if it can do anything about the glitch. The system could not accept his request. Zeke did not like this. While thinking, he turned around to see Tarakan. Zeke remembered asking Kaiser if a contracted dragon could kill its contractor. Kaiser laughed and told our boy that he spouts a lot of nonsense. The Hero King said that a dragon can never betray a human. It is more likely for the betrayal to come from the human. The moment our boy remembered this, he saw Tarakan take out his sword from Bahamut's head. Our boy saw Bahamut's corpse slowly getting reduced to ashes and disappearing. He could not believe his eyes. After Bahamut's corpse completely faded away, Zeke saw something in front of Tarakan. He saw the heart and fang of Bahamut that he received at the home of the Dragon Slayer. Zeke wondered if a dragon always leaves behind a part of itself and turn into dust. He recalled that the pure-blood gloves in his hands are made from dragon leather. He believed that Bahamut might be a special case. While he was thinking, he saw a huge glitch appear in the cloud. Zeke got dragged back to reality. He wondered if the video ended there. He sat on the ground to put himself together. He could not understand what was happening. He decided to head back home. Zeke found out that Tarakan's secret library got connected to the system so that he could access the records wherever and whenever he wanted. Our boy quickly tried to replay the record again. However, there was still so much noise in the part where Bahamut and Tarakan spoke. Zeke couldn't hear their final conversation. Fortunately, our boy was able to gain something from it. Thanks to him consistently looking through the secret library, he was able to discover something new. Zeke found out that the dragon-slaying arts originated from the true dragon swordplay. Tarakan simplified the complex true dragon swordplay and refined it to create the dragon-slaying arts. Because the techniques got simplified, the power behind it also went down. Unlike its name, it became a technique that was unable to deal a fatal blow to even a dragonborn. However, by applying one's innate traits to the technique, it will be possible to land an effective blow. While the technique dropped in raw power, Tarakan succeeded in improving its practicality. The one thing that bothered Zeke the most was the big difference between the legend of the Dragon Slayer, known across the world, and the contents of Tarakan's journal. The current legend of the Dragon Slayer says that Tarakan slayed Bahamut and ushered in a golden era of prosperity. It is not much different from any other story of a hero that is told across ages. Although the big picture doesn't differ much from Tarakan's journal, the fact that the two were contracted is not mentioned anywhere. This wasn't the kind of information that could have been easily omitted. The scene shifts and we see Zeke outside. He took a letter from a messenger pigeon. It was a letter from Kay. The magician told Zeke that she investigated every variation of the legend of the Dragon Slayer across the continent, just like he asked. She did not understand why Zeke suddenly gained interest in folktales. She revealed to Zeke that she even checked versions that weren't translated into the common tongue. Kay wrote that she didn't find any information about contracts between humans and dragons, or the dragons that Tarakan and Kaiser were contracted with. After digging for a while, Kay noticed something strange. She found it weird that all the sources she found were using the exact same words to describe the event. It was almost as if there was some kind of conspiracy at play. As she dug a little deeper, Kay received a warning message directly from the Great Draker family. Due to this, the syndicate decided to back out of the investigation. They did not plan to have any friction with the Drakers. Zeke became worried when he saw what Kay wrote. He quickly burnt the letter and turned around. Zeke became certain that his family is censoring information regarding Tarakan. He didn't understand why they would do this. The Draker family, which is currently one of the 3 transcendent families, made its name off Tarakan, the man who is praised far and wide for being the first Dragon Slayer. It did not make sense to Zeke that the very same Draker family was restricting information regarding Tarakan and Bahamut. Regardless of their reason, Zeke was certain that there was more at play. He believed that he might have missed something. He decided to go through the secret library again. When Zeke opened the front door, he called out to the system. Before he could issue a command, our boy sensed something. He carefully closed the door and looked around his house. He recalled that all employees, including Decker, are off today. Duke and Andre will both be late because they have business to attend to. As Zeke walked up his stairs, he wondered about the identity of the man watching him from the dark. Our boy quickly asked his system to turn on the mini-map in his head. The system confirmed his order. It showed him the location of his intruders. Our boy confirmed that there are 2 presents in this place. One person is inside and the other is outside. Zeke wondered if the hunting dogs from the giant mountains tracked him here. He quickly removed this idea from his head. He didn't use the dragon-slaying arts or even a long sword. Even if the hunting dogs are good, it is impossible for them to draw any connection to him and what happened there. Zeke realized that he needs to find out who ordered the men to target him. He already had a suspect in mind. The man inside his house watched him as he went into his room. While the man was looking at the door, Zeke appeared in a window behind the man like Spider-Man and asked him if he was sent by Abel. The man was surprised to hear our boy's voice. He quickly turned around. Zeke believed that Abel sent an assassin to kill him because he found out about the alliance he and Carly made. He was certain that this was the only plausible explanation of what is happening. Zeke moved to the ground and took out a blade from his inventory. He told the man that he doesn't have to answer the question if he doesn't want to. Immediately he said this, he appeared in front of the man and swung his dagger at him. The man was able to quickly block the attack before the dagger reached his neck. Zeke told the man that he has a lot of ways to get the truth out of him. As Zeke and the man clashed, their swords released sparks. Zeke did not have any trouble pushing the man back. He swung his dagger at the man multiple times, but the man was able to block it with his dagger. Our boy tried to push the man down by swinging his dagger with a lot of pressure. The man was able to block the attack. He quickly pushed Zeke back. Our boy used his leg to hit the ceiling and push himself back. He was able to safely land on the ground. After crossing blades with him, Zeke was able to gain a rough idea of his identity. Even if a person masks their appearance, it is still difficult to hide their swordsmanship style in battle. This style of swordsmanship is from the Gorka Kingdom, which is in the northern regions of the continent. The Gorka Kingdom's rangers are known to be the strongest of rangers. They are known as the Northern Continent's Guardians. They wield a kukri. This is a dagger which bears a distinct shape. Thanks to their outstanding skill, they are highly valued in the Central Continent and are used as special forces who are assigned important missions. Since it was a Gorka ranger, Zeke realized that this wasn't Abel's doing. He swung his sword and wondered why the ranger was doing this. The Gorka rangers don't take on requests like assassination because it creates grudges. Zeke pointed his sword at the ranger. He quickly raised his sword and took a stance. Our boy noticed that the man was far too defensive for a ranger. Despite the fact that he purposely showed some openings in their fight, the ranger didn't show any intentions of exploiting them. Even though the man is definitely skilled enough to be able to react to the openings, he didn't intend on pressuring Zeke at all. Our boy was able to deduce that the goal of the rangers was to secure him and not to eliminate him. Immediately he thought of this. Zeke turned to the side. He saw a ball enter the hallway through his window. Our boy realized that the other person outside has begun to move. He knew that the ball contained a sedative meant to subdue him. When Zeke struck the ball with his sword, it released a large amount of gas in the air. Our boy immediately recognized the scent of the sedative. It had the characteristic earthy scent of mandragora rootlets. This was a common ingredient used in sedatives. Zeke let go of his dagger. He decided to play along. When the system detected compounds from mandragora's rootlets, it activated our boy's poison-resistant skill. Zeke fell to the ground and acted as if he lost consciousness. The ranger walked up to him and picked him up. His partner came into the building through the window. As the man slowly carried him away, our boy wondered about who kidnapped him. He did not know why someone would do this. He wanted to see how the situation would play out. The scene shifts, and we are taken to the outskirts of Atlas. We see Zeke tied up in iron chains in one of the houses. He was surrounded by rangers. Our boy smiled when he saw the person sitting in front of him. He said that he never expected his kidnapper to be an outsider. He referred to the man as Cliff Lionheart. This man is the Reinhardt Merchant Group leader. Since Zeke knew who he was, Cliff believed that their conversation would go smoothly. Our boy was also acquainted with this man in his past life. The Reinhardt Merchant Group is one of the 10 great merchant groups. It acts with the Alencia Kingdom at its center. Of course, if things follow the expected trajectory, the continental war that Abel and the Empire will start will end up raising the Merchant Group and the Alencia Kingdom to the ground. At the time of the war, both Zeke and Cliff belonged to the side that fiercely opposed the Empire. However, for one reason or another, after passing secret information that could be fatal to the Empire to Zeke, Cliff returned to the Alencia Kingdom during its collapse. Our boy never saw the man again. Even after going through so much to escape the kingdom, the man still returned there. Zeke did not know if Cliff was trying to be patriotic. He found the man's decision to be foolish. Cliff apologized to Zeke for using an inevitably rough method to get him there. He used his hand to signal someone. The ranger that kidnapped our boy moved close to him and removed his chains. Cliff assured Zeke that he will receive an apology from his merchant group for this discourtesy. He told him that he wants to take his time to have a discussion with him. Zeke carefully moved his wrist. He asked the man to go straight to the point. With a serious look on his face, our boy asked Cliff to tell him what he wants. The man did not expect a young boy to have this kind of response. He realized that a Draker is still a Draker regardless of how young he is. He knew that even the most experienced knights wouldn't be able to help being guarded and anxious in a situation like this, but Zeke didn't falter at all. Although Cliff set the stage in order to take the initiative in their conversation, our boy managed to take back control. Cliff asked Zeke to take a look at the documents in front of him before they start talking. Our boy took out the documents. Cliff explained to him that it is a record of those infected by the new pandemic that recently spread across the southern regions of the central continent. Zeke asked the man about why he wants him to see this. The moment our boy asked this question, he saw a document that caught his eye. Cliff noticed that Zeke found something. It was a document about a woman called Elena Stone. This is the mother of Liam Stone. She was suffering from the rose disease. However, because our boy gave Liam instructions on how to create the cure, Elena is now doing better. Zeke threw the document on the table and asked Cliff to tell him what this is about. The man said that the new disease is known as the rose disease. He said that it is a torturous disease with a fatality rate of 100%. Cliff told our boy that Elena Stone did not die from the disease. She even recovered. He said that he questioned the physician in charge of the woman. They refused to talk about the case. With a serious look on his face, Cliff asked Zeke if he knows anything about this. Zeke smiled when he heard this. He knew that the man already caught a whiff of the circumstances from the very beginning, and yet he still insisted on picking at him like this. Our boy wondered if the man did this because he is a merchant. He assumed that Cliff's goal is to gain a monopoly over the cure of the rose disease. Considering the fatality rate of the disease, this is an entirely plausible motive. The worth of the cure is so unimaginable that a person could rob the entire continent of its wealth, and it would still pale in comparison. However, Zeke knew Cliff quite well. He is a reasonable man who can see past his own self-interests. There is no way a man like Cliff would lose himself to greed and take on the risk of kidnapping a descendant of one of the transcendent households. This means that the man has another goal. Zeke told the merchant that he was the one who gave the woman the cure. Cliff was happy to hear this. He jumped out of his chair and asked our boy to sell the cure to him. He told him that he will pay him any amount he wants. Zeke raised his hand and smiled when he heard this. He asked the man to tell him why he is excited. He told him that he is not acting like a merchant. Cliff was annoyed to hear this. Our boy became certain that Cliff's goal is not money. He wants to save someone's life. With a smile on his face, Zeke told the man that they need to make a deal. The man sat down back. Zeke told him that he has to fulfill 3 simple requests in exchange for receiving the production method for the cure. Cliff asked him if he can tell him his request. Our boy said that he doesn't know yet. He told the man that he will call in these favors when he needs them. He assured him that he won't ask for anything a merchant group can't handle. He asked him not to worry too much. Cliff was still quite worried. He asked Zeke if they can come to terms on the things that they can't handle. Our boy smiled when he heard this. After some time, Zeke wrote the production method on a paper and stretched his hand out to give it to Cliff. He asked the man to follow the instructions on the paper to make the cure. Cliff quickly stretched out his hand to receive the paper. Zeke moved his hand back. He told the man that there is something he is personally curious about. He asked Cliff to tell him the person in need of the medicine. The man froze in fear. With a nervous look on his face, he told Zeke that he simply intends to procure a product with immense worth as a merchant. Our boy explained to him that he got the Northern Rangers to kidnap someone from a transcendent family, and he also reacted with an explosive emotion as if he forgot what the word composure meant. Zeke told Cliff that this isn't how the great Reinhardt Merchant Group should present itself. Cliff realized that our boy had caught on to him. He sat down and said that the cure is for a member of the royal family of the Kingdom of Valencia. Zeke did not expect to hear this. He asked the man to tell him which member of the royal family it is for. Cliff told him that he can't share this with him. Our boy did not understand why he would say this. He asked the man if he knows how many royals are in Valencia. The moment he said this, our boy noticed something different about Cliff's eyes. He remembered the man telling him that he is returning to the Valencia kingdom in the past. Zeke asked the man to put himself together. He told him that both the kingdom and the Reinhardt Merchant Group are done for. He told him that he will die if he goes back there. Zeke advised Cliff to seek asylum in the north. Cliff thanked him for his suggestion. He told our boy that he is very tired now. With a look of sadness and emptiness in his eyes, Cliff said that he wants to face his end in Valencia. The Cliff of the present apologized to Zeke and told him that he can't share any more information with him. Our boy realized that the look in his eyes is completely different from the look he had in his past life. He wondered if this sick person was someone precious to him. Zeke recalled that his sister told him that Abel is supporting the Empire in their fight against the Valencia kingdom. Apart from this, the kingdom is already in a chaotic state due to disputes regarding the administration of various races' ghetto. There is also the weak power of the royal family. Internal power disputes have led to a considerably difficult situation. Since there was still time before the Continental War breaks out, Zeke decided to get a connection to the Valencian royalty. He believed that this connection will pay off in the future. He stretched out his hand to give Cliff the paper. He told the man that it is fine if he doesn't want to tell him. When Cliff accepted the paper, Zeke told him that the contract has been established. Cliff's hands were shaking. He couldn't believe that the cure was in his hands. He held the paper close to his chest like a man that has found hope. Our boy called out to him. He apologized for disturbing him while he is wallowing in his emotions. He asked Cliff if he is okay with him making his first request now. Cliff put away the paper and told Zeke that he can ask for whatever he wants as long as it is something that his merchant group can handle. With a smile on his face, Zeke told the man that he wants his merchant group to hire him. Guys, we have come to the end of our video. If you guys want more of this recap, let me know in the comments section. You can also join my membership program to support me and gain access to certain benefits. Don't forget to like and smash that subscribe button for more recaps. See you guys later.